Bar Pro League Season 4 Finals. I'm Barcast TV, joined today by Volshock and LSR. How are you doing, guys?
Good, great.
I'm pretty good, man. Yeah, I'm working through some sickness, but aside from that, I am ready to see some high quality bar 1v1s. I think you can't go wrong there.
Yeah, I'm excited to have you guys here along with me for the cast. Thank you for fighting through the COVID, I guess, Volshock. So appreciate you rolling with us. So yeah. What do we have today lined up for like the intro? Is this a round of 16 preview?
So we've got a few different things we're going to talk through here. So first, I thought for people who haven't seen anything, we should probably talk through some maps. So Barcast, what happened to everyone's favorite map of all time, Canis River? Why would you rip this away from the people?
Well, we like to rotate the maps every season. Some stay, some kind of move on. But we had Canis River in the map pool for a couple of seasons, so I think some of them ended up getting a little bit stale. So that's where we're at today, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think that you actually did a really good job kind of selecting this this pool. There's definitely some of the larger Mariposa, Feast of Hades sort of macro maps, but then you have like the smaller sort of Ravaged maps, which are a little bit closer, a little bit faster. So I definitely like that. LSR, how do you feel about the map pool?
I mean, I think Varkas should a little bit. I have a controversial opinion, but I don't think the Aurelia, for example, was a good pick this season. You should have checked in with me because I know you from one side. You can get a mix, so I don't know whether players have been abusing in my game versus PtaQ. I think Brightworks was the one who was, hey, why is he walking there? Because I just know, right? So there is some paths. So players always have to be careful and actually study the maps. But hopefully maybe this will motivate us, to the map makers.
Right.
If you guys are here and hearing, please fix these maps so we can play these beautiful maps without any, advantages to one or other players. Other than that, I think there is some faff impression with Feast of Hades. We've seen like it's just, can you macro? And then there's a lot of maps like that. You cannot macro, then you just lose, right? So maybe I wish to see some maps, but I think the balance is pretty alright. I think I prefer Aurelia sized maps overall, but I think Greenhaven is good. Ravaged is pretty campy, but there's interesting picks.
For me, Greenhaven and Hide and Seek, they're just too grunty. Like, I think as a player, it's a lot more fun to play in those, but it kind of feels like the old school Brood War TVT where it's like fun for the players, but as a spectator, you're like, oh, there's more grunts coming. Who possibly would have thought about this? But I understand it is definitely a skill check. So there's a lot of players who just enjoy having those grunt maps because that's their bread and butter.
Yeah, well, I think I haven't followed much bar, but I think the grunts lose hard to incisors right nowadays. So depending on the metal and the expansion pads and the close mixes where you could walk and also this wind values, I don't know if grunts is all the rage nowadays even.
Yeah, fair enough. I am hoping that we get more games on Paradise Lost. In the qualifiers, I cast multiple people going all the way through to the finals and qualifying for the main event. And it's funny, I didn't cast a single game on Paradise Lost. So
sorry, you cut out right at the end.
Oh,
you
sorry.
said you saw multiple people go through the qualifiers.
Yeah, and no one. I didn't see a single game on Paradise Lost, and I'm just hoping that today it's not first ban material.
You might be sad, but if you ban Paradise Lost, you might play on Mariposa Island, right? So maybe not exactly a strictly water map, but we see a lot of that in the games, right?
Yeah, fair enough. So speaking of qualifiers, we had GSL style brackets. Barcast, for those who are unfamiliar with what the GSL style brackets are, talk to us about the round of 16 qualifiers. And if you look behind us, we've got the qualified players here, the seeded players there. So how do those work out really quick before we throw to the actual results?
Okay, so last season we have our top 8 players who are automatically seeded into the next season. So what is that? Chisato, Teddy, Contra, Thurxie, who should be joining us later in the cast. Stardom, Sashkorin, Low, and Alt F4, they are matched up against players who had to go through a qualifying tournament this season, which are the top 8 on the left side you see. Andy, XFactor, Autopilot, PtaQ, Vedor, Dirac, Kuchi, and Lopatka. So those players are put into a round of 16, 4 groups of 4, just like the GSL, and then they play best of 3 series against each other, 3 rounds. 2 players are eliminated, 2 players advance to the round of 8, and that's where we're at today. So we're playing down from the round of 8 to the finals. What we see on screen now are the match results from all 4 groups. So we see out of Group A, Chisato, Vedor, Group B, Teddy, Andy, right?
Yeah. Teddy and Andy. Sorry, I was jumping behind.
Perfect. These are nice. I have the overall scores placed on there. And shout out to Kuchi, Alt F4. I mean, this was the group of death this season, right?
Yeah,
so it was.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Well, it's nice to see like Kuchi. I think he's a new player to the BPL. I'm not sure he was in last season, but it's fortunate he made it into the round of 16. A little unfortunate he ended up in the most competitive group. So, I'd like to see him again next season and expect him to run a little deeper. So, yeah, that's Group B. Group C, we have next. So we have really surprising results out of here, actually. So it was PtaQ advanced and Sashkorin from this group. I think this is from last season. Not a big deal, but yeah.
Whoops.
I was also wondering about this.
Wait, sorry, that is the wrong one. One sec.
Yeah, it's okay. So it was like PtaQ 2-0'd Autopilot and then 2-0'd Sashkorin and just immediately advanced out of the group.
Yeah.
I think that broke a lot of players' prediction brackets, right?
Of course, yeah. I mean, PtaQ is pretty good, but I thought like maybe the young guns with new strategies got him, but man has been fighting back. Wish I would see the games.
Yeah, he's old school. I don't think anyone, at least in the predictions that I saw, I don't think anyone thought that he would 2-0 Autopilot. That's just crazy. I didn't watch those games. How'd they play out? Does anyone know?
I haven't had a chance to watch them. I think LDM casted some of those on his stream, so perhaps that would be in like a YouTube archive somewhere. But we will be publishing a round of 16 playlist. So for y'all, so those games should end up getting cast, and you can kind of watch them after the fact, right? Yep. And last but not least, we have Group D. It was no surprise. We see XFactor and Sashkorin qualifying or advancing out of this group. Rather, XFactor I'd say is a favorite to win this season, or he maybe not a favorite. He's my pick to win, right? So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I definitely think he is. So just if you were curious, that's the whole breakdown of all of them. And then from those 8 victors, right? Chisato, Vedor, Teddy, Andy, Sashkorin, XFactor, and then PtaQ and Autopilot, they are slotted in here. So Barcast, what's the first series that we're going to be casting? Yeah,
so we're going to move right into this. PtaQ versus Sashkorin. I think they're ready in their lobby. But that's going to be the first series. The other series that I'm kind of looking forward to, like XFactor Autopilot. Which one of these series do you guys want to watch more? Or perhaps what do you think is the most competitive series?
So I think the most interesting series for me is going to be XFactor Autopilot, because both of these players are pro players, and I know they practice together a lot. And so I feel like whenever you have those kind of like sparring buddy fights, a lot of times you end up seeing really weird niche builds where like, Autopilot knows that XFactor is going to do the XFactor build, so he has like a counter for that, but then XFactor has the counter for that. And so like when you watch it just like individually, you're like, this is such a weird game, but it's a game that, it's like a game state and a game plan built off like hundreds of matches together.
Right, right. That's a good point. And it's Team Pro that they're both on. So and we have a lot of players from that team represented in this round of 8. So Andy, Sashkorin, X Factor, and Autopilot are all on Team Pro. So cool to see such a strong turnout from them this season.
Oh yeah. Okay.
LSR, how about you? Do you have any kind of
Oh,
matchup?
I just would love to see Randy try to kill Chisato and Chisato defending. I think that's always a good, good thing to watch. I don't know whether they're, practiced or not. I don't think
Right.
Chisato rarely practices, but also, yeah, X Factor autopilot seems really good. And yeah, just seeing general state of Teddy, I could take any of these matches.
Teddy's in shape. He's been practicing a lot.
Yeah, I saw. Somebody said we might be washed, but I looked at the scores that Wolshark just presented. Doesn't look like he's washed one bit.
No, Teddy's certainly not washed. And for some added context, that was nice you brought that up. Chisato is the reigning BPL champion, right? So,
Yeah.
And that quarterfinal match, Andy versus Chisato, could very well be like a finals you might expect to see, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's cool to see such a competitive series so early. Full Shock's bringing up the past couple of seasons for us, so we see all the results from the past 3 seasons. See, season 1, Teddy won, and then past 2 seasons, Chisato's coming in first place. So he's the man to beat.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty ridiculous that he's third, first, and first. That's a little scary. But to be fair, Teddy is kind of an ageless wonder. I feel like Teddy could win any game or win the entire BPL, and I don't think anyone would be shocked.
Definitely not. Definitely not. And there's looking at this, there's a lot of players we might not see this season, like Daywalker, Blowdeer, Slow. So I mean, some of these like really high level players you could expect to win a tournament like this. We're either not really participating or just eliminated earlier. Like so, I mean. It's cool to see the league get more and more competitive each season, so I'm really looking forward to these matches coming up.
Absolutely. So we are waiting for PtaQ and Sash. Or wait, do we have PtaQ and Sash actually?
Yeah, they should have a lobby up, and we should be able to just right-click and join their games. So, ready if you are.
I am ready. Let's get into some glorious bans and picks, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Let me ask if they've done their bans.
So for those of you who aren't familiar with these ban picks, I believe this is correct. So this is going to be 2 bans, 2 picks, 4 bans, and then 1 final pick.
So we've updated that perhaps since you've last seen it. So it'd be they both get 1 ban and 1 pick from the map pool of 9 maps, right? So
right.
You can and then they just ban 4 maps after that, and then the last map. So yeah, it looks like they were waiting on us to do their bans and picks. I believe
Sweet.
PtaQ or is going to be banning and picking first, right? He's a higher seeded player, so a little bit of advantage going towards him.
Isn't that disadvantage?
It depends on how you look at it, I guess. Why would you think that's a disadvantage?
Because last pick determines more. I mean, that's how we do it. It's clearly disadvantage picking first.
Well,
no, I mean, if you go ahead.
Because you don't get the last. Because if you last pick, right, you can decide between the 2 final maps which you want to do. But if you don't even, if you can just pick a strong map for your first map and then also win the second, then you don't even get to the 3rd map, right? But I get what LSR is saying, where when it gets to Sashkorin, when there's 2 maps remaining, he has the choice to ban 1 and then play on the last, so he does get the final pay.
Personally, I'd put more weight behind being able to pick and win the first map. It's I'm not sure. I mean, from what I understand in StarCraft, like if you win the first game, right, it's like you have a 70-80% chance of winning the series, right? So in that regard, I kind of consider it.
Is that math works? The momentum too strong, I guess.
Yeah.
The mental, right?
That's right.
Yeah, absolutely, and it comes into play. Not all these players have played in the round of 8 perhaps, or like been on a stream. So maybe nerves comes into play. You're down 1 game in a best of 3 series, right? And it's like you might start making mistakes. So who knows?
You could argue this. You could argue the first game doesn't even matter since it's a warm-up game anyways, right?
yeah. Make it a best of 1, right?
Oh my God, PtaQ. Yes.
Yeah, picks Paradise Lost straight away. So
let's just go ahead and get on record here. PtaQ, you're my favorite dev just because of this. You're the best #1 contributor in our hearts.
Right. So it must be cool. Just being a dev by day, contestant, player by night, right? So the man wears many hats, right? Sashkorin, on the other hand, we've seen in the. He's been on the scene for about a year. He's played in the Bar Pro League before, but I want to say he's one of the few players who actually improved quite a bit between this season and last. So I think I'd expect him to run a little deeper. He was eliminated in the quarterfinals last season. Let's see if he can make it to the semis.
Sash is really thinking about this pick, though.
Picks Hades. Okay.
For the incisors, I would assume. I don't know how well-rounded the Sashkorin has been get. Like, I remember him just driving mostly incisors, so just kind of building off the X-Factors build and doing heavy all-ins. And then I think I coached Shoddy versus him, and Shoddy beat him with like gunship transition, like early mines defend and all-in with gunships as a defense, and that worked out. But yeah. And also, I think Teddy smacked him with a mine. So I don't know how much is he playing all round. I don't assume like Paradise isn't a good map for him if you're planning to do incisors. It's hard to drive them around here. But Hades is a good incisor map. Can't argue without that. So
for sure. I think Sashkorin actually has a little bit of practice on this water map. I know I've played a few.
Oh, that's
games
good
with
then.
him. Yeah, for sure. PtaQ does. I've seen him even open vehicles on this map for the amphibious cons. And then transition into water. So we'll see how he wants to play this today, or if he's prepared something a little off meta, perhaps.
So yeah, PtaQ with the Greenhaven ban, Sash with the Tundra ban.
Hard to keep up with all these maps. So was it they banned Mariposa Hide and Seek?
We got Ravaged, Aurelia, Mithril, I think, right?
Right.
Are the 3 remaining.
I wouldn't be surprised if they end up on Mithril. We'll see what the players want to end up banning. Do y'all have any predictions for this? LSR, who do you think's gonna take this series? What do you think the map score is gonna be?
I think it's gonna boil down to third map. I think PtaQ wins Paradise, Sash wins Feast of Hades, and I'm still waiting for the third map, right? So.
Ban Mithril. So it's Hades Pond, not Feast of Hades.
Yeah, sorry, that's on me.
Yeah, and now Sashkorin gets to pick the map, right?
Yeah, that's right. And this is the advantage, you think? So, I mean, does he end up on the map he wanted, perhaps? But it's going to be... He either bans Aurelia or... I don't know. I'm not a big fan of Aurelia. I know Mitfit actually fixed some of the pathing issues you were kind of alluding to earlier. But, yeah, I definitely think it's going to be swapped out, so...
How is Aurelia?
Very nice. Yeah, so here we go.
Oh, Aurelia is better I think, than Ravaged, but...
You think?
Well, to have vehicle start, yeah, you can walk pretty early. There's side mixes. Ravaged is more of a, how well do you expand and then really choky. And more onto the thugs or Rockos. Although you can play arm vehicles as well there.
You can go Centurions on that map. I saw...
Oh, yeah, Centurions. Yeah, anything that's like CG as well.
Super strong, Oh, so here we go. Loading it to game 1 already. Paradise Lost. LSR, you want to introduce our players for us?
I'm watching the stream. Shark's a little bit lagging. I haven't. I had to download my engine. So I would assume someone is starting somewhere on some side.
Yeah, I have all the information, but let's wait till the viewers arrive with us, right? Loading into game 1. Oh yeah, that's right. PtaQ's got a hat. Sorry.
PtaQ has a hat? What?
Spoiler alert.
Why you ruin it? Why you ruining it for us?
Yeah, here we go. Looks like we're underway. So spawning on the right side of Paradise Lost, playing as the blue Armada Commander, we have the Birdman, PtaQ.
And on the other side, starting on the same corner, actually, we have the red player, Sashkorin, going in and starting with 2 mechs. It's putting ARM commander, by the way, interesting. Both of them ARM.
I feel like we don't. Yeah, it's funny because I feel like normally in most of the matches I've seen on this,
we're Riptide. So is the Dolphins maybe the meta? Let's see.
Yeah,
I'm actually curious.
Really strong at the moment.
Yeah, where they buffed? Let me actually see the changes. I mean, Dolphins were all really strong before, right? And then they made the Riptides kind of the main thing after nerfing Dolphins. But yeah, I guess the wind is also pretty nice overall. Like a small benefit stacking.
Yeah,
a lot of Dolphins already coming from both players. PtaQ expends Khan to Dolphins, Khan, and to the sub. Sub is going to be pretty crucial, while Sashkorin is going 1 Khan and just 20 Dolphins right after.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. This is what he's been doing in the practice games versus me, and he's got this really aggressive start on the water. There is quite a long rush distance between the two bases, but I know a lot of players like to play super greedy on this map, so it's nice to see PtaQ is playing a little more defensive. He's got a single Dolphin moving out already, right towards the middle of the map. Little fast assault corvette. It's like a blitz or 2 blitzes on the water. It's got those turrets that do so much DPS. So if you can get flanking damage on top of enemy units, it can definitely hold its own.
Pretty interesting the way they structured their Sashkorin, grabbing like a lot of energy early on. Well, PtaQ is already moving away to get the side mixes, leaving just no production on the lab at all. I mean, he is spending money.
Right.
With the Khan, and the Khans will be able to boost, but yeah. Sashkorin will be boosting just a little bit more Dolphins out, so maybe the early trades... PtaQ really has to rely on those Dolphins harassing other side, and maybe that buys him some side. Because, yeah, I mean, PtaQ is being extremely greedy with triple Khans and no Khan at the base, and he's stalling metal. Even for, I hope not for the mixes, but...
Yeah, it's this is a nice open though, because the limiting factor at this point in the game can be energy, not so much metal. So that's why why he's moving out of the main base like so quickly to cap those mexes on his island. So.
Yeah, it's also very hard to raid the mexes. You can kill the Khan, but once you finish like let's say 2 mexes, you know it isn't as bad. So because you need a sub to kill the mexes instead of the Dolphins cannot kill the mexes. But I'm worried just he wouldn't have like any defense. Like that sub has to come out right now for him to even be able to poke away that Dolphin. Because if that Dolphin hits on the wind, it's GG. Like, it's game.
Yeah, absolutely. Sashkorin doesn't know he's got such a huge opportunity to go into the main base. You really don't expect that at this point in the game, right? But here on the other side of the map, Dolphin versus Dolphin. I'm not sure who wins this fight. Looks like both players want to...
well, the Dolphin who runs away due to the way the plasma works, right? So technically you want to engage and then you want the enemy to chase you. That's the way you get advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Well, PtaQ sub is out. It's gonna go away. Will reveal itself maybe in the middle. What a nice cone when you select a sub. I didn't know that.
Yeah, this is a recent change. I actually really like it for these kind of interactions, right? It can be
like the artillery and stuff, yeah?
Mm-hmm. It looks like this radar is going to give him perfect vision of where these Dolphins are going. So he's going to cut off of the...
Oh, that's a pretty good defensive play. Just enough troops. Runs into the Torps. That's a pretty good defense from PtaQ so far.
Yeah, loses 2 of those Dolphins.
Although the metal is pretty even, and he will lose his... he tries to quickly run away. Maybe buy some time. But yeah, that front Dolphin, he doesn't have much of the HP to fight.
Yeah, Sashkorin could turn around, just going to clear out this Dolphin. Yeah, that's going to go down immediately, and then turn and grab this Khan. So PtaQ's going to try and reclaim this little citizen's arrest. No, he's going to try and get away. I think this Khan's going to go down, yeah. That's a nice pick-off, really. That's what you're looking for right there. I mean, he sacrificed a few Dolphins earlier looking for that, but I mean, grabbing one of those is pretty huge in this game, considering the just the travel time between these water mexes. And on the other side of the mex, or other side of the map, you see Sashkorin is kind of quietly, quickly capping these same mexes. So should see a little bit of an income difference here between these two players coming up.
Yeah, I think, yeah, if he doesn't lose this one constructor in the north, he would be like nicely ahead. But stops a little, and Sashkorin is also starting to pull out in army value due to him boosting just, you know, all of the things. Even gets his first assault frigate out.
Right. The commanders have kind of changed direction. We see PtaQ is moving up the right side of the map to try and cap that second island, but
Yeah, the land mixes.
Yeah, Sashkorin's kept his commander in the main base, just adding on a bunch of wind and assisting the lab, and we kind of see this reflected in the difference between the E values, right? I mean, Sashkorin's got a 39% energy advantage right now. He's gonna get his first con turret up, and that might lead him to start walking and capping these mexes on that.
Yeah, PtaQ wins the sub battle at the front by using dolphins as a bait, so Sashkorin won't be able to raid for a long time given his only sub is now defensive.
Right, that's a great point. These ARM subs are a little bit different than the Cortex ones. They're much quicker, so that means they're so much better at like raiding, getting on like parts of the map where you really don't want them to be. Right, you kind of slip through the radar coverage, slip past units, and you end up in the back line, kind of raiding and harassing those underwater mexes you were describing earlier. These assault frigates represent like the next phase of the game, right? More metal on top of the water. They're more expensive than the dolphins, but definitely have a lot more HP, a lot more range.
Yeah, I can't tell whether these attacks by PtaQ is maybe a little bit of feed, given he will have to defend against these frigates. He's ahead in income and he's making his own frigates since he can afford them right now. But that's still pretty good. Sashkorin's gonna catch up by moving his commander later on also to build in the north. But yeah, that's a scary army we see right now.
Right, and there's a single sub, you know, Sashkorin's trying to kind of track that down. Would really like to see him make a destroyer. Sashkorin's scrambling to get a torpedo launcher in the bay where his shipyard's at, but PtaQ's too smart to go there. He's just gonna kind of be annoying, use up a lot of Sashkorin's APM, and, you know, really just give him time to expand and consolidate his position in the middle of the map, which is, I see a constructor there now. It's already got a forward radar up. It's capped a few mexes.
Yeah, we soon gonna happen a fight at the south with the frigates will be engaging into the positions. The Khan hasn't yet finished with his frontal. Oh, I guess Sashkorin decides to retreat back. Maybe pretty good decision.
Yeah, the torp launch ups, but really, we didn't quite see it, but on the mini map there, you see in the middle left side of the map, that sub got into the bay there, cleared out all three of those mexes. PtaQ had a nice little micro trick there with his own dolphin there, so he's able to take out the torp launcher defending that position. And that's going to give him a metal advantage. We see 49-27 in favor of.
That's a massive, yeah.
Huge, and it's more than that really, because PtaQ has the mid, right? There's a constructor in there capping those mexes. You can't get subs in there, right? So how are you going to kill those, right? You need a destroyer in that bay. So on top of the metal advantage, he's just kind of compounding with having a positional one as well.
Oh, Dolphins might. I don't think you can kill even those wins with the commander right there.
D-gun's too strong, right?
Yeah. Well, the sub is also there to just poke it away.
Gonna get shoot away. Are we having any transitions? First con turret going up in the main base for PtaQ. He's starting some tidal generators. I see a little bit of a scuffle here in bottom mid, right? That is a lot of frigates. Was it 7 versus 5?
That might be a little bit of feed. If Sashkorin targets perfectly, he would be able to get most of the Vex out, but I don't think he even needs to get them out. That's like overwhelming troops. All he needs is a res sub and something.
Yeah, is he gonna
kills most of the army without any cost, and so there's like a destroyer backing it up. So PtaQ's definitely gonna lose some mexes right here.
Right, Dolphins can't stop this many frigates. So Sashkorin's gonna step forward. I'm starting to get a little concerned. You don't want to overextend when there's that reclaim.
Oh yeah, you
behind
definitely would want to have like a con and some way to heal the HP or something.
This is great though. Moving back, you don't want to get kited by naval units. That's really what you want to look for in engagements. And another sub versus sub battle here. I think Sashkorin's gonna get the better part of it. Gotta micro the sub though. This is this awkward dance between the two subs. He's stuck. Oh my goodness, that was wild. Those are tense battles to micro. I've been on the receiving end of those. That is not fun to lose a sub like that, right? And really throw a wrench in your position, right? You don't want to be chasing down subs that have slipped through your lines. You want your units on the front, defending these choke points, right? Trying to secure mid. PtaQ is scaling his E in the top right. I'd like to see an energy storage from him up here. It can be really dicey on this map when wind drops and basically have no production on your naval lab.
Interesting. Sashka got in. I thought he might see the. I don't know if he saw the wind actually. Oh, he didn't see the wind, so that explains why he wasn't going toward them.
Right.
Yeah, we just be a little bit of a feed there.
Yeah, that's not what you want. I mean, you could have at least got the mexes, but you know, I'm looking at the mini map right now. I see a little bit of a naval battle going on, but yes, Sashkorin has kind of cut off this middle part from PtaQ, so he's going to clear out these mexes with the destroyer. They've got the torpedo launchers or depth charge launcher on them, so...
I wonder if PtaQ is going to counterattack through the south, given that he's seen, because he has to do something. Maybe he just like pulls everything through the south. I think that's what he's doing, actually.
Right, that could
on a very south position.
Sashkorin a chance to maybe like move towards PtaQ's own main base, but... Yeah, this resurrection ship is not going to go down. Oh, actually, excuse me. There's a submarine right here for PtaQ. So yeah, that's just a great.
Yeah, that's just gonna maybe give him metal. Although he's not pushing the comm, and obviously he would need to reinforce his main army. That's a lot of frigates. So this might get really dicey with who wins who now, because this is a large commitment from both PtaQ and.
Yeah, this is a bit of a base trade scenario. You don't see this too often in Bar, right? But the two armies are on opposite sides of the map. That con's going to go down immediately. Same for the torp launcher.
Yeah. I don't think it's actually that great for the PtaQ, since he didn't send any con to reclaim, and you know, Sashkorin's sub is just scooping all the metal there. So PtaQ with his attack is kind of Hail Mary already. And Sashkorin's army is much bigger.
Gonna defend this. Two battles going on at the same time, but I think Sashkorin's getting the better end of this, right? He's
for sure, yeah.
Right?
PtaQ's attack is stopped at the base, and that's gonna leave a lot of metal, and I don't think Sashkorin's attack is gonna be left, so I think this could be even game.
Right? I mean, he's on top of the production, right? He can take out the naval lab. He can take out a lot of these wins. Conturt's gonna go down. PtaQ's commander's like on the land right now. He can immediately replace the shipyard, right? He's trying. Okay. Self-D, he's gonna tap out. GG's called. Sashkorin taking game 1 on PtaQ's map. That's what you want to do if you want a best of 3 series, right? So now we're gonna be going to Hades Pond, and Sashkorin's picked for a map. That was a great game, really.
Yeah, interesting choice. I think you want to maybe like reinforce. I mean, that dive was pretty good, but I think that dive should achieve some like strategic goal of just getting the reclaim, right? You push, you don't allow them to resurrect, right? You quickly scoop and then maybe you move back.
Right.
But
I mean, that's a great point. I mean, there's a big mechanic in Bar where the units that die leave some metal back, like leave a wreck on the ground with metal. So you have to be really careful and choosy of where you're taking army engagements. If it's too close to your opponent's main base, you're just donating metal to them, and you can instantly scoop that metal up, put it into their economy, and remake those ships straight away. So definitely more of a positional game. These sea battles are more of a positional battle than like maybe some of the land and planning games we see, right?
Yeah, I think it's always a little scary at the start of a BO3 when you see, you know, the player pick their map, and especially when it's a more of a niche pick like Paradise Lost that a lot of people aren't as comfortable on, and then they lose on it. But I mean, PtaQ definitely can macro, and Hades is quite a macro map, so
Right.
yeah, I want to see how PtaQ managed to get through the last series. I think he would need to pull something out. I want to see how he deals with the, with the expected incisors. I think we saw one game on Mariposa and that didn't go far too well from PtaQ. I don't remember what event that was. Maybe qualies.
Was it like a macro thing or just like an army miss micro? What did you
It looked
see?
like just macro thing. He just got out, like enemy walked, early, and then he didn't like made pawns and didn't have energy and all that stuff. So I'm just curious how to see how PtaQ will solve these issues because I got schooled by Blodir, and then Blodir didn't even do incisors, right? He just played really good grunts with good expansions. So this map is too big. Like this map is so big that it's all about like expanding more than even doing damage unless you maybe play ticks. Really good, but I don't do either. So
not a tick and move, right? Okay. Well, you see, a few players who can really abuse that style, but they're few and far between. So it's no surprise. See Sashkorin playing is the red Cortex commander here. Of course, like that's gonna give him access to the incisor tech, which is just a kind of fast core vehicle that is so strong right now in the meta. No surprise there.
PtaQ is gonna try to harass him out with, I assume, Winebots or really. Maybe Janus. I think Janus might defend in certain positions, right? Especially if you do like one way you can fight against incisors maybe is with the you start bots, you apply some pressure with ticks, right? So he cannot move out, and then you try to somehow get a little bit of advantage and then move out. That may work, but PtaQ is going to open with no. Cancels his vehicle. Oh, no, he will go vehicle.
Right, both players opening vehicles. I mean, it makes sense. It's a relatively flat map, really large. There's so many mexes to take it. There's so much metal for available to you, so it makes sense to have these fast-moving vehicle cons that can expand a little more quickly than the bots. So
yeah, but you're giving up like the possible pressure of ticks versus scouts, right? Because like if you make 5 ticks, right, and he makes just incisors, he cannot have incisors matching your numbers. No way, right? So you could be very, very annoying and like make it really hard for vehicle player to expand early on, right? Until he gathers enough troops to make a counterattack. But by that time, and also you might get some res bots out, right? Which can be quite crucial, especially in early fights.
yeah, and to your point about the res bots, there's a bit of energy reclaim on this map, and the map also has like a 14 max wind speed, which is a little lower than average, and I would say perhaps gives PtaQ a little bit an advantage here, having access to the ARM wind turbines, which are slightly.
Those are not really great crystals, right? It's like 57, right? Instead of 70 income.
I mean, you can still get the early contour it up. So, I mean, in my mind, that's like the advantage of it, right? You can get the early contour and then start expanding with your commander to all these 3 mech spawns. So, PtaQ's out with some rovers right now. Sashkorin's doing the XFactor build, and this is the vulnerability, right? I think he might have read his opponent pretty well, but you leave your main base with your commander for the early start, and
the incisors deal pretty good, right? So,
we'll see.
It's all about the early. We'll get 1 mix maybe for his troubles.
No, he's gonna.
He didn't. Okay, got 1 mix at least.
Okay, that's nice.
That's pretty annoying, yeah.
I don't think he's done getting damage, but I see a few more rovers coming across the map, right? So, but his commander's back to the main base, right? The LLT is up in the back. This con is looking a little vulnerable here.
2 mixes, pretty good, and also drives onto the LLT mix, which is pretty good. So Sashkorin's plans isn't like what do you say? Like no plan survives the first contact of an enemy. So exactly right here, loses 3 or 4 mixes essentially. So that's gonna like affect his metal production, right? You don't have res bots, right?
Yeah, and it's gonna affect your production as well. So perhaps he was hoping to do this kind of strong mid-game attack that you end up with.
PtaQ might lose 1 mix as well, at least the rover. PtaQ has literally 0 defenses in his own base, and there's 1 scout which just is ogling that thing, but a little bit ABM stall, doesn't see that opportunity. Also, I think he started LLT, so that mix isn't even built.
Right, and this is gonna go up, so a bit of a bit of a miss micro there. I mean, he's busy on the other side of the map trying to defend these rovers. He's got a lot of incisors out right now. He's up to like 5 or 6 of them.
Oh, but PtaQ manages to sneak in. That will lose like maybe one more max for sure.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, gets at least one. Self-D's it. Oh, it doesn't manage to even self-D.
Okay,
Oh.
okay.
Oh, that was close.
Yeah,
But
there's
yeah.
gonna be more blitzes on the bottom side here.
Yeah. I don't know about those blitzes though, but let's see. I mean, oh, that might be so lucky. He just
Yeah.
goes in. This is so lucky. If he gets a con, that's big. If he gets the win, that's big.
Yeah. That's...
Completely just caught by the hill. No radar. That's big. Even more damage on the metal. Yeah, Deegan. Now me. Deegan tried Deeganing. That's a big hit. That's like really, really big hit. 4 windmills. Sashkorin must build solars immediately. 55 energy income, and half of it is from the comm, so that's pretty dire.
Yeah, and he's also down on metal, so he can't really make like spam out these solars like he would want to try and fix his issues.
And PtaQ has 4 expanding cons. That's massive. All he needs to do is make a bajillion LLTs and maybe get some mine layer or 2. And he should be in a very strong position. Especially if he could maybe, you know, I don't know, maybe go bomber or something. Try to just still keep pounding the next solar advantage.
Yeah.
Just lock yourself down, ignore the metal, right? And just try to bomb the solar once the Sashkorin rebuilds his wind production. You just hit it again. Because this game is not about the metal even at that anymore.
No, it's about the energy and the production.
Still get some mexes.
Okay, I think
and the blitzes.
Seeing how he beat autopilot 2-0 here, I don't see they're succeeding so well in this harassment. He's just
gonna get another mex. This is pretty brutal.
Another win.
But Sashkorin is on the move. Oh, he pulled all the blitz. Oh yeah, he missed micro with the groups. Here comes the 7 incisor attacks. Is PtaQ ready? He doesn't have much LLTs, and that first LLT is not gonna be so. PtaQ can just lose his wind entirely, right? He didn't make any mines, no LLTs at the choke.
Oh no, B-gun?
Oh, that's a bad angle. That's why you want rovers.
Right.
And yeah, at least his expansions further down the line have at least 1 LLT. And the blitzes will obviously catch up, so PtaQ is probably safe, just needs to...
you know, he would have been much happier getting on top of some of those wins, right? He's gonna take out a few mexes here. Unfortunately, his incisors get hung up on
a little bit more.
Mexes. Yeah, there's another incisor on the top of the main though, so this one might actually get a little more damage.
No, I don't think. Maybe 1. Maybe just the 1 mex. Depends how it drives. Oh yeah, on the base I didn't even see it. Neither does Sashkorin.
Right, and you know, here's another follow-up attack moving across the map, so maybe this one actually gets the damage he was looking for.
Yeah, PtaQ needs to boost his base. I think PtaQ's commander's idle. Okay, now he fixes it immediately.
Right. Look at the income difference though, 30 to 13 metal per second.
Yeah, all PtaQ needed to do is just make a bajillion LLTs, like 4 LLTs at the base. You know, you could give even some mexes up for that damage, and as I said, maybe try to go for the bombing raid or something, especially if you can afford. But
yeah, I mean, he's got metal in the bank. He can't even spend it right now. He just needs to make LLTs, lock himself down.
Yeah, and also mix in some Janus. I think 1 or 2 Janus at the chokes is really massive given the way that they clump, because it forces enemy to spread out, and then he cannot maneuver around the LLT zones.
Yeah, that strength in the incisors, they group up together and shoot over each other. You just get in close, the lasers do more damage, and that's what's so strong about these units right now. But like you're saying, you need to spread out against the Janus, and that's going to play into the Blitz player, right? You're just going to jump on top of your army, get that flanking damage.
I don't know about this attack, losing the Blitz army, but, you know, maybe it's thinning out the numbers, but he needs to have a production. And he's making second nano. I think the second nano is a mistake. I think PtaQ really needs to make some solars, like 1.5 in a bank. You cannot make a second nano. You cannot afford it. And that 3,000 energy is like literally 3 blitzes, which he's lacking right now by making the second nano. Okay, fixes the 3rd nano.
This is huge, man. He has such a metal advantage right now. All he needs to do is like make units and like stay on top, and he just can't.
Well, he tries to boost the BP, but that BP might lose him his win because he doesn't have LLTs at the front to at least to this base, right?
Right. And this Incisor army is kind of snowballing. Now there's like no blitz against this group of Incisors. He's going to try and bring his commander forward, but I mean, there's no energy for Dion, right? He might have one in the bank. Yeah, I mean, you want to be making solars with your commander right now. 1600 metal, and there's more Incisors moving across the map. It's kind of unfortunate. I see like 9 Incisors stuck on this little hill behind us.
I mean, the LLT was pretty good, but I don't know if you shouldn't get that max, man. You just make LLTs, protect your base cluster, and yeah, and this is not the end of it. Sashkorin is still gonna pump more things, and she's gonna come through the south soon as well.
Yeah,
there's a second reinforcement army. Yeah.
Self-D? Okay, that was nice. He kept those 2 cons alive, which is really important, but there's more Incisors moving down across the map. There's like a stream of red just moving right to the front, trying to keep this.
Now those nanos are proving to be valuable. Maybe he did survive the last attack, but he still needs a little bit more defense. Right. And some Janus as well.
Some Janus, yeah. I mean, there's 10 Incisors right now. I just see a few LLTs spread between Sashkorin and like all these mexes behind PtaQ's main base in this bottom right corner.
I think, for example, 1 Janus right here next to 2 LLTs is massive, right? It adds so much value to the... It's not as... if the Janus is really good against the Incisor, it's just like combined arms. Oh, we see that. Oh, got a couple of them.
That was a... I don't know if he intentionally dodged those, but that was a nice attempt to self-D those LLTs. They do a lot of splash AoE damage around them, so if you time them correctly, you can take out a lot of troops, but... I guess at the cost of fewest mexes, but you know,
you can kill all of them. To be fair, like they definitely pop.
2 Incisors beats an LLT, right?
No. Depends on the angling and then the flanking.
So where are we at here? I think the game's kind of stabilized, right? A huge energy advantage though for PtaQ, right? 68%.
Yeah, that's massive. If he gets res bots up, and that's good. All he needs to do is basically protect his wind as much as possible, get some res bots out, and, you know, start getting some Incisors of his own, right?
Yeah, I think we see that transition going on in his main base right now. I see another factory going up. Yeah, you see multiple con turrets. I would really like to see at least like a Beaver making titles, or just more of a commitment to scaling E, but he still has that 1500 metal in the bank. Can we get a shot of Sashkorin's main? He's still on the 1 factory, 1 con turret. Oh, excuse me, see another one? And a single con scaling E, right? But, I mean, if we look, I mean, you pointed out earlier, there's multiple construction gangs expanding for PtaQ. I think Sashkorin just has 1 or 2 cons expanding in the top and left side of the map.
Yeah. I don't know how PtaQ feels about the game state. Maybe he hasn't scouted in a while. Of course, it would be nice for him to push a couple of scouts out, but I think maybe, you know, getting that calm on the field is a little bit more dangerous. I mean, that triple mix is far, but, you know, you don't want to run into these, like, 20 gators, especially when you're winning.
Yeah, but I mean, good luck sniping an ARB con with Incisors, though, right? It's like... maybe it happens. This is a big army here for Sashkorin.
For example, right now, PtaQ has 0 energy in the bank, right? And he's pushing. So it always depends on the Deegan stall, the way do you predict. Ooh. Good split off by PtaQ. Manages to just bait a couple of troops out, maybe to see. Did pull them back.
PtaQ switched or transitioned to brutes or medium tanks. So that is what you need to deal with these Incisors, right? They really can't stand toe-to-toe against these higher tier tanks.
Looks good to me. Needs a little bit. LLTs ain't firing. Just to give up the space a little bit.
Wind's still stalling, so that LLT is not really effective right now. Can you self-D LLTs when they're stalling energy? I don't
yeah. Okay, it doesn't stop you. They're not paralyzed.
Single Janus shot comes out, deals a lot of damage and some impulse to these units, and those are the res bots. We see them finally out right now, but is this...
Yeah, well, the wind is in the trouble, right? Not enough still. Not enough LLTs at the main base. I mean, Incisors aren't that good versus LLTs if you, like, make 4 or 5. He has 4 or 5 though now. See,
yeah, he's able to spam those up with those con turrets right behind him.
Yeah, but gonna lose some wind actually. Those 3 might still do pretty reasonable damage.
Now they're not done getting damage, right? And what you really need to make effective use of those res bots we saw earlier is a strong energy economy. It does take quite a bit of energy to res en masse, but PtaQ still has a full metal bar right now, and he's dropped down to, what, 35 metal per tick? It's about even, excuse me, 55, 50, somewhere about there, so... I want to say Sashkorin is kind of pulling ahead here. He's made his own transition to medium tank.
True. He has like massive army value advantage, and now it's gonna be way more stronger attack with actually some brutes mixed in. No more just incisors, which are easy to defeat with LLTs.
Yeah.
You know, he's able to just use this initiative and and get exploiters up on the top. That's why it's kind of important, for example, in PtaQ's position, when you do a good defense, you have to push some scouts at least, not let cons expand for free, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then. But yeah, he's been stalled a little bit. It still depends on the res bots, right? So PtaQ needs times to do res bot. His army value is gonna go up, but
He's trying to use his build power to get these 8 solars up in the main base. His commander's making solars and just the middle of the map, right? So he's desperately trying to fix his E issues to make use of all this metal reclaim around his main base, but the tempo advantage isn't going to serve him right now. You might have a couple thousand metal worth of units outside your main base, but if your opponent keeps attacking you, like, how is he going to stop these medium tanks that are moving towards the top right side of the map? Like, this whole expansion is going to be cleared out by these medium tanks here in a moment. How do you stop this army? He's trying to fix his E issues. He's trying to res, and there's just no units that can stop this number of medium tanks. Like, LLTs aren't going to do that. They can't even shoot.
He has to buy some initiative, right? And maybe more defensive measures, right? I like what PtaQ is doing right now. At least he's going to stop that thing. So new reinforcements will be diverted, right? So
right. That's good.
The LLTs at the north is also really good. He's trying to buy the time. The selfie is a little questionable. Doesn't get that much value. And things like ARM, for example, the stealth mexes are able to paralyze the army. But yeah.
So huge, really. They're like T1 EMP bot in some regards if you can get them in the right spot. I've seen Andy use those to great success.
Yeah, but Cortex exploiters are pretty good at stopping raids, to be fair. Unless you have like shurikens to stun them or something to outrange or tank them, exploiters will stop like scout attacks. And Sashkorin has been wise, exploiting his whole front. So, and actually it's so weird that Sashkorin now gets to first make the air, which will be scouted maybe. Yeah, it looks like it was. No, it isn't scouted yet.
How are those blitzes in the main base? I mean, they're just sniping wins. Yeah, it doesn't see the factory somehow. That's wild. But the commander's gonna.
He still doesn't see it. Interestingly enough, yeah.
Okay, that's...
I don't know if Sashkorin thinks that he saw it, but yeah.
I mean, who cares, right? I mean, you have.
Oh, that's big because Sashkorin could still, Sashkorin knows PtaQ's base layout, so he might be able to make 2 bombers and. But he's gonna go for aircons. Maybe he wants to get the metal off.
We see a lot of expanding aircon expansions actually on Hades recently, where they'll make like 2 or 3 aircons. And
yeah. For example, on the south, it's pretty good, right? You just fly quickly to the south and then start.
The game is kind of stabilized. We see a lot of res bots out for PtaQ, so I think he's pretty much finished resing all those units that were incisors that were attacking earlier. These medium tanks for Sashkorin are going to clean up this frontal attack, and I see another raid in bottom mid that is kind of scary. He's going to get a free con, it looks like. Maybe he should catch some of those res bots that are like kind of just above this.
Yeah. Looks like PtaQ will be able to kill some of the front exploiters there.
Yeah, so we have 5 aircons out for Sashkorin right now that are just naked expanding to that bottom left, which is really going to make the difference. Both players haven't secured their half of the map, and this is going to, just give him the metal income he needs to go to perhaps like 2-2 phase. It's a nice catch right here.
Yeah, and Fury is always good, for example, to stop the medium tanks at the north. Decides to utilize them against the blitzes there.
Right. Yeah, that's going to force him to retreat, right? So you might have an army advantage, but you don't have a air one. So these Shuris are going to shoo away this huge army for now.
The big thing PtaQ is struggling, is like he's like assessed a lot of energy. Now finally reclaims his basic sellers. He was stalling for a metal for a long while, right? So at least now he's fixing. He's been consistently surplusing. Like his energy excess is like almost 20% of his income. Probably because that's pretty massive if you didn't store it or, you know, at least convert some of it, right?
Right. And unlike PtaQ, we see in that pond to the left side of Sashkorin's main base, he's got a contour it up. He's got multiple beavers in the water, scaling titles even. So it can be really strong on this map to get titles in the water. See, even players even use their commander to make these, right? So this is going to give him the stability and eco lead he needs to kind of spend all this metal that's going to be coming his way. These air
I wonder how does it compare to a solar?
I think it's more efficient, right? What is it, 75 for 15? And it's way less energy. So,
yeah, the energy cost is the big part for sure.
Yeah, 85 250 compared to the A-Solar. But multiple battles going on all across the map right now. That's what you kind of expect to see on Hades.
Oh, the Gators are killing the... PtaQ's Gators is killing the Aircons.
They're going to go down. So you got fighters on top of Aircon, so really important to shut those down. But it looks like Sashkorin was able to defend them, so they're going to continue placing exploiters.
Yeah, Sashkorin is knocking on PtaQ's door on two sides. And I think that one army is going to be unstopped.
Yeah, these tanks are in the back of the main base right now. They just have to drive straight down and get on top of the wind. I think, you know, of course, he's got so much going on right now. He doesn't really know the opportunity he has. That's going to give PtaQ the few seconds he needs to get units in position to stop this, right? So it's a nice little defense here. I think these tanks are done getting damage for now. Commanders even moving down to stop this. We see on the front line tanks clearing through some LLTs and anti-air turrets. Juries on the top side are getting shot out of the sky by a single fighter locking down a medium tank. Mine layers out for Sashkorin, kind of choking up the map, so I would expect that some kind of transition out of him soon enough. He's got a lot of energy, he's got a lot of build power, and he's just content to sit on a medium tank factory basically for now.
Yeah, by the looks of it, I wish PtaQ maybe would have bombed. It's kind of really interesting how Sashkorin managed to grab out of that energy pile and, you know, completely rebuild and still muster up an attack. And now he's look like he's in a way commanding lead. He's been getting more of the map, more of the mexes, and still able to just push initiative so hard, keeping PtaQ busy like all the time.
Right? I mean, there's so many wrecks in his main base, right? And you just can't capitalize on it. I mean, you have the res bots out, you didn't have the energy for it, so and it's just a little unfortunate. He's stalling for metal right now, which I would want to see him turn those res bots onto reclaim. I think he just did that. See, I see 4 contours right by the shore here for PtaQ.
Yeah, I also wanted to ask just what they were. What was their purpose?
Yeah, maybe he was playing. It's not like an amphibious lab transition, right?
Well, is the turtles have been buffed? Maybe, I don't know.
I'm sure he wanted to go for those. Actually, that makes a lot of sense. Drive through the water, and this is a pretty scary attack, right? LLTs are not going to stop this many broods, and I want to see PtaQ muster up some kind of way to defend this, right? Pawns are not going to be enough. I see maybe 20 of them heading down south, right? But unless you get a proper engage, they're just going to be a little bit of a donation. Fighters finally clear up of those air cons expanding bottom left, but they've already capped the mexes.
Yeah, that's a lot of mexes actually. It seems very, very good.
Yeah, they're naked. I mean, he just naked expanded. He doesn't matter. You don't need defenses if you're attacking, right? I mean, he got all these mexes up for free, essentially. Trying to scout the main base with his own fighters. And PtaQ might be assessing the situation right now. Those con turrets are going to be his saving grace, getting up some lightning turrets. But so many little attacks going on.
Man, Sashk is everywhere, approaching like a critical army value mass already. Like, just producing tanks non-stop. All the energy goes to the tanks. Has been scaling energy, catching up on the well. Oh, well, PtaQ is still a little bit even with the energy, but I don't know, the metal expenditure and just the sheer tank count is just grinding PtaQ. Really, really.
Yeah, once you say you get on the medium tanks a little bit quicker than your opponent, it can be really hard to match the same number in the same locations, right? You just take little packs of medium tanks, move them top, bottom, and mid, right?
I thought PtaQ was doing very good, and he got like the first A-Solars, but A-Solars apparently is not the way to go. The wind is still kind of superior. I mean, Sashkorin even hasn't cleaned his base, and he's just getting so much wind economy.
See another attack in mid here, gonna be, you know, slowed down by the mines.
At least some mines, yeah. So
that's what
the
you
mediums. Mediums doesn't even kill that much.
Okay, maybe not. Like all those things died. They made a recent change to mines. Maybe I can talk about that after this match, but it's like medium tanks in top right clearing out these expansions for PtaQ. He's trying to do the same thing, just make it expand with his own air cons, right? But those are mexes are going to be short-lived. There's so much metal on the ground on PtaQ's side of the map, but he's just behind on mexes, right? Sashkorin's got his half of the map. He's getting mines up. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some kind of T2 transition. I think he already has one up, right? Is that an anti-nuke in his?
No, that's a Juno.
Juno, excuse me. Okay, I was like, what? Why is
so
that?
So he's just like preparing for the mines, I guess.
Yeah, it makes sense.
We'll need to clean up his base a little bit for that T2. I wondered how he's gonna squeeze it in because the wind has consumed all his base.
He's gonna go for that transition. Do we see anything from PtaQ just yet? No, he's trying to stabilize, really.
He has shipyard, so he could go for seaplanes. I think seaplanes can be strong, especially armed gunships, right? For example, you could lose everything and then just fly in and kill the commander.
Maybe that's his one win condition, right? It can be tough though. I mean, you still have the cloak with the commander. You can get under, what is it? The thing that obscures the radar vision from commanders. Jammer, yeah.
Yeah, but with the radar seaplanes is pretty good as well. I think it's pretty static, right? He's gonna go for amphib labs. Oh no, that is the sea lab. My bad.
Okay, so I mean, this is his one win condition, right? He's got a lot of fighters to screen for on top of the, if he does go for some kind of like commander snipe here. So let's see what happens. He's got a huge run by on the top side of the map, which somehow ran through all the minefields unscathed. I think they're going to trip up on these ones though, right? These mines are going to stop him. Huge detonations. Got a lot of those pawns. Just got a little attack in mid. I think Sashkorin's got enough medium tanks to kind of deflect that. So PtaQ's posturing, but he's doing a tech transition behind this. So let's see how many gunships or bombers he wants to go for out of this. What do we see? He playing bombers, right? So maybe he's gonna go for the lab. We'll see. He's got 10 queued up. I think that's enough to take care of the commander, but is Sashkorin gonna be able to dance his way out of this situation? So Sashkorin doesn't know this transition is happening, and he's playing like a normal game, right? He's going for the fusion, right? He's making tigers. Or I think if you were really concerned about a commander snipe, you would want to be making air scouts, more interceptors, right? He's just laying mines and kind of autopiloting into the mid game, unaware that this transition is happening, right?
So seaplane bombers.
Yeah.
See. Well, but the tigers are big, and once Sashkorin actually finishes the fusion, and if he's safe enough and maybe gets some couple of eradicators, then it won't be as easy bombing all the wind and the titles. I think maybe the difference also comes, maybe the titles are just more efficient than A-Seller overall.
They're
and the
very
wind
strong.
stuff.
Look at
supreme.
that. What is that, like 50 titles in the water pond is main base right now, so 60, excuse me.
Yeah. I think I tried a little bit of titles early, but then again, wind was better. Like if you rapidly scale wind, there's no way beating wind. Even on 214.
Yeah, it's great for arm to scale wind here, but the titles are very strong in case like wind starts dropping. This is what you don't want to see, Lazarus dropping. And Okay, so Sashkorin is going for a little bit of a scout here. PtaQ's doing a great job denying these, right? And even clears out the interceptors of Sashkorin, which you want to defend against these seaplane bombers. So, I mean, he's up to, what, 6, 7 already?
7 M.
I mean, maybe he waits, and PtaQ's doing a great job kind of concealing, masking this transition, right? He's still making medium tanks.
Yeah, but Sashkorin has like twice as many tigers than he has seaplane bombers, which are slowly pulling to the front.
Yeah, yeah. So, I mean, this is the window. It's PtaQ's made for himself. He's got the bombers out. He's up to 6. I see one of the horizons, is one of the scout planes coming out, and now he's transitioning on the gunships. You really need the advanced radar plane to be able to see that cloaked commander. I don't think he's got. Oh, there's one in the back of the base, which you were commentating on earlier. They're like a VTOL craft, right? So you can kind of sit them and park them there. They don't really have to babysit them as hard.
Like, if he manages to get a strafe on the fusion and then T2 lab, that also knocks out Sashkorin down by a big peg, although Sash still has like a lot of storage. So just if he pops fusion, that's all of the BP, right? So that's minus a 7 con turrets.
We'll have to see. Does he go for the commander snipe? He's got the cloak up. Does PtaQ see it?
I think he has to sit the fusion. He hits the airplane fusion. Oh, 15?
2 gunship. Yeah, he'll get it on the next pass, right?
Yeah.
And there's not that much AA in the main base, right? So here you go. Second pass is going to get the fusion. Most of the build power, but
now he has to kind of maybe hit the win, but I think it's still a little bit too late. I wished he dealt the damage more. There was some tricks to deal a little bit more damage if he pops the fusion with the first.
Right, the first pass, right?
Yeah, well,
I don't think that's enough to get into the game, right? I mean, Sashkorin still has like a 37...
tigers.
Yeah,
there's 21 tigers. That's massive. I mean, the gunships are barely tickling the tigers.
Yeah, seaplane gunships do not clear out those high health tanks, really. And they're mostly going to be shoot away, right? There's just a few low HP ones. There's a massive push on the right outside of PtaQ's front door here.
And his commander, by the way, will be discovered on the north as well. And there's a tiger there.
You can certainly kill commanders with tigers, right? But I don't think he's going to be able to stop this army. It's just heading right into the main base. Say hello to the tiger tanks, right? I mean, this is how you want to end a game on Hades, right? Yuno's coming in, clearing mines for advance. That is a lot of medium tanks, actually, for PtaQ. He's going to...
Yeah, but Sashkorin's being smart. He's pulling away and getting more and more damage. Now he's going to retreat. Now Sashkorin's going to advance. Maybe he's just fine, actually, regrouping with his more tigers. You can see there's another blob of 9 tigers coming to join the party. He's going to play it safe.
Yeah, even going so far as rezzing that fusion, right? So great little play there.
And PtaQ calls GG.
Apps out, yeah. Well,
and Sashkorin calls PP.
Yeah, a little bit of BM, but it clarifies it, throws in the GG. So, yeah, that was a great series. Well played, Sashkorin, going 2-0 and advancing to the semifinals.
Yeah, man. Well played, well played. Dragging from the hole and actually getting initiative, starting from 55 energy. Imagine he only had 25 extra production at like the minute for... Like, it's literally 1 solar, right? Plus your regular commander.
That was wild. Really well played. Really well played. Unfortunate for PtaQ, but his reign of terror has been, I guess, ended. As he's eliminated and Sashkorin advances, yeah.
His reign of terror?
Yeah, I mean,
quite a statement.
Yeah, he's in the round of 8. I mean, he killed a lot of players to get here, right? So, yeah, great series.
Yeah, fair point. So, I mean, yeah, that was an awesome series. I was excited. I don't know if we're going to see any other games on Paradise Lost, so I'm just excited that if nothing else, we got to see that one, because I love that map. I think it's absolutely amazing. Super, super fun. So that was series 1, and that was PtaQ versus Sashkorin. So PtaQ picked Paradise, and then Sash picked Feast, and Sash won on both of those. So the first pro player advances. I think we need to get a little, might need to be a little concerned here, gentlemen. I don't know if we want to see a full pro domination, but it could happen if we're not careful.
Yeah, that's right.
We must rig it before they get there.
Now, I haven't done a lot of rigging in the past, but I'm pretty sure LSR were not supposed to publicly announce it. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure when you're fixing games, you're not supposed to tell the audience. But I don't know, Barcasts, let me know if I'm wrong.
As a tournament organizer, I have my biases, but I think y'all might have picked up on them by now. But I'll keep my cards close to the vest,
All right. So if we all look back at sorry, 2 seconds. Look back at the bracket. That was PtaQ versus Sashkorin. So 2-0 for Sashkorin. PtaQ unfortunately is eliminated, and Sash advances to the semifinals. Which of the next 3 are we looking at next, Mr. Barcast?
Well, the remaining matchups we have, of course, Andy versus Chisato, Autopilot versus XFactor, and last but not least, we have Hetty versus Vedor. I'm going to try and coordinate with the players. I got to figure out which one of them is ready to go. I think it's going to be Chisato Andy, as we had scheduled earlier. They were actually supposed to go first. So let me just confirm with these 2 players if they're ready, and we can get our next match underway.
I'm going to say out of all the matches, that is probably the most hype for me.
Yeah, absolutely. Could have very well be the finals, right?
Yeah, I mean, what's crazy to me is that, like, yeah, I think that totally could be, like, that would be legitimate finals, but it's going to happen in the round of 8 instead of in the grand finals, which is kind of awesome, kind of exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see, trying to... Okay, let me get at... Try and find a match for you guys. I see Teddy's typing.
And do we also welcome the new casters?
Oh yeah, that's true. So we're gonna rotate through a number of different casters just so everyone is aware. I think we've got Thurxie and LDM coming on next. Yeah, Thurxie, LDM, how we doing, gentlemen?
I mean, for me, I'm doing pretty good. That was a fun set to watch.
Yeah, those are some pretty sick games.
Yeah, what do you think about the results, actually, Thurxie? Were you expecting a 2-0 there,
or? I mean, PtaQ looked really ahead in that first C game. I thought he was gonna win that. So that loss was pretty surprising. Yeah, the Hades game, I guess that was pretty like dicey for a bit, especially when he got the wins. But yeah, I don't know. There were some pretty good games.
Yeah, for sure. What about you, LDM? What do you think about that result there?
I kind of felt the same way. Like PtaQ seemed like he was doing pretty solid in both games, and it was just Sash was too OP, I guess. It was a little surprising. I didn't think he was gonna get 2-0'd like that.
Yeah, I mean, well, that second game was incredibly competitive. I feel like there were numerous points where PtaQ was, well, Sash kind of pulled away in the second half of it, but it felt like for a bit there, it was pretty competitive. And I love those. I'm a little bit biased because I do love those, some of those longer macro games where it's like, there's 6 fights happening on the field and, you're like, oh, there's seaplanes, oh, there's tigers. Yeah, so
keeping up with all that. Yeah.
What was the mine change? I don't even remember that offhand.
Okay, so I got some clarification yesterday. They changed the mines such that the mines are revealed to mine layers, and you can basically fight move with the mine layer now, and it clears mines for you.
Yeah, that's pretty massive, to be fair. I learned it on the go versus PtaQ because I read some GitHub update, and it was like I was like so tired of losing troops, and then oh my god, that's actually really easy. Just bring the mine layer. So yeah, we still saw Sashkorin actually build Juno, not willing to use the tech, but
for those of you who are curious, this is LDM in between Barcast and I. He just took a straight. He's got some webcam issues, but we just took a still of him and put him in there.
Yeah,
it's a wonderful picture.
All right, so I think next. So are we confirmed? Next game is going to be a little Chisato Randy.
trying to confirm with the players. I've reached out to all of them. I think Yudi is a little bit tied up right now, so we're going to defer to either Autopilot XFactor or Vedor Tiber. So, Thurksy, who do you think wins from Teddy versus Vedor? What do you think the score would be? What do the games look like?
Vader can be a strong player. So I wouldn't be surprised if it was 2-1, but honestly, I feel like a 2-0 for Teddy is more likely. But yeah, I mean, I think it could be a really good series.
I think so. I think so too. Vader was my dark horse pick for last season, so I learned my lesson not to pick players going to the finals and winning of it that haven't been in the round of 8 before. But I mean, he's back and he's a really strong player for sure. So should be a great series.
Yeah, I feel like Vedor's a lot of like the newer players, especially like the dual players, 1v1 players, they're really strong early game, but I'm always a little bit concerned when those games go long, like playing a macro game versus Teddy or playing a macro game versus Chisato. I'm always like, if it goes past 20-25 minutes, you feel like it's just an inevitable win for, Teddy or Chisato or even Randy,
Yeah, that's a good point. And I'd like to say that we have a lot of great players in Bar who might not really play 1v1s a lot, and if they do get past that middle T2 phase, they definitely have an advantage. Like, I mean, if I'm thinking of like 8v8 players or free-for-all players, right, where they just have so much more experience compared to like a 1v1 grinder when it comes to like T2 phase or scaling eco, even like the AFU stage, right? So like you were saying, these players, like, they're more experienced, like Teddy, Chisato, who kind of take a game as long as they need to, take a game as long as it needs to be, right? They have an advantage for sure.
Yeah. So sorry guys, we are pulling players together, rounding them up as we speak. But I'm gonna throw to the quickest of little breaks. It'll be 2 minutes. We'll be right back, hopefully with players and a lobby, and then we will get started from there. So we will see you momentarily.
Cheers. Right on. So
All right, guys, we are back, and I believe we have Teddy Vedor coming up.
yeah, that's right. And we have our 2 new co-casters. So Xerxes LDM, good luck, boys. I'll let you guys get to it, and you'll see me back here in a few bits, I guess.
Cheers, good luck. I think see you guys later as well.
Yeah. Nice
Yeah.
testing to you, LSR. And good luck, guys. See you around.
Hopefully we get some good games between Teddy and Vedor.
Yeah, this is gonna be a good matchup.
Yeah, I am pumped for it. I'm not gonna lie.
Vedor's he's been playing very solid recently. Like I think he 2-0'd Stardom, right? And what was it, the end of the group of 16? Like he did. Frankly, I don't know. I think like you know, Barcast said he was kind of a dark horse, but he's definitely playing very well.
Yeah, I think he's
Yeah.
definitely leveled up more recently.
Yeah, for sure.
Are we hoping to see another little Paradise Lost game? Volshock, are you with me? Hoping to see a little more variation.
You guys might not know, but I actually literally contributed to the prize pool with the sole intent of getting Paradise Lost in the map pool. So if it's there, whew, I'm ready.
I'm sure that just made you many friends. That they're very excited now that you're the guy to blame for the boat map.
Man, just start getting kicked from games.
I'm with you though. All right, it's better than Grunt v Grunt or Incisor v Incisor. It's something unique, you know. Now we just have to warm them up, and then maybe we'll see little Tundra continents. Maybe a little Jade Empress. You know, really get some terrible maps in there. See if we're gonna warm them up to it.
All right, they are in the lobby. We're gonna do bans and picks quick, but I'm gonna hit you with a little hype trailer, and then we're gonna get to banning, get to picking. Xerxes, not like this, my friend.
Oh man, that's too much time for. Oh, you got.
This is a feed, I think. This is a big feed.
For his life, but he is low. I think he's going down. Yeah, he's done. That's it. That's game. All right, we got a Teddy and Vedor ready for action.
What do you think? What maps do you think we're gonna see them choose here? Anybody got any ideas?
I think both of these players like the bigger macro maps, so I wouldn't be surprised if the smaller maps like Ravaged or Aurelia or Hide and Seek are banned. I could see Vedor banning Paradise as well. I feel like Teddy would be fine with playing on Paradise. So yeah, I'm expecting more bigger macro maps from these players.
Yeah, that would definitely make sense to me. I think, like you said, they're both kind of prioritize the bigger maps, the more I want to say land focused maps.
Yeah.
And well, you don't think we're gonna see like Greenhaven? Like I know Teddy did lose, I think during the qualifiers against Kuchi on Greenhaven, so maybe he's not prioritizing that map. But
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that map was banned from either of these players. Yeah, like that's a pretty awkward map.
Oh man, looks like you called it. First ban from Teddy's Paradise, and then Vedor immediately picking Ravaged or banning Ravaged.
Why would you ban Look at how beautiful that map is. No, I mean that's fair. That's fair. Especially if you haven't practiced C. It's, you know, the only two real C maps are Mariposa and Paradise, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, they're picking Tundra. Wait, hide and seek? Okay, yeah. I don't know. Like that's a little surprising to me that like you said, they're kind of prioritizing the macro maps, and hide and seek is definitely not a macro map.
Yeah. A ban on Mariposa. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, Teddy would be very, very good on Mariposa.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think that is like Vedor's definitely doing a targeted ban against Teddy for that one.
Yeah.
and like Teddy banning Aurelia as well, which I think like a lot of people probably just are not wanting to play that map with like the imbalances that exist. If I had to
Yeah.
guess, it's a little rougher for one side.
You know, it's funny because I've heard people say it's a big deal, and then I've heard other people say, like when I was casting with Yudi in the qualifiers, he's like, it's not a big deal. And then I think it was PtaQ, and PtaQ was like, I'd never play that map because if you end up on the bottom, it's like, I was like, oh, okay. So
I think Otto also has he showed up every now and again and really had very strong opinions for how much he dislikes Aurelia. And
I don't
yeah,
think the imbalance is too bad. I think the better player is still always going to win. It's just something you have to be aware of. Yeah, I don't think it's like too bad. You just have to be aware of it and like defend.
Oh man. So Teddy banned Greenhaven, kind of expected, and then Vedor
Yeah.
banned Hades Pond, which I guess is another. I would, if I had to guess, a targeted ban against Teddy,
Yeah,
because Vedor
yeah,
looked
definitely.
strong on Hades, but he probably just doesn't want to play against Teddy on Hades.
yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, that's Teddy on. I've seen really scary games from Teddy on Hades and on Mariposa, so it totally makes sense that Vedor's like, we're not even going to go there. We're going to play tighter, closer maps.
Yeah. So first game is on Tundra, and I don't know. I'm always a big fan of this map. I've seen a lot of good games on this map in 1v1. I kind of didn't think this would be a good 1v1 map, but I don't know. I keep getting surprised that these bigger team game maps are just actually good 1v1 maps. But this is definitely one of them that has been pretty good.
Yeah, it's a pretty solid 1v1 map. Like there's a lot of raiding paths, quite a bit large size, lots of mechs. Yeah, it produces some pretty good games.
Like, have you seen a decent amount of like amphibious play with like water play, or because I know you've been playing a lot of this map, right?
Yeah, I've seen salamanders be pretty good on this map. I've seen hover play be
nice.
not good. I've seen
I
it
didn't know
played,
that.
but not the best. But yeah, salamanders can be a really scary sneak attack, especially if you're like in the late game. You're not really thinking about them. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I could definitely, I could see that being the case. Oh, well, it looks like we're in with, Teddy and Vedor, which Teddy is currently Cortex, and I'm gonna be. What do you think? Is he gonna go? Never mind. He's already going Vehicle Lab. Vedor also opting for a core Vehicle Lab. Doing a 2 mechs open on
Tundra?
on Tundra with this vehicle. Is that like
That's the X Factor.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, he might be going for the X Factor build, especially with the LOT to prevent any like early harass. Yeah, this might be the X Factor build.
So wait, when you say X Factor build, what you're saying is like he's gonna like start the lab and then probably walk to the 3 mechs and then walk back, if I had to guess?
Yeah, he's gonna make one constructor, walk to the 3 mechs, walk back. The other constructor will just keep expanding, and then he'll make another constructor from the lab and then support it and make tons of incisors and just push.
And Teddy's just looking like he's opting for a little bit more of a heavy Rascal play. Man's got Rascals outside of Rascals and Q. He's definitely looking to get some harassment done though. With that LLT, I'll be surprised if he manages to get a whole lot done here. Especially if Vedor is going to expand with this comm.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely do need a lot of pressure if you're going to fight an X Factor build, even if there's the LLT, because if the comm isn't in base, you need to abuse the LLT and hide behind windmills, because otherwise that like 6-minute incisor push will just steamroll you if you don't have equal numbers.
Yeah, I mean, we saw something similar in that Hades Pawns game with Sashkorin and PtaQ, right? Of that just overwhelming incisor play, even if it wasn't that style of build. So it looks like both players are heading across the map with their Rascals. I'm not sure Teddy's gonna be able to get much done with Rascals versus the LT, the commander. Whether or not Vedor manages to get any damage on his own, we'll have to see. Teddy does clean up one of Vedor's Rascals, and Teddy did lose one to Vedor's comm as well.
Teddy is staying on his Rascal spam, which is pretty interesting because there's an LLT out there, and there's also a commander expansion. So yeah, they're not gonna do much.
Yeah, it is going to be kind of hard to get... Oh, actually, speaking of, he is sneaking in with that little rascal. He's going to snipe a windmill.
Oh yeah, okay, that's pretty good.
You got something. You know, a little cheeky rascal play. Yeah, but like you said, yeah, rascal's going to struggle to do any sort of threatening damage to an LLT, but he can, you know, maybe inconvenience these expanding cons and keep Vedor on his toes.
Yeah, definitely.
I think I just watched a set between Teddy and Randy on this map, and Teddy kind of did something similar with this really heavy rascal play. I think he just enjoys the maneuverability, or the mobility of these scouts and the harassment potential.
Yeah, definitely. Teddy really likes to go for like rascal spam or like flea spam. He really likes the raiding play, just harassing mechs everywhere across the map. This might be like a targeted thing, like the LLT. I wonder if Vedor knows that, and that's why he made the LLT in the open. Because usually you don't make the LLT in the open.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I could see that being a case. Like, yeah, Teddy does seem to really favor this style of play. He does manage to grab one of Vedor's mexes on the front with these rascals. And maybe even going to threaten this expanding constructor.
Yeah, Teddy is actually like still picking up kills, even with like all the defenses.
It's kind of funny, you know. We were kind of thinking like, okay, maybe with these LLTs and the expanding commander, it's going to be hard to get value, but he's getting good pressure. Currently, he's slightly ahead in like the economic values. Whether or not that stays that way with Vedor, you know, expanding the way he is. Teddy is 2 con expanding, so is Vedor, I guess. So maybe it actually is still pretty even, and maybe it stays pretty even.
Yeah. The interesting part is going to see how Teddy is going to deal with all these incisors, because he still has like a ton of a lot of his army value is tied up in these scouts. So
yeah. And Rascal's not known for fighting into incisors at all, really. I mean, I guess at a certain point you would win, but like you'd need far too many to actually get good value there. He might snipe a con here. Probably not with the incisor, but
yeah,
he is managing to keep these mechs counts a better down.
Yeah, Vedor's economy is actually like way poor now. Like he has 9 metal to Teddy's 19.
Yeah.
Like with the X-Factor build, you really want to have like a high metal count at like 20 or something like that. So yeah, this is really bad for Vedor now.
Yeah, he's really struggling to keep these mexes up. Teddy's getting so much value from these rascals. He just has some behind Vedor's base just waiting, and Teddy's single incisor is sprinting at this expanding constructor on the east. It'd be interesting to see if he manages to grab it. Might just end up grabbing the mechs and leaving.
It seems like he's gonna...
Oh?
Yeah, that incisor gonna die. But again, he's gonna kill that max.
Oh, not quite. Well, it does look like Vedor is going for his own counter harassment, as 4 incisors running down the west side.
Yeah, he might take out that expansion. So that
should get the con for sure, right? Like,
yeah,
that's actually a pretty big pickup. You know, slowing down Teddy's expansion is pretty important.
The LLT barely gets up. Oh my god. Okay, he's still gonna take out the mechs, the constructor, but yeah, he might lose his units. Okay, no, he's gonna run out.
He did manage to get all the mexes in the constructor, so that mission accomplished. But like he probably wanted to get out with a little bit more incisors there. Unfortunately, did not kill the first LLT. He is getting good harassment with these rascals still, actually. Holding up 5 incisors on the east side and just kind of distracting with them. Well, maybe catching a few of Vedor's incisors in the middle. It does look like Teddy is deciding less rascal spam, more incisors. We've reached that point of the game where the rascals are kind of not going to get as much damage done as he needs.
Yeah, at this point, just wants to make incisors now.
And economically, you know, with the loss of those 3 mexes, Teddy's actually down in income. That being said, he's pretty far up in metal produced, so like it's a little rough losing the mexes, but he had enough of a lead that he kind of has a bit of a cushion. Managing to clean up another of Vedor's army, although Vedor does have a pretty big push coming from the east side.
Yeah, we'll have to see what that does. He might take out those mexes on the side. He's only going to take out 2 mexes, maybe the third one. But yeah, we'll have to see. There's not many units on that side yet.
Yeah, I mean, imagine. I mean, at this point, if you're Vedor, doing any sort of economic damage is really what you need, just to claw back into this after how much damage you took early.
Yeah.
And he is managing to deny all these mexes. Maybe even he's gonna get the LLT as well. It might get another expanding con of Teddy's in the middle. Teddy's actually bleeding a decent amount here.
Some pretty good army movements from Vedor. Yeah, he distracted some units from the center, and so he was able to come in, kill the mexes in the center too. But he might feed it into the commander.
It does look like it's gonna run right into the commander.
That's really bad.
Yeah. He's done a lot of damage so far to Teddy. Like Teddy is actually really hurting after multiple con deaths, multiple mex deaths. He's still up kind of economically. He's down in metal income, but like he's managed to hit back at Teddy.
Yeah.
And Teddy has not really managed to do any return damage in this point of the game. He really is, I mean, he's really needing to get some sort of damage done, as Vedor is kind of just free expanding behind this. He's retaken all of his mexes, he's re-expanded to the east.
Teddy does have an army value advantage, and he's also taking the center, so if the game goes on, I think Teddy will still be ahead, because he has more mech to expand to. But at the moment, yeah, Vedor does have... Yeah, actually, it's equalizing too. The economies are equalizing right now. So.
They are, yeah. And like there's like those 2 big mexes in mid too, right? The 3.6s. Like there's actually a lot of metal value in middle. And Teddy having his commander there, whereas Vedor's is in base, means he can secure it much easier. There's really not any threat you can bring to a commander with incisors, right? They're kind of just D-gun bait.
Yeah.
It does look like Teddy is going to snipe this con in middle. Maybe even get the second one? Probably not. Maybe. Nah, probably not. He's getting a good pressure on mid, though.
Yeah. I thought he would lose all the incisors, but he actually let the few alive.
He lost most of them. Yeah, not quite keeping them as many alive as he probably wanted, but... A bit of a counterattack on the west side coming from Vedor. Though he is
I don't think this is going to do much. These are like all in a line.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is going to be feed.
I mean, Teddy is kind of e-stalling, so these are still shooting enough, but it is kind of just driving into multiple LLTs and an exploiter.
Yeah,
as well as all the incisors. Oh, Teddy doesn't have the energy to D-gun. That was actually a little scary. As the Incisors are running at him, and Teddy had no energy whatsoever, but Vedor doesn't decide to back off.
I guess it'll be pretty dicey because there's still an LLT and like there's some units near, but yeah, that was pretty scary.
Yeah, you never really want to have your commander on the front line when you have no energy and you're watching units sprinting at you. It's always a little uncomfortable, but Teddy, no fear, stands his ground. Just look like Teddy is going to try and go for maybe another little counterattack on the west, while Vedor is doing the same on the east, and Teddy really doesn't have anything to defend this east side push. It's 11 incisors just sprinting at him.
And he doesn't have vision of this push either, so this might do pretty good damage. Because all the units are like at the front, so everything's out of position for all these units.
There is very little in front of Teddy. Like Vedor has started making his own medium tanks, and you know, early on the medium tanks are probably going to struggle to fight into this amount of incisors. Eventually, you know, they'll obviously start winning, but it does look like Teddy's going to pick off a constructor and a mechs, while just now seeing the big push coming from the east. So I wouldn't be surprised if Teddy is focusing entirely on that for a while. Well, it does look like Teddy did manage to clean up some of the mexes on the top left while this is all happening.
Yeah, these incisors are pretty strong, but it seems like Teddy has production to defend, so they're not going to kill the main or anything, but still killing a ton of mechs on the side.
Yeah, Teddy should be able to, yeah, he's instantly dropping LLTs in the middle of all of his production. This might just turn into a feed from Vedor, like he really needs to get
now there's
damage.
LOTs up and everything is just feed now.
It did look like Teddy just fed that incisor army actually into Vedor's base. Most of it just died to the mediums on that ramp. He's gonna get some mexes with the rascals, but
Yeah.
he lost a lot of incisors on that ramp. Did clean up all of Vedor's mexes on the west side, but at what cost, I guess?
Going for a grunt switch is pretty interesting. Grunts are pretty strong on this map because there's a lot of hills that are only bot pathable. So like that side, that valley becomes much scarier now that there's spots out.
Yeah, I mean Teddy is somewhat e-stalling now that he's also making grunts, but I mean, I imagine he'll be able to scale his economy and maybe deal with that.
Yeah.
The issue I think for me is that he's got a lot of medium tanks in front of him, in front of his commander, and really he doesn't have anything to fight this amount of medium tanks. I mean, D-Gun's good, and he kills a few mediums. He does have a lot of incisors, and I guess at a certain point incisors do beat mediums, but it's a little dangerous having his
Yeah, I
commander
don't
so
think he
far
has.
forward, right?
I don't think he has the critical mass of medium tanks just yet to kill incisors. Like there's a lot of granular units that can kind of go and surround, and kill the medium tanks. But yeah, and Vader's economy isn't that good to like pump them out pretty quickly too. So yeah, but if the tanks get out of hand, they can actually do some damage.
He does seem to struggle to be struggling to keep these mediums alive and actually you know, like get that critical mass medium tank ball. As like every time he goes forward a little bit, he's just getting dove on by these incisors, and Teddy is going for it. He's diving on these cons. He ended up losing a lot of incisors there. He does have another incisor push behind these medium tanks going into the base of Vedor.
Yeah, I think Vader would definitely benefit from making pounders to kind of push away these units. Like, with some pounders, all of a sudden, this army becomes so much scarier. Teddy has like a run by in Vader's base.
Oh, Vedor just calls it. Yeah, he loses his E, decides, you know what, can't fight it. Wow. That was pretty back and forth at a certain point. Like Vedor did pretty good economic damage. It's just he's struggling to get that critical mass he really needed of those medium tanks, and Teddy just kind of ran away with it. Started re-expanding, killing Vedor's mexes, and it was just hard to recover, I guess.
Yeah, the X-Factor Incisor build just got kind of ruined at the start. I've seen people try to do the Incisor build on this map, and it's always like I don't think it's the best map for it. It's pretty large, and yeah, there's a lot of potential for like getting raided and stuff like that, and like the units take a while to come in, and like the walk time is pretty long too. So yeah,
and like usually isn't it like a good 3-mex cluster that's like it's close and like they're nicely clustered mexes, and this one is like the mexes are kind of like awkwardly split. They're pretty far away, like you said, and it's just maybe not as strong as it is in other maps.
Yeah, definitely. I'm interested to see how this hide and seek game is gonna go.
I don't know how they've played, as like you've played a bunch of this map probably in the lead up to this, but this map there's been a lot of weird games to see on this map.
Yeah, I don't think many people like this map. It's pretty weird. You know, lots of paths for raiding. There's like the super mechs you need to kind of be aware of like taking. I'm not even sure if Calm Walk is good on this map or not. There's like the path near the base, so it can do some really strong pressure with like thug pushes and stuff like that. Yeah, there's a lot of this map can be pretty interesting.
Yeah,
pretty stressful too.
I've seen a lot of games go to like early grunt raids into just hard thug push through mid, like with like the hill advantage, you know, like the really short distance between both commanders.
Yeah, I think Vader is gonna want to probably do a a strong thug push. I've seen Vedor. One of his like he always likes to do strong commander pushes, so that might have been why he chose this map. So I'm really interested to
What do
see
you-
how that'll
what do
do
you
against Teddy.
What do you think about Teddy being ARM?
I've actually seen some pretty interesting Centurion plays because the map is really
Yes.
choky. So it's nice
Yeah.
because normally Cents they're kind of garbage on a lot of maps because you just, walk away from them or go around them. But if it's super choky, there's actually a few points. Ravaged is like that too, where they can actually get value.
I did
Yeah.
watch a game from Chisato versus Stardom where he did make Centurions on repeat and just won the game with just walking over with the little fat boys, and I thought that was a very fun game, and I hope we do see more Centurions now that you put that back in my head.
I guess
Well,
this map.
Yeah,
As-
we'll see. But
I guess this map is good for one max fleet because there's the gold super mechs there. Teddy really likes to do like scout play, so it kind of makes sense he would play arm. Yeah, I'm really interested to see how he deals with grunts. Yeah, Centurion's gonna be pretty good on this map too.
Vedor did opt for the safety LLT, I think, totally respecting who he's against and not willing to deal with
Yeah.
any sort of harassment.
Yeah, definitely.
But I mean, Teddy's probably just going to back off and look to maybe harass any expanding cons with these ticks. I wouldn't be surprised if there's not going to be a whole lot of aggression done until maybe this first con starts walking out. It's gonna be interesting to see what he transitions to with this build. As it is ARM, and there does come a point where like the ticks really start maybe not trading as well with the grunts, right? Like the grunts get that critical mass where they can just kind of walk forward, and it becomes very difficult to actually kill them.
Yeah, definitely. Like he's gonna need some sort of answer for grunt spam. That's like the way you kill arm. You just make a ton of grunts, maybe cut back on expansion, make a ton of grunts, and just raid everywhere, and they can't deal with it. So
Yeah, I'm actually really looking forward to seeing what he does here, because we really don't get to see a whole lot of arm play in 1v1, and I'm interested to see. Oh, Teddy having
the sneaky grunt
awkward moment.
He's gonna kill a wind. Okay.
Losing a wind is a little rough. Not the biggest deal, ARM, you got the cheaper wins anyway. There's a lot of tree reclaim. It's not the biggest deal, but it's definitely not
Yeah.
something you want to have happen. There are more grunts coming across, and Teddy kind of greedy. Not really a whole lot of ticks on the field at the moment, and
Yeah, definitely. There are some LOTs, so the grunts might struggle with dealing that damage. And yeah, we see a Centurion being made.
Tyrion, there you go, Teddy. That's what I like to see. Yeah, the recent I want to say bug fix for Centurions, making them a little more viable. I think you can actually micro them without their lasers freaking out. It does look like these grunts probably not going to get a whole lot done with the two LLTs and the mobile LLT and the Centurion. Going to be a little rough to get any damage there. Probably going to go look and see if he can snipe maybe a res bot or expanding con.
The commander expand makes a lot of sense from Teddy because it's going to be very resistant from any grunt pressure. You can really quickly make LLTs to kind of defend his path. So yeah, this makes a lot of sense, and he's going to make some more Centurions, probably to kind of escort any expansion. I don't see Teddy taking the gold mexes behind his base. I feel like on this map is a bit of a priority. There's like a lot of economy from that. So
there's 4 gold mexes back there, all of them much higher income than just the normal white mexes. Vedor does manage to snipe one of Teddy's res bots.
Yeah.
Behind his base, and is probably going to get more wins again. This tiny little LLT like Shadow got another win.
Yeah, definitely. There's a bit of a gap there.
Ooh,
and
man.
yeah, there's some more grunts behind the base. This actually might do a lot of damage.
Yeah, this is actually very dangerous for Teddy. He could lose all of his wind here, or at least a lot of his wind here. Maybe even a con. Like the Centurion does come out, but that con dies so quick. So does a wind.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I mean, it hurts. Once again, it hurts. It's not game-ending damage, but like if you get a lot of these little paper cuts, it ends up to be a lot of damage in total. And like Teddy really needs to probably stop the. He even opts for another LLT to cover that little block, or block off that area from, Vedor's grunt harass.
Yeah, definitely. LLT are very essential when fighting grunts as arm, because yeah, grunts are not the best against LLT.
Ooh, grunts coming in, trying to fight the LLT. I actually didn't kill a single thing. That mechs lived with 1 health. Didn't get the LLT, didn't get either of the mexes, and all the grunts died.
Yeah, that's terrible. And he's making a res bot. He might res those grunts and do some counter pressure.
I am so good. Okay, Teddy is making a second arm bot lab where his commander is. Am I? This is crazy, right?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Interesting is a nice way to say it. I think this is crazy. There's no way this man can afford this.
And he's gonna make pawns out of it too.
Like, I trust Teddy. I know he knows what he's about. I'm not gonna judge the man. I'm confused as to what he's doing. As now his other lab is making 1 Centurion, 100 ticks on repeat. This lab is making pawn resbot on repeat.
He might just be going for a push. Like he might use his Centurions to kind of zone the grunts and then use the pawns to like do damage.
Interesting, yeah. Because it's gonna be rough to for grunts to fight into this like wall of Centurions, right? Like you need to have overwhelming numbers to get a good surround on them.
Yeah, like he's been building up these Centurions like all game, so he might be starting to get some damage with them now.
This is gonna be he should manage to snipe Vedor's little expansion here, and I say snipe. These Centurions are gonna be waddling for a bit, but like the pawns are pretty fast and should manage to grab it. He does have a tick harassing in the back, sniping mexes. I mean, this probably isn't even enough grunts to fight these 2 Centurions.
Yeah, if he keeps on making grunts, this actually might do a lot of damage. I think Vedor needs to make some thugs, some rocket bots, some LLT, like something to do with these Centurions.
Yeah, grunts are probably the worst choice. Like, you need so many. You just need way more grunts than he has Centurions, and 4 Centurions like is really hard to fight into. A Centurion surround is happening, which once again is not something I think I've seen very often. Teddy might lose. No, he doesn't end up losing 1 Centurion. He did lose most of the grunts though. These Centurions are kind of just keep going. Vedor doesn't seem to have an answer.
Only now does he make thugs, but I think he made it too late, and now there's like pawns everywhere. Like his base is dead. Vedor does have a counterattack, so maybe this is a base trade, but there's so many LLTs and stuff, I don't know.
Those Centurions just absolutely encircled that base and slaughtered it. That was crazy. I mean, there's multiple LLTs in his base. I mean, that is a lot of grunts, but like Teddy, like even if he loses this base, he has a whole second base.
Yeah, exactly.
Like it's not the worst thing in the world. Vedor has no idea that like this is just Teddy's. Is he even gonna get? He does manage.
Commander is in a very scary position. There's a lot of pawns, there's a lot of Centurions, please. I think it's just dead now. There's no energy to D-gun.
No D-gun energy, and the pawn surround. Well, the Centurions, the icing on the cake, and that's it for Vedor. Wow.
Yeah, that's GG.
I love that we saw another Centurion game. I love it. They're so fun to see.
Yeah.
Our players get value.
Teddy's very strong with these like really like weird plays. Like no one would ever expect 4 Centurions. No one would ever expect that, but he's really good at doing these like weird plays and just winning with it.
Vedor with the wow at the end of like I can understand that sentiment.
Me neither. That's
me neither. I mean, really, that was just a surprising game. You just all of a sudden there's Centurions in Vedor's face.
Yeah.
And
once before.
Wait, really? Teddy had no experience in this map? That's funny.
I feel like that's like, it's kind of a funny thing when that happens sometimes, where you're so not like, units are so rare that you aren't used to countering them, and then when you see them you're like, wait, what? Like, because I think if he had, Thuxy said if he had swapped out of grunts into thugs sooner, he probably would have been okay, but instead the Centurions just waddled him down. That was amazing.
Yeah, he just kept making grunts, and grunts straight up will just not fight that many Centurions. Like, it's just not going to happen.
Well, micro Centurions are pretty scary because they can kind of just dodge and keep pushing and just deal damage. Like, it's really hard to like stop them.
I don't even think Teddy had any like repair behind it. Like, those were just raw Centurions just going for it. It's crazy. I mean, it was well played by Teddy. Not what I really expected to see. Well, I'm wondering, do we know who is next? first on the.
We don't offhand, I don't think. So hold on, let me see if I can rally the troops here. So that was Teddy versus Vedor. Teddy picked Tundra and won on Tundra. Vedor picked, I put Greenhaven, but that should actually be hide and seek. That's on me, sorry. Picked hide and seek, and Teddy was able to take that game. So Teddy is gonna 2-0 Vedor, which I think it was kind of expected, right? How do you guys feel like that's kind of what everyone assumed would happen? I didn't think it would be quite so quick, just because Teddy's much more known for his like macro play. Not that he's a weak micro player, but when I think of Teddy, I think of those like long, drawn out, like now Shivas are at your front door games.
I mean, I definitely think Vedor could have gotten a game off of Teddy, but yeah, with how these games went, yeah, 2-0 makes sense. Yeah.
I think it was expected for sure. I don't know if it was expected to be that dominant. Like the first game wasn't that dominant. Like Teddy and Vedor had some back and forth. The hide and seek game was like just not much of a like. There wasn't a whole lot of back and forth there. It was kind of it was just a very well done build by Teddy.
I don't think anyone expected anything from out of that game. Like with the Centurions and
Yeah, that was just completely out of nowhere. But I mean, most people probably expect Teddy to, make it all the way to the finals. It's Teddy.
Yeah, I mean it is Teddy. Okay, so that is a 2-0 for Teddy. So Vedor unfortunately is going to drop out and join PtaQ in the spectator stands. Teddy's going to advance to the semifinals, and Barcast, who is not responding to me, is going to let us know if we're going to watch Chisato, Randy, or Autopilot X Factor, both of which are insanely hyped series.
For sure.
Yeah.
I think everybody's waiting for the Chisato Randy. I mean, even the Auto X Factor one is also like, both of those are crazy sets.
Yeah,
these are like all four players who could easily win the tournament.
Yeah,
easily.
100%. And fighting in the round of 8, which is just like insane to think about. Good God.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm excited. Because you get to this and it's like with these players that are left, you have no idea who's gonna make it to the finals because all of them are honestly very good.
Yeah.
Well.
Wow.
It is kind of funny that once again, Chisato playing his FAF tournament at the same time. Hopefully, we'll be able to make time for us poor bar players.
Yeah.
Because one tournament's not enough for this man. No. He's got to win two.
All right, I think it's Randy is talking to us, so I think it's time, gentlemen.
Oh, nice.
I think it's time.
Chisato
Randy. Oh boy. So the real question is, I think I wouldn't be surprised if this was a 2-1, right? I think these players should take it either way. I feel like Chisato is favored just because he's Chisato.
Yeah.
But I mean, I wouldn't be shocked either way. The real question is, do you think Randy and the rest of the pro crew have like concocted some obscene map BO combination to like throw Chisato off his game? Can you even throw Chisato off of his game?
I mean, Randy is the guy that was apparently in a mega series. He was the head chef, like where he was really coming up with some out of the box plays. And I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we see something similar. And I personally, I hope we do see something similar. We see something a little creative, because those are always the most fun games to watch.
Yeah. I mean, if nothing else, I also really enjoy watching these games where they go late and you just watch like all 3 tiers of units across the entire map just like battling back and forth.
Yeah. Which I think, personally, Mariposa for me is probably the best map to see that, like where you really can just see everything. There's not really any set, like, okay, you'll just see grunts here, you're gonna see thugs here. No. It's actually pretty varied in play.
Yeah, it's like the free-for-all in 1v1 map.
Yeah, free-for-all one. I like that. That is very accurate. And there's a lot of fun stuff to see.
Yeah. Hello, Barcast. So Chisato has the crown on his head because he won last BPL. He also coincidentally won the BPL before that. So
Right.
he's in what scientists call pretty good, but Randy, definitely a contender. Barcast, what's going on?
Just coming back from watching that series you LDM and Thurxie just casted. That was a great job, guys. That was fun to watch.
Yeah, it was a good game. Good set of games.
Yeah, definitely.
Result was kind of expected. I mean, Teddy's really strong. I could win the tournament, right? So it was a great. I love watching Teddy play. It's learning new things. I guess Centurions are really strong. You can do Centurion surrounds versus grunts. I didn't really know that was a thing. So
I hope we see it more. Teddy will show us the way.
right. And see, I was like, man, he predicted the base trade. That's why he made the second lab. It was all a plan, right? Doesn't have to-
Clearly.
Yeah. So. Yeah, great series. It should be Andy versus Chisato next, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes,
I know we've all been looking
sir.
forward to that.
I am in a lobby with the two of them. And Randy is currently banning FAF maps, not bar maps, but I'm hoping he's going to switch over and start banning.
Right. Let me also get our next set of casters in here, right? I see Brightworks is in here. Good to see you, man. And we're going to have Nebuchadnezzar show up as well. So.
Oh, cool.
Hello, man. I don't think I could have gotten any more lucky with the match that I ended up getting to cast. Chisato Randy is probably the one I was looking forward to the most today. I won't even lie. I was looking at the leaderboards earlier today, and I was like, yeah, okay. We've got X Factor number 1, Randy number 2, Teddy number 5, Autopilot number 6. Like, these are quite literally the best of the best. Ooh, getting excited. Getting really excited.
Hello. Yeah. And band picks are starting, gentlemen. So we have Chisato with the Paradise ban.
No.
Easy.
At least we got one game today. Honestly, that's more than I could have expected. Those Navy battles are so topsy-turvy, so difficult to expect them to do anything else.
Yeah. I honestly kind of think that Navy needs a pretty big rework with the Rex, because it's just so snowbally compared to other the other labs, other gameplay.
How do you think they do that? Like, make the Rex worth less or something?
Yeah, because the whole issue with Navy, I think you've talked about this before, Brightworks. Maybe not, but the whole issue with Navy, right, is that usually ships leave complete wrecks. Like, they don't overkill at all. So wreck fields become, and they're already really expensive metal-wise, so wreck fields become even more powerful than they already are in the land and air. Well, I guess air wrecks aren't a thing, but land combat, so
usually a naval battle's over in one battle. Whoever wins the first good war basically can snowball the rest of the game, especially with res subs and all that stuff too. Res subs being all perfect for resurrecting those things because they're under the water, so the only thing that can kill them are submarines or destroyers, two huge investments to put out on the water. Oh, they picked Aurelia. Okay, we're finally going to see that map coming up. Should be interesting.
Yeah, we got Mariposa first, and then Aurelia, and then we have the next four bands coming. But Chisato is deep in thought for band 5.
He's probably, he's flipping through his catalog of TA maps and FAF maps and bar maps, trying to pick out the one that he wants to play today. Is it the northern or southern side that's, quote unquote imba for Aurelia?
The southern side, because you can mex walk
didn't they fix that? They fixed that.
I don't think it's fixed, is it? I'm not sure, but yeah.
I'm like 90% sure that Johannes or Mitvit fixed it, said he would fix it.
Okay, cool. I hope so, because I remember casting a game on Aurelia, a little while ago, a couple of weeks ago, I think at least, and suddenly was seeing somebody walk a constructor along that cliffside was like, I don't think that's supposed to work like that.
Yeah, you can actually zoom in and see there's like a little texture because you know the texturing is done by height maps or whatever, and so you can
Right.
like see there's like this like little strip of like a different texture where they can cross. By
Oh,
the way, can
Ravaged for
someone
final
send
map.
me the password to the lobby, please?
got
I
you.
can't join it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you guys get me some predictions? Brightworks, what do you think the map score is going to be?
Oh, that's a hard one. I think Chisato's going to take Mariposa, and then I want to say that Aurelia. I feel like Randy's got to have something prepared for Aurelia. I feel like Aurelia is too big to not have practiced on and trained for, and I don't know. I imagine Chisato does too, but Randy pulls out some funky strategies sometimes, and I wonder if he's got something special cooked up on Aurelia. And then I don't know. I think we're in a really good contention for a 2-1 score. I think it might go all the distance because these are some top-notch players.
But
Yeah.
who wins though?
Oh, I think I'm guessing Chisato. Chisato's my guess. Locking it in.
Yeah,
I think in a
I don't
2-1
know.
series.
I feel like it. The thing is, like, especially like, let's say, like on the map Aurelia, like Randy is really good at that, like very like slow grind, right? Where he's very steady at expansion, and I just feel like maps like Aurelia, even Mariposa a little bit, like there's a lot more like leak potential, I guess. But I don't know. I think like especially like Aurelia, just like it's such a choke pointy map that and I'm sorry I missed what was the last map that they're gonna play on?
The Ravaged.
Ravage. Oh yeah, and Ravage. I think Randy's really strong on Ravage too, because again, it's just like those you can just slowly build up your economy, and
I think
they're very stalematey.
I think Andy kind of won the map picking banning phase. So 2-1 Andy. I'm out, guys. Good luck casting. And I'll be back.
Can we just briefly
See you,
talk
Barcast.
about Randy's C start?
I
What?
was eyeballing that. I was like, title isn't that like he must be trying to catch Chisato off guard with something. Like I'm imagining these players have they're very familiar with what each other is what the other person is gonna do, so there's probably some thinking behind that,
Are we going for like a hovercraft rush or something? Like, is the plan to sneak around the side? I don't know.
I want to say, is
Seems
it
like-
X Factor who has a hovercraft open on this
Oh,
map? Maybe it's Andy.
I haven't seen it, but maybe there's some inspiration there, right? Maybe some polite
He's
professional.
teased it,
No, it's gonna be boats.
yeah,
Oh,
going
weird.
right into Navy. I like the
Huh.
thing. He's giving up so much metal in the middle right now, or not in the middle. There's like 5 start positions on land with like 3 easy to cap mexes that he's kind of giving up. But then at the same time, like we were talking about, Navy is so snowbally that if he gets that out fast, maybe he can capitalize on that somehow.
I mean,
Tell you what, he's gonna be hard to kill.
Yeah, I was just thinking
Yeah.
that. How do you rate him, right?
Yeah.
What if the
Yeah.
incisors
There's no-
don't swim?
Yeah,
Like, I guess
he's
we're gonna see. Yanami Chisato can push into anywhere on the map that he wants. He gets both the geothermals. Like, there's no contest on the land.
yeah.
How do you keep up the economy?
I
Mexes
wonder
are so
if Andy's playing on some kind of like eventual like seaplane transition. I don't know. I have no idea. But
Could be.
he's basically
Ooh.
giving up all of that metal on the land. Now he's finally moving in with his commander, but he does get unharassable metal expansions, although they're fewer. So
You know what it could be is a amphibious complex. Going for salamanders early. Tanks would be really good on this map. I could imagine those salamanders getting those
Yeah.
out really, really quick.
Mhm.
Yeah, he's going to eat up the naval lab. I could see that being the move here.
Yeah.
What
He
an
just got-
interesting build order.
What is that? 3 sea constructors, which again, the sea constructors pretty much unharassable right now.
Yeah.
So I kind of like it. I think it's good. He gets that little advantage. Now he's moving on to land. He's a little slower at that, but I mean, he has the mechs advantage currently, right? Unless I'm counting wrong. Chisato, I think, has just realized what's going on.
Yeah, I think Chisato getting a scout here with these rascals and the GLHF, you too, lol. They're looking at each other wondering what on earth is going on here. Yeah, Rascal finding the commander alone on the land here with just mexes and LLTs. Yeah, some build power coming up here. Well, it looks like a land transition because he's building it so close to the coast.
So Chisato going up just to 4 cons. I don't think he's really even going to worry about units right now then, I'm guessing, right?
Yeah, fair enough. He's like, well, if my opponent's doesn't even have a lab on land yet, I might as well just expand as greedily as possible. No, these are all naked expansions. We're not building LLTs, nothing. Just get those mexes up and running as quick as possible.
I love this one con coming forward, just getting one of the low ground mexes and then just going right for the high ground. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if he... I think one of the good moves right now would be to just, like, you know, send cons kind of a little further forward, knowing that Randy's behind on units, right?
Yeah, you can afford to send those cons forward and then send the escorts later on. You don't need necessarily to send the units out to contest it first and foremost. Yeah. Because you know your opponent's so far behind already. All right, what's a vehicle lab for Randy?
Yeah, he's kind of struggling a little bit with the harassment, but I don't think it... I mean, ultimately, if you just look at the numbers, he's still pretty far ahead, so...
Yeah, man, the economy's still... Gosh, a little bit of an advantage here for Randy. Closing the gap here as those constructors continue to move forward and grab those mexes. Yeah. But you know what? The sea constructors have done good work. It doesn't look like there's that many mexes out in the water, but I guess... in the early game, the rate of expansion is about the same, right? Like, you can get those mexes and... And
they're unharassable, which is huge. Like, these Seacons are completely uncontested. In order to contest it, Chisato would have to... Let's see, his options are either... Well, right now he's going into the water. He's making Navy. Or it looks like he changed his mind a little bit. He's going to cap some mexes in the water and then go into Navy. And that's pretty much his only option, which is expensive.
yeah, it's super expensive. Yeah, there's nothing, I'm trying to think, like a hovercraft lab, there's nothing you can use out of that to actually kill the metal extractors. You might kill the torpedo launchers or the titles, but yeah, you really do need submarines or some such in order to actually kill the mexes.
Yeah, pretty big advantage. And if you look, Chisato, kind of like you would expect, is just naked expanding pretty far with the cons.
Yeah.
But it's gonna...
I wonder if that could backfire, though. Feeling a little overconfident in the expansions right there, and then suddenly a whole bunch of units are bumped out of this land lab from Randy, because now the scouts are gone. He doesn't really know exactly what's going on this side of the map.
Yeah, and we can see Randy sending some incisors across, but Chisato has incisors of his own coming out now, finally. It looks like Chisato's finally taken the lead in terms of metal income.
Yep,
a little bit.
This is that turning point.
Yeah.
So there's a critical moment here now where Randy is ahead as far as metal and energy produced, but will slowly start losing that lead over time. So can he capitalize on it right now? I think this is the big moment.
Yeah, these rovers of Randy's are able to get so much value though, just because of all that naked expand.
Oh yeah, look at those. Pulling apart those metal extractors like it's nothing.
Yeah, pretty easily normalizing the difference. I think Randy's in a position to win this.
Yeah, absolutely. I was so skeptical, but my goodness, has this worked out well. Just setting up, oh my goodness, look at all the exploiters on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and now wait, where are these exploiters? Oh, yeah.
For Randy's like, oh, you harassed me in the early game? That's cute. I'll just set up 100 exploiters everywhere. I'll use that bonus metal I got early on to just lock down my side of the map. I mean, good luck pushing that with anything but brutes.
Yeah, I know you're more familiar with team games, so maybe you won't have as much of an opinion on this, but exploiters are so strong in 1v1 and they can be so annoying. They're like one of the most annoying units.
Especially, it's a little bit less so now that pawns and Centurions, that was interesting to see, but like now that we see a variance of units, but especially when grunts were kind of just all the rage. I mean, what are grunts going to do against an exploiter? It's got so much health, it has plenty of range, enough damage to kill them. Like you have to it feels like quadruple the metal. Maybe that's a little harsh. Maybe double the metal to try and overwhelm it.
I actually think probably like triple at least. Well, actually, I guess pawns are cheaper than I'm thinking. But I mean, as an exploiter, if you try to rush him even with like 10 pawns, sometimes the pawns will go down if you don't do it right.
It can be really, really costly.
Yeah, because they're taking all that, like they get so outranged, so they have to take all this damage just to get into range. All the while, the DPS is increasing on the exploiter as they're getting closer, and they have so much health. Like
the exploiter, as far as health goes, that's another big thing. They're like bizarrely tanky.
Yeah, Armada has like they have their Twilight, but an exploiter isn't gonna explode on top of your own army and paralyze it. So
that's true. Yeah, the exploiter kind of sets you up to like. You can kind of build off an exploiter, right? You use it as your front line, and then after that, set up some LLTs or something, whatever. Twilight's the purpose is kind of to avoid them and make it look like it's empty.
Yeah. Look in the sea to the. Hold on, my map's flipped. The left sea, you have Chisato trying to build a mech that he can't see, while Randy's also trying to build on a mech. Kind of funny.
That's great. Yeah, both those constructors trying to figure out why they can't put a building down. How we doing? Submarines tearing stuff apart, though.
Yeah.
Whoa, okay, not bad.
A single submarine. We saw this in the first game of the tournament. A single submarine is so strong because they're just so hard to track down.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's not worth investing in. Nearly 1,000 metal worth for a destroyer to try and hunt those down at this point in the game.
No. Yeah, and you can see Chisato just has 2 subs moving out. I don't know, maybe he just forgot about this one in the bottom, but he could just move the sub here forward and take out like 3-4 mexes.
Maybe a little hesitant about it or something. Not sure exactly why the stall there. Medium tanks have ravaged those exploiters on the high ground right there. Man, all that early advantage, all that naked expand, I don't think he made up the difference. I think Randy came away from this way ahead.
Do you know what I think happened is I think Chisato saw the C-Lab. He probably then thought, you know what? I'm going to be uncontested in the land pretty much, so I can greed as hard as I want. And I think he just...
overhead, I think.
Yeah, which we all do it at one point or another.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially in 1v1s. You think your opponent is doing something stupid, and then it backfires.
Yeah, it's very tricky to read that. You're caught between. I mean, especially these pro level guys, they can switch between tech paths so quickly, so seamlessly. It's
we have a seaplane transition.
Yeah,
so
I was gonna say Volshock
see
just pointed that
Cutlass.
out.
Oh wow,
coming out. So we'll see.
Cutlass are so good. I love Cutlass.
I don't know. I'm a Saber fan personally. Not that Randy really has much of a choice in the say, but yeah, these Cutlass are gonna hit hard. Medium tanks spot them. Oh, I think that was a mistake. I don't think Randy meant to show those there.
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of an early reveal, right? He only has 6, so he's going to need to do a lot of damage with them now, but he's either going to force an air lab transition, because it's so hard to fight seaplane gunships with ground AA. They're just so tanky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually think pretty, like, I don't know if he meant to reveal them early, but he's still able to get some pretty decent value. Just like clearing out this whole expansion basically can go down if microed well, He needs to target the AA or build power, which he's not doing.
Yeah, Randy's so far ahead.
Randy, please.
Randy's so far ahead economically. It feels, he literally just has brutes on repeat, the standard 8v8 strat, and I don't think Chisato can stop this. I mean, there's 43 brutes just barreling down mid. That is an insane amount.
Here's the thing with brutes. There's no way of stopping them unless you have an equally sized ball of brutes or a commander in position. And, maybe
throw
pounders.
1,000 shuriken in there.
Yeah. Shuris could be good. I forget about Shuris.
It's what Chisato's reaching for right now to save him, but I don't think it's the saving grace that he needs. At least not in the numbers he's got. Yeah, good old fashioned 1 million brutes.
Wow, brutes are a little more EMP. I don't know if they have resistance, but I didn't realize it takes 5 shuriken shots to paralyze a brute.
I think it's based on HP, right? How paralyticable, paralyzable how much paralyzed something can take.
I mean, Chisato's losing all of his E here. I don't think this is recoverable, right? Yeah, he's going to call
yeah,
it.
no, he
GG.
calls
That
it.
was-
Yeah. What
Wow.
if, like, that was a brutal play. We just saw Chisato get ravaged.
I mean, that was the perfect, like, I mean, like, you couldn't make a better series of transitions right there. Randy just dismantled him. It was like watching a orchestrated choreographed dance.
Yeah, that makes me think that was like plotted out, you know, like
Right?
like Randy has been studying Chisato, I bet, and knew exactly what to do.
Well,
Randy's
my
definitely just
prediction
a
is out the
good
window.
student of the game in general, but I think that
Yeah.
just for the whole pro crew, X Factor is definitely quite a bit of a cook as well when it comes to those builds.
Yeah.
So you
Yeah.
can totally imagine him being like, all right, you know, people are going to start Incisor. How do you avoid that? You just start C because then you're unrateable. And then all your initial land expansions are protected by your commander. Like maybe you lose one to like a Mex hug because your LLT can't cover, but then you're so far ahead. It was like he had that metal advantage. It's like, oh, can he convert that, you know, 1K metal advantage produced? The answer is yes.
Yeah.
Yes, he could.
Yeah.
Well, also I want to point out, like, Randy probably knew that Chisato's response to his play would be to just greed super hard, so he probably wasn't even that worried about land rates, you know,
Yeah.
at first.
So that was game 1 on Mariposa, which Andy took, and we are going to game 2 on Aurelia.
Well, I don't know what to say now. I thought I had, you know, with some confidence, an idea of how this game was going to go, or this series. And it's been completely thrown out the window. I will say this is a little bit less of a macro map. Definitely going to be bashing heads together a lot quicker on this one. Randy can't really go hide in the ocean. He's going to be forced to do some of that land combat.
What is Chisato thing? I've seen this start like a few times, but I'm just not convinced about the 2 mechs on Aurelia.
Yeah, is the difference of moving forward, you know, that much distance from the backline position to the frontline position, is that really worth the extra, I don't know, 100 or so metal that you give up in the early game from having the mechs not producing?
Yeah, I don't know.
From what I've seen, a lot of people, they like to kind of, they'll have BP here, and that lets them pork this really easily. And because it's easier to kind of backfill those mexes, then they can focus more of their army here.
I see.
But I also feel like
that makes sense.
A lot of times people just want to tech fast on this map, you know, because it's so choky. It's like, why try to win in T1 when there's any risk if you could just go T2?
Yeah, affording those T2 bots on this map isn't really that hard. Once you get these sort of backline mexes up and running, you really do have enough metal for it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because like you said, Volshok, like this area does just get porked up, right? So like there's not so much of an advantage of being able to go there faster, but I do like the idea of being able to essentially, you get defenses here sooner, right? So you block that off like you were saying. So I guess I can see the advantage, but I'm still not super sold because, I mean, just look at the difference in metal, right?
Ideally, you would block off your opponent's lane, right? Like we're kind of vying for control. The only real benefit, I mean, the benefit here is controlling this 1.9 mechs. And I suppose that also kind of gives you control of these low ground mexes here, but...
Yeah. I honestly don't see... Because the thing is, if you have your army up here, we've seen a lot of games where you just defend here, you know, you can defend, you can get a really nice, like, concave here, so you can't really, like, do anything there, so...
yeah, that's true. You're sort of forced to take a bad fight no matter how you...
Yeah,
how you
so
engage.
we've seen so many games where there's a big comeback because there's just like so much reclaim, specifically in this area. Like you always see lots of reclaim there, and it can swing games, right? Because you just res all that, and now you have a short little rush distance. So
I wonder if we're going to see any amphibious play as far as amphib tanks or even amphib constructors to try and grab these metal extractors out here. Randy with the vehicle lab, really the only one with the tech for it. Chisato at the very least expanding with that cheap constructor.
I think this... So we see our first engagement. We have 3 grunts versus 1 incisor. I think they'll be able to pick that off, which is nice. Oh, this is actually really nice. Okay, so Chisato's able to kind of stop that expansion to the 3 mech position.
Oh, that's huge.
Yeah, that's actually really nice. That kind of equalizes it.
Yeah, you're looking for that damage super early on as bots. You need to find value in unfair engagements against the vehicle player.
Yeah.
Just because they're going to be tankier than you, they're going to be sturdier than you, they're going to be faster than you. They are better than you. Be sneaky, be cheaty, try and you know, get around. And it looks like finding the opportunities. Those naked mexes make you real uncomfortable.
Yeah, and he is just swarming right now. I feel like he kind of knew that Randy was gonna greed a little bit. Clearly.
Wow, gets the con too.
Ooh.
It always impresses me how well grunts do against incisors. For some reason, I feel like they're kind of hard countered by incisors, but it only takes 2 or 3 of them to pretty easily overwhelm them, it seems like.
Yeah, so incisors, you really need a ball of them, because they have their turret turns really slowly, and obviously they turn slowly, so they're just very prone to that grunt surround, you know?
Yeah, it's also this is such a hard map to play behind as vehicles because bots abuse terrain so well. Like this island and like this one, like you'll see games where like 5 grunts will keep an army of like 10 incisors busy, and it's like if you're on the back foot, you know, because like they can't go up there. So if you're on the back foot, it's just difficult because it's like if you're attacking, you don't have to worry about that. But once you have to play defensive, then it gets scary because bots can just abuse so much of that terrain.
Yeah, literally, you can just literally stand units on these plateaus and they can't be targeted by incisors. I'm pretty sure.
Did want to check real quick. We're switching to the terrain passability mode. Oh yeah, looks like that side passageway has been cleared.
Yeah, I was gonna say because I know LSR started the stream off like kind of hating on the map a little bit, but I was like, they fixed it. It's not an issue.
Trying to saving grace. That's good. I mean, that's good. That really is kind of a. I forgot that there's 2 mexes over there. That's, I mean, 4 metal per second. Maybe not the biggest difference in the world. Certainly, you know, over time it can be though, and it's for. I mean, we're not dealing with the metal leagues here. This is the pro series. We gotta give these guys as fair a match as we can. I feel like.
This is where playing bots versus incisors can be so hard because all it takes is one incisor like sneaking past.
Yeah, that one just tore down the whole con and all the mexes over there.
Yeah, and you just need like there's no hope of like chasing that down, you know, like obviously like he can make units to defend here, right? Like, but like stop the incisor from getting further, but
yeah, I feel like you have to just kind of factor that in. I feel like as pardon me, if you're going for bots, you kind of have to expect like there's going to be run bys here and there, and you kind of factor it into your equation as part of the like inefficiency of playing bots versus vehicles.
Yeah, totally.
I think he saved himself with the damage he did early on. I think taking down the mexes right there afforded him a little bit of wiggle room so that losing 1 or 2 in the backline doesn't really throw everything into whack.
Yeah, but I mean, here's the thing. The bot versus like vehicle matchup when you bot versus incisor, I should specify, because I think blitz are actually significantly weaker.
Yeah, I would say so. After the patch / bug fix that made the incisors actually able to shoot past each other, I would say blitz is definitely tougher now.
Because so the issue is like Chisato did a lot of damage early, but do you see that like kind of showing itself that much here? Like I guess
I would say as far as map presence goes, it feels like Chisato has had much more vision of the whole map. It feels like Randy only got 1 successful run by in. I almost feel like judging this like a UFC fight, right? Like we've got 1 takedown from Randy, but we've had like 4 takedowns and you know a pin from Chisato so far. It's like it feels like more points are on the side of Chisato, but really that economic difference can be made up. Like that's
Chisato with the VLab switch too, and he's going to go straight into Brute just because he probably feels like a lot of these narrow passages are going to be enough to stop the incisor run-bys. So
yeah, that's a very smart play.
I feel like
probably feeling comfortable with that exploiter LLT combo on the left-hand side there, and then with expanding out to the Navy too, kind of needs something to make sure that the commander doesn't have to be somewhere on the map to shut things down.
Does he
Like-
see Randy on the island? Yeah, he does.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Sniffing out that the commander walked over there. I guess he doesn't see the comm though. It could be a amphib constructor.
True. Yeah.
Always a little bit weird when a commander gets over there because I feel like it's pretty easy to actually cut off this lane over on this side and then pull in this lane, and then suddenly the commander is locked in the midsection of the map. And
Yeah,
you got this weird situation where it's like, well, I can't kill you, but I also haven't won. Like,
Yeah.
it's weird.
Yeah, I was gonna say, in my game experience on this map, which, like, granted, I'm like mid-level 1v1, but I found this center area to be a bit of a death trap because, again, you know, you walk your maybe if you send an amphib comm here, right? But
Lisan Al Gaib.
I don't know where Randy's going with his commander by itself, but he's going
right?
somewhere.
Does he know? Like, but that's what it's like, a death trap. You just trap your commander on the island. Your only option is either you push forward like Andy's doing, you maybe come here, or you go back, right? Like, you're not really gonna go here because, like, what are you getting here? You get 1 mex. Here you get 4 in the side.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's a little bit of a death trap. Although,
What a weird little engagement this turned out to be.
yeah.
Chisato's forces managing to clean up the basically reinforcements, but it let a ton of those incisors slip through.
Yeah.
I guess just feeling comfortable with the reinforcements coming out of the lab, just thinking, I guess, that he can clean up the rest of this. It is a bunch of brutes, so as long as they take a decent engagement. Oop, yeah. Worried they might be APM stalled there for a second, but it looks like they caught on in time.
Now, Chisato had the army value advantage in the early game, but that's slowly been taken away, and now it looks like Andy has much more units on the field. But these amphib tanks going around are getting value.
Look at that, managing to pop up and get some mexes. One of them a little bit hyper fixated on that brute tank. Probably could have stolen the mex there, but still though, that engagement on the left-hand side is looking pretty good. That's a huge mex field that Randy has actually cordoned off from the red commander. That's really nice, actually. What a grand scale tactical decision right there to use the commander to take that section of the map to deny reinforcements. So that they can get a constructor out there.
A huge opportunity path is open. I mean, because, like, again, we've talked about it so much how Aurelia is a very choke pointy map, but he just opened up that whole choke point. So
yeah, gonna be really. It's basically 2 choke points because you kind of got to worry about this mountain, and then you kind of got to worry about it like this angle as well. So it's that's a really dangerous pathway right there. I think Chisato has an opportunity here, and it's to go for amphib units around the right side and into the back lane.
Like that.
Kind of, yeah, exactly. Doing a big kind of sneaky attack from the side.
He can honestly comm walk, right? Like what?
Sure, yeah, there's nothing to really stop him.
Does Andy even, he doesn't even see actually that
Really?
Chisato's there, yeah.
Oh wow, look at that. Yeah, no radar coverage out towards the ocean at all. Dang, a sneaky lab could totally overwhelm the blue commander's backline. Looks like brutes get a favorable engagement up on the corner as well.
Yeah, and now that distance is gonna come bite Andy in the back. I wouldn't be surprised if he retreats his comm a little bit here, but pretty bold. Oh no, he's gonna go for the reclaim with his comm.
Wow. All right.
He's a bolder man than I guess.
Yeah. I mean, that feels super risky. I guess he's got the LLT for us to always retreat back to if he needs to. But we do have those shell shocker, or pardon me, Wolverine, the Cortex shell shockers coming up.
Yeah.
I like the mine layer here as well. That's kind of a nice, subtle way to... It's a comeback mechanic. It's a good way to bring yourself back when you've taken a bunch of damage like this.
Yeah, I know we see lots of mine layers in 1v1s. I think many more than... I mean, I guess you see them in larger team games, right? But...
Not nearly
1v1s,
as many,
yeah. 1v1s, you just see there's a lot of stuff that is... people will do because even if it isn't necessarily the most efficient, it saves APM. Granted, mines are obviously super efficient, but you know, like exploiters, you see a lot of...
exploiters are a great example of that kind of thing. Just easy to put that down and then set and forget kind of mentality. Yeah, it's also a mental thing too. Like now Randy isn't really sure where he can move these tanks to without accidentally running into mines. And those were only light mines. If they had been medium mines, it could have been an even bigger issue. Oh, Shuriken out now to try and contest all this. The
Andy
transport
is so far forward with his comm right now.
The voice from the stars.
The transport, for some reason, why can't it let? This is a glitch, I think.
Yeah, it's some sort of glitch.
A pathing glitch, I think. I think it got stuck.
It like latched onto the mechs or something. Weird.
I've been seeing these little transport shenanigans a lot in 1v1s, and let me tell you, they are so annoying.
It feels like we're really coming close to players starting to take advantage of every facet of different parts of the game, right? Like it's kind of like now we have shurikens, we have mine layers, we have transport shenanigans, we have all these different things. I feel like that's been the biggest development for me, is like watching the 1v1 scene go from like, yeah, you just make about 250,000 grunts, and whoever can make the more of them and make them shaped better wins the game, to now it's like, well, much more of a grander strategy approach to things. And I don't know, that's the reason why I play RTS games.
Yeah, same. I think that's probably largely due to the shift away from micro heavy maps and towards more macro heavy maps. Like right now, I think, in my opinion, the best 1v1 maps are ones that are typically designed for like 4v4s.
Oh, he's picking up the tanks. He's picking up the tanks with transports.
He's stealing the enemy tanks. Oh my gosh.
He's picking up those tanks. He's bringing them back to his lab to reclaim. That's hilarious.
See, the thing is, he's giving Andy full vision of his lab right now, by the way.
That's true. That's true. It's a perfect scout. Just dismantled the air lab. I don't know if that was intentional or not.
But yeah, sorry to detract from the game. I was just saying, 1v1s, if you haven't tried them and you're a team game player, I recommend them. They're so fun, and like you were saying, you get to play in 1v. You know, in team games, you're kind of bound to your lane, but like we're seeing now in 1v1s, you're playing bots, vehicles, air. You're also teching. You know, you do all of it, which is really fun.
yeah, getting to play all the different labs at once. It's a learning curve, certainly, but it's well worth it.
Yeah. This is kind of, I mean, so Chisato, he had his commander in such a good position for like a surprise attack, right? But instead he's just been making converters.
Yeah, he kind of gave up. Oh, he's going to take him over and capture the tanks. I think that's what he's doing anyway. He's got the transports moving over.
Oh yeah, for sure that's what he's doing. That's hilarious.
Yeah, what a cheeky strategy.
At this point, he's using like so much APM to do this. Like, it's kind of, I feel like it's just trolling a little bit, you know?
Right? Yeah, this is, I mean, detracting, certainly. It must be detracting somewhat from the battlefield control.
This is hilarious, though. Do you see the transport dropping one single brute in the back line?
Yeah, the hero brute now ready to go kill some mexes. I mean, sure, it probably gets its value pretty quick. It only has to kill 4 mexes to get its value immediately, but they're even just bringing the mexes down, they're going to go down. And...
yeah, the LOT is a bummer. If he microed that a little better, he could have probably done some more damage.
Yeah, maybe. These flamethrower turrets are causing a problem. Randy's looking for an opportunity. Let him cook now.
Is he?
I said let him cook.
Is this like troll? Like, not really.
I mean, he's in such a risky position. He saw the flamethrower turrets.
Yeah.
There's no way.
No, he's going back in the water. Andy's pretty much won, though, at this point. I don't really see a good way for... I mean, the reclaim is maybe Chisato's best chance of coming back, but...
Yeah, I think he needs to get those mexes back up online as quick as possible here. He does have a single con moving back there, but it's a little slow. There is an amphib tank tearing up the backline right here for the blue commander. That's a little unfortunate. What a random... I don't even know how that guy got back there. Maybe a transport or something.
I feel like it's just been kind of sitting in the backline somewhere, because I feel like that was, if you remember, like earlier into the game, he had some amphib tanks running around.
Yeah, I was using them in the midsection. All right, well, Randy's found his way into degunning range of a bunch of T1 solar panels.
What is, I just don't see the, I guess he's getting value, but it's just so risky, like... Such a disrespect, honestly.
Yeah, but Chisato's just shoving brutes straight down his throat, and Randy's not in position. He just has to bring this army back, or he might lose a lot of his main. If this E production goes down, it's going to be a little scary.
These tanks, why'd they turn? Oh, they turned the wrong direction right here.
Chisato, I don't
He
think
could have gone in for the kill, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Now he's given although maybe he's still able to push in, but that's such a bummer.
I guess. He could always move the comm over there to reclaim a bunch of this wreckage. There's one thing that he has a positional advantage over.
He does have more tanks moving in from this side that will so
look at these transports. He set him on a pickup command to just go pick up any of these paralyzed tanks. What a cheeky way to play this, going for air cons to lift up enemy tanks that you
didn't even know you could do that.
That's so brutally efficient too. You get the full value of the tank when you do that, whether you reclaim it or if you just capture it. I mean, what a funky way of playing this, but such a crazy mechanic.
Yeah, and so I know we were criticizing his choice to move the tanks over here, but I have a feeling he was maybe doing that to kind of draw the army this way, that he can now clear out this direction, right? And now Andy's so far forward again with no army. He's stepping so far out of the water. What is he thinking? What is he thinking?
Yeah, I don't know. His commander's been spotted. I guess trying to catch some of those tanks right there. There's not really a death ball available to go kill that commander, but we are seeing one built pretty quick here. I mean, throwing up that lab pretty fast.
Yeah, I guess he's probably experienced enough to know like it takes this long to be killed by a tank ball, and I can like get to the water like that fast. But
yeah, maybe aware of the fact that army, he just killed that army that tried to wrap around his base on the kind of water side over there.
Yeah. Look at this transport moving behind Andy's base to drop a tank.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Yeah, he just set the tank down back there. I mean, yeah, why not? Why not transports with tanks? Sure.
I feel like he missed his opportunity to just drive those tanks into Andy's base, and I think that was his one chance to come back in. I mean, granted, he did clear out those expansions, right? But
there are those air cons coming out.
Oh yeah, he has some. Looks like
mentioned earlier, air cons have been popular recently. There they are building a bunch of those metal extractors. I love this. We're dropping tanks on mexes just to snipe the mexes and then getting the transports out of there.
Well,
and the best part is they're not even your tanks.
He's seen the win, so if this bombing run kills Randy Z, I think that might just be game.
It's true.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Chisato has left so much metal on the other side of the map, but if he can kill Andy before Andy's able to take advantage of that, I think it is game. I agree.
Right. You got to spend the metal to use the metal. And, he just doesn't have it on the field. There's bombers inbound. I'm gonna switch to Chisato vision. Oh wow, yeah, pretty good bombing run.
Oh, just clears out that entire wind farm.
There go the wind turbines.
And I
Field
think
power also a little clumped together. I wonder if he might be able to get it. Solar panel's going to be the first target.
Yeah. And by the way, these bombers are at pretty much full health.
Oh yeah, so not really much anti-air.
Keep getting value. I'm honestly, I gotta say, I'm kind of surprised Chisato was able to...
Oh my god, Chisato almost threw that by not focusing on his commander. It got to like 30% before he cloaked it. And Randy has car pikes here. Oh god.
Oh, he got it. Wait, I don't think he's able to get it. No,
because the D-gun snaps to the surface of the water and they're underwater.
I thought we were about to see the biggest upset of this tournament. If he lost that would be
horrendous.
Crazy. Such a terrible throw.
Oh yeah. Randy calls GG. Throws in the towel. Wow. That's a game of all time.
Yeah, that was a great game. I think I was skeptical about the 2-mech start because I mean you can see like his base is like so much closer to the front line. He's in, but you slow down on the start, but he was able to get early damage in. He took damage in the middle, got behind, but he was able to equalize it and come back in. That was awesome.
I can't believe it.
Yeah, I feel like Chisato had just an incredible economic lead for a lot of that game. Randy e-stalled. It felt like Randy was e-stalling for a really long time, and I think part of that might have ended up where he had a lot of time where his commander was playing, kind of like in mid and in top. And that during that whole time, Chisato just counterwalked the other side of the map and took all those mexes uncontested. And if you look, like, he built wind, he built converters. So I think that Randy kind of maybe overcommitted a little bit with his comp play there.
I think also that's kind of a sign of how Chisato, I think, maybe had Andy a little bit like APM stalled in the beginning. So he
the early grunt harassment. That's a good point.
Yeah,
it was definitely maybe had him wrapped up.
Yeah,
man, I can't get over that transport play. That takes so much APM to click those transports around properly and then queue them back so that you can capture everything.
Do you think
every time I've tried to do that? Oh, certainly. I'm sure he got at least a couple thousand, like probably 2,000 metal worth of value just in picking up tanks and converting them. And not even mentioning how much he got from like killing metal extractors, dropping enemy tanks and having them kill their own metal extractors. Like, why are you hitting yourself? Felt like that's what Chisato was doing. He was just like it felt like he was toying with Randy to a certain degree.
Yeah, I completely agree. And now that you mention it, like it is a pretty heavy like APM tax on Chisato, right? But could you imagine like if anyone's ever tried to play against someone who's doing those transport plays, it takes so much APM to deal with it because as you know, leaks are so hard to stop in this game. Like you can't chase units down, right? So all it takes is you put one unit in the back line where your opponent isn't expecting, and now they have to chase down this unit which has just free reign to take that out. So
well, and it was free. You didn't pay for it, you just took it. It's like just the icing on top. It really is like the cherry on the cake. Like it really, I mean, in my mind it's the culmination of putting all of the bar tech together. Like shurikens are great, you can stop a run by. Transports are great, you can put enemies in the enemy backline. Commanders are awesome, they can capture enemy units, but putting all that together takes so many actions, but managing to do it so seamlessly, I mean, it looks like a whole different tier. It's so cool.
Yeah, and not only were the tanks free, they were paid for by Andy. He basically paid for his own harassment.
Yeah, he paid to kill his own metal extractors. That's oh man, that's beautiful. That's it feels weird to say this, but I was always sold that Armada was like the sneaky stealth tactics faction. And it's always been funny to me that Cortex is the one with the shuriken, because it feels like of anything that should be an Armada technology. Like my headcanon has got to be that Cortex stole that technology from Armada somehow. They like broke into their mainframe and stole the shuriken schematic or something.
Yeah, and that's why it's like a super low tech like T1 unit too. They could only like figure that out.
They strapped like kitchen knives to its wings and called it a day.
Oh, can I talk about Ravaged real quick? Because we can right away see an imbalance with the map, and I was debating with some people how much this matters. But look at how Chisato is able to spawn way closer to the edge here, right? So he's gonna build Tidal here, and then or he's gonna basically take these two mexes.
You're right. Yeah, I have seen that build. Yeah, there you go. You can see he's queued it up.
Andy can't do that because you have the box ends like right here, and you have that extra travel distance. So,
oh, interesting.
Yeah,
that does feel a little imba for sure. The titled speed is 21 on this map. I believe that's just below the threshold for better than fusion reactors. Like I think 22, you're more efficient than a fusion reactor.
Yeah,
that is. Well, it's a great start for Chisato. I guess that's what I'll say.
I mean, he is giving up the 3 to 4 mix start.
That's true.
So,
yeah, he has to spawn back. He has a little less metal in the early game.
Yeah, so I
that's why he went for Armada.
Yeah, to be honest, the way I feel about the map imbalances, I think they're annoying. But like even when Aurelia had the issue. Like, yes, it's a little imbalanced, but is that deciding games? I really don't think so.
I don't think so either. Yeah. I think little things like that are probably can be made up for with skill. I think knowing that it's imbalanced is enough of a advantage to counteract the imbalance.
Yeah, because I mean, Andy probably knows exactly what Chisato is going to go for.
Yeah, he has to. I'm sure he's practiced this map, and he knows that there's that title
Although
spot right there.
Andy is about to be, I think, caught off guard a little bit by these ticks coming across.
Yeah, these are really quick. Yeah. Well, what are we doing? Early constructor still stalled out the lab.
Look at that. All he has to do, plop that guy. There's nothing more satisfying in bar than just like nicely slotting a tick right behind a mech, you know,
right
where the comm can't get it. Yeah.
Or
Great
even better,
value.
ringing around the Rosie while you've got a comm or a grunt or something chasing you, and you just keep going around.
It's so great. I love ticks. They're one of my favorite units. Although,
hands down, one of the best of all time.
The 1v1 tick versus tick ARM mirror match meta is one of the worst things that I've ever experienced in bar.
So brutal. Look at Chisato blocked himself in with the commander. All right, well there goes his advantage. He just had to degun 2 of his own wind turbines to escape his own prison.
Why not just eat it?
What a rookie mistake from a pro level player. 55 open skill and still boxes himself in with wind turbines. If you've ever done that to yourself, no need for you to feel bad now. You've seen a pro wearing a crown do it. That's hilarious.
I guess he values the positional advantage a lot more than the and the expanded advantage, obviously, a lot more than the
2 wind turbines. Apparently,
yeah.
He's got those tidal generators. He must be feeling pretty confident about those, I suppose.
Well, here's the advantage that the starts gives you. Not only does it give you more efficient access to energy, so you're able to build. I don't know what the build cost is compared to solar, but I assume it's somewhat similar, if not better, for titles.
I think it's a little cheaper. Yeah.
Okay, so you're getting cheaper energy, you're getting that energy faster, and there's no way to harass it unless someone does like a hovercraft start.
I love these delayed GLHFs. So funny.
I know, I saw that. I was like,
feels like that's not really what he means by that.
Yeah. And so now we see, I think Chisato's about to lose these cons, but he, of course, is going to get a Centurion out because although ticks win in the easy game, ARM, if you stay on, like, pawns, lose so bad to grunts. It's one of the most frustrating matchups in a 1v1, in my opinion.
It's weird because on a 1-to-1 basis, it's not the craziest difference, but it adds up so quickly in the early game. You lose 1 pawn, and then you lose 2, and then you lose 3, and it snowballs. It's a weird sort of a situation.
Oh, this is bad. Through. This is really bad. Oh no, I guess
I would say that was dealt with pretty nicely. Deflected well.
Yeah,
that grunt got away actually. Okay, he's gonna find a little more value.
Yeah,
nope.
I didn't see.
Shut down. Nice.
Very nice. But yeah, I like the Centurions because, I mean, one of the most frustrating things playing Armada bot versus Cortex bot is you can win the early game with ticks and then just slowly watch as you lose with an even number of pawns versus an even number of grunts. You try defending, and then the grunts, you know, like you're saying, they just slowly build up, and it's so frustrating.
Yeah, I'm glad we see more Centurion play. They always seemed like a really good unit, but I feel like we never found a powerful enough player to kind of make them pop off on their own, and now it feels like we're seeing them more and more, which is cool to see.
Yeah, you know, I think ARM, because for so long the meta was pretty much exclusively core for 1v1.
Right.
And I feel like ARM's kind of getting a little bit more of its due. And people are kind of figuring out how to play with the units, because I think, like, with the Centurion, it did get a buff recently, which helps,
somebody mentioned that. What can you explain? I didn't know what the buff
was. I don't understand it well enough, but I think essentially its turn rate was really slow, and so it could get swarmed really easily, which it's supposed to be an anti-swarm unit, right?
Yeah, okay. Fair enough. The anti-swarm bot was getting swarmed too easily, sounds like. I mean, fair criticism.
Some people like another YouTuber, Jaws Munch, have been saying that the buff is actually pretty huge for it. I haven't used them enough to be able to say definitively, but I can say Centurions are a pretty good option regardless.
Awesome.
So one of the main things was when they were turning, they couldn't fire. They like wouldn't fire properly as part of a targeting thing. And so when that's fixed,
weird.
now they're a lot more mobile and they're a lot more consistent with DPS.
Seems like they're doing well against the thugs here. That's great.
The thugs you probably have to micro really hard against a Centurion.
Yeah, I imagine you want to be like kiting as much as possible.
I'm curious, how does the speed line up?
Let's see, Centurion speed is...
Oh, exactly equal.
Really? Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. This is going to be a
commander duel. Huh.
The game's over. Andy, no, Chisato needs to move out. The game's over. It's over. What a... Come on, Chisato. You just need to push in.
Wow.
What?
What on earth?
What?
Wow. What?
He had thugs coming, so he thought he could do it. He wanted to bait Chisato in, but
that's crazy.
Chisato saw it coming.
Yeah, the Centurions lined up. He was like, no, I got my res bot. That'll give me an extra 20 HP. That's all I need. Two Centurions later. Whoa.
I feel like he underestimated how good Centurions are versus commanders, because you never move a commander up against Centurions. Ever.
I wasn't expecting that conclusion right there. Wow, so that's Chisato with 2 points on the board. My goodness.
Wait, does that put Randy? Is it? I'm so sorry. Is it double elimination or single?
No. It's single. He's out. So.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's it. So game
wild.
1, Mariposa, Randy had that incredible build. He pulled it off. But then game 2, Aurelia, which was an insane kind of micro battle back and forth. I feel like Randy kind of had that and threw it away slightly. And then that last one, Randy maybe just a little overconfident on Ravaged, and he's not gonna be able to pull it in. That is
I really think he underestimated how good Centurions are there. I think he thought that he could walk in right with his thugs and be fine, but Centurions are so good against commanders.
Man,
yeah, sometimes you can catch them off guard.
I think a lot of Centurions are going to be popping up in ladder games after this.
Agree. I think, the issue, Centurions and thugs actually serve very similar roles, and they kind of have a similar issue of the speed. So I think Ravage especially is a very Centurion,
yeah. It's got a lot of ground. Got a lot of ground you can choke point off and find good angles for.
But even
I can't believe it was a commander duel. Oh my goodness.
I'm not that surprised on Ravage, actually. I've seen, I saw Barcast beat XFactor in the same exact way. Because you know that people are going to be moving out with their commander, right? Yeah. So if you just have a commander, you just need a commander and one unit to deal damage. And you can win with a comm bomb, basically. So
yeah, I guess you don't die in a 1v1 with your commander. See, this is my 8v8 experience, and not being so familiar with the 1v1.
Yeah,
I guess you don't lose if your commander kills their commander. Huh?
Yeah, in 1v1s, you learn very quickly that you have to be a lot more aware of where your commander is.
So,
right? Yeah. Oh my goodness.
To throw back to the bracket here, Chisato takes it over Randy 2-1. So it is going to be Chisato versus Sashkorin in the semifinals. And we are waiting on our last round of 8 match, which is going to be XFactor versus Autopilot, which is an all-pro affair.
Oh, are they both on pro team? Oh, that's so funny. That's great. Let me see. XFactor and Autopilot. So XFactor is currently ranked 1 in the dual leaderboards. Autopilot is ranked 6. So this will be an interesting match. I mean, both top tier players, but that's in a sense, this is XFactor defending his crown here.
I just want to say something about Autopilot, because I don't know if you guys know his background. He was an exclusively Straits eco player for so long. And pretty recently, he started getting into 1v1s, and all of a sudden, he just got so good, so fast at it. He's been one of the most exciting players for me to watch, just because literally he came from what people associate with, I don't want to say lower end bar, but you know what, bar where you know what you're getting, you know, like the Supreme players where they just stick around in Supreme all the time, and to go from that to 1v1s is just so cool. And I'm very
We
happy.
broke the mold.
Yeah. And I'm not hating on Supreme, by the way. I do love my occasional Supreme game, but
I am down with Supreme.
down with Supreme. Actually, I shouldn't be afraid to
I'm an anti-supremist.
I've kind of become an anti 8v8 player a little bit now that I've been into 1v1.
I feel it. I won't even lie. I feel it. The lower tier, or not lower tier, the small team. That's what it's called. Small team games have really taken a hold. Just in the like, I think it's that whole thing about being able to control, you know, bots and vehicles and Navy and air, like doing all of it. It's a lot more fun than kind of doing that lane. The laning's great. Don't get me wrong. It's good for learning the game when you're kind of figuring out like, okay, I want to try bots this game. I want to try vehicles this game. I want to play air this game. It's great for that.
Yeah, like
to step it up, a little more action, a little more initiative. You're ready to play a big boy game. Stepping on down to small team.
You play an 8v8 if you want to be guaranteed like a T3 game, you know.
True.
But in terms of like, I don't know, 8v8s are such a.
All right, boys, we're gonna have to cut you off because we are already in bans and picks for autopilot and X Factor. These gentlemen are ready.
Okay, autopilot bans Aurelia. Oh wait, I'm so sorry. Are we not casting this one?
I actually don't know offhand.
I've got sorry, hey guys, Shadow, TNT, and Neb. Yeah, if you want to cast it, do the trifecta. Cast, then yeah, go for it. But this is your all series, and then we'll move into the first semifinal. So I guess let me get Shadow Speaker in here while they're doing the bans and picks.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, if you don't mind, Bright, I asked to stick around with you and Shadow.
Sure.
Just hang out.
I don't mind.
Unfortunately, we do have the cowardly ban from X Factor on Paradise Lost to start it off. Yeah,
dude, I'm honestly, again, I've expressed my opinion. I'm gonna express it again. I think we really need to look at how much rec fields are worth on C, or do something to just make the gameplay a little bit better in my opinion, because a lot of it right now is you just build up your Navy and then you have one engagement, and even if you don't outright lose from that engagement, it's either you win the engagement and are ahead the whole game now, or you lose the engagement, now you're behind. So I don't know, I don't mind seeing it, but all that to say, I don't mind seeing Paradise ban that much in the current state of C.
On a strange kind of, like, I'm just thinking about it on like a higher level. It's kind of like a top down level. It's essentially the same as vehicles, except you have stealth units in T1. That's kind of how I think about it. And that's like a weird, there's no harassment, but and the other thing is you can only harass with stealth units.
Yeah.
So it's very strange to not have any like any, I don't know. There's some like, how much can I say about this? I wish there were a unit that were a dedicated anti-submarine unit that wasn't a destroyer.
I can add on to that. I think there should be some kind of like torpedo hover. Like it was, say you had a hover with like a sonar and a torpedo on it.
Yes.
Like
I agree.
Counter, right?
Yeah, just specifically an anti-sub hover would be great.
Yeah, but like with what you're saying, Brad, about how ships are like vehicles, I agree completely. I think they should play a lot like vehicles. But like you're saying, you have the T1 stealth unit, and also all of the wrecks are, you get 100% like a complete wreck, except like sometimes submarines. But with vehicles, you have overkill, and the wrecks will block like pathing and stuff. But with ships, you get none of that. So if you win an engagement, like you're pretty much guaranteed to get not the well, you can actually get the entire medal value of your opponent's army if you just res it. And that's just not very fair in my opinion, because I mean, reclaim is already meant as like a comeback mechanic, right? But when it becomes a snowball, like even more of a snowball mechanic, like it kind of makes issues.
All right, boys, I'm gonna bring us back to bans and picks, because Paradise Lost is banned, so water is irrelevant. So we're gonna see Mithril
Right.
Mountain and Greenhaven, which are both smaller maps. Greenhaven,
it's
though,
like
I'm
Aurelia,
interested.
too.
I'm interested to
I
see.
love Greenhaven. I just want to
'cause-
say,
These are both really good grunt players.
wait, can I actually say something? I think it's okay for me to reveal this now. So X Factor has a little bit of a trick up his sleeve on
Really?
Greenhaven. Yeah, so
Oh.
we'll see.
That'll be exciting.
We'll see. I'm excited to see him on it.
I feel like
got
X
the-
Factor always brings out good stuff.
We
Yeah.
got the ban on Hades. Barcast, do you know? I feel like X Factor is comfortable playing longer macro games. I haven't watched Autopilot in that many macro games. Do you think he's strong?
I've watched a lot of. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, he's fantastic at scaling E with converters, right? So on like any map with high wind, I think Autopilot's like easily top 3 like macro. Maybe not. I'm not really sure about the 2-3 phase, like just going like full ASUS with con turrets everywhere. But as far as like that T2 mid game phase, he's just like really strong.
Barcast, do you see Greenhaven as a win map? If you play ARM.
I guess. I mean, I don't really play ARM, so from what I've seen, I think it's more of a solar map. But like as on paper, yeah, wind is still better than solars. But you know, tempo's a thing, right? If wind drops, it's
Yeah, I feel like to be honest, a lot of the bar economy discussion is a little outdated, in that it focuses on, you know, historically, like the total annihilation in games that bar is coming from. You only have the 2 resources, like metal and energy, right? I don't know if they're exactly the same, but with build power, that actually is something to consider. Because yes, number wise, like metal energy, maybe wind is efficient, but if you have to spend so much longer, like you were saying, building it, then is it really that much more efficient, you know?
yeah, that's interesting. One point though about maybe I'm interested in is X Factor picked Mithril Mountain for game 1, which is kind of suspect, right? Well, we're actually loading into game 1 now, but I'm wondering what he has cooked up for this, because X Factor would not have picked this map unless he had something like really refined. I'm sure he's kind of over trolling. I don't know I guess what I'm saying is he's gonna play straight up strategy here, you know. So he's
I don't think of this much as a macro map, so it's interesting. Like he's gotta have something going.
Right.
Well, X Factor invented the incisor build, right? And this is an incisor map.
I guess that's true. Bread and butter. It also means that everybody and their mother has studied that build, though. So is he going to go for it?
No, he's going to play ARM ticks here. So, yeah.
Oh, really? Wait.
Yeah.
He's a Cortex commander right now.
I bet you $1 he plays ARM
$1.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised. I will say, I think Autopilot is one of those 1v1s players that I see go ARM more often.
Autopilot, you say?
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong, but a lot of Autopilot's games I've seen him go ARM.
I strictly know this man is a grunt enthusiast. He's
Really?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Maybe
he did pick Greenhaven. He did pick Greenhaven, which I'd say is the most grunt map in the entire pool.
That is so true. Yeah. X Factor went core, by the way.
Okay, so I lost $1.
Drop the cash app. Drop the Venmo.
Yeah.
Currently, they're pretty much mirroring each other's builds right now, which is kind of funny.
Yeah, that's gonna be great if we see him clash with exactly the same build.
No, Autopilot actually went for the 3rd mech. I think
he's gonna play bots. X Factor is doing his namesake build here, actually. So he's gonna do a 2-mex vehicle open and then like
then walk.
Yeah. That's interesting to see Autopilot go for 4 bots here. Really, he's got an uphill challenge. If I know how these games kind of turn out, like 5:30, 6 minutes into the game, he's gonna have a rough time.
Yeah, I personally would never go bots on this map. There's just, you don't have any early reclaim. The middle mexes are worth. I guess you get these 2.0 mexes, which are nice, but I don't really see the middle held a lot in these maps, you know?
Can vehicles traverse these sides right here, or can they only go up the ramps on the?
They
I
can
wanna
only go
say
up
no.
those ramps. So you actually
Okay.
see a lot of thug play where you can actually thug walk down here like that and then harass a vehicle player because they can't
Right.
attack back up.
No, that's a great point, actually. Like, I've seen a lot of players put a vehicle lab up there because thugs are very strong, rotating left and right off of that mountain. Like, vehicles can't really deal with them that well. They get extra range from the terrain, right? So, I mean, if it goes to that stage, we might be able to see it. But I mean, it's going to be rough at like the 5:30, 6-minute mark. There's going to be incisors knocking on the front door, and
Yeah, I mean, because here's my prediction what's going to happen. X Factor is going to tax Autopilot's APM right now a little bit. He's going to distract those grunts. Basically, he's going to use these rovers to harass Autopilot, all the while expanding, and then all he needs to do is just build up an incisor ball, and there's not really anything Autopilot can do about it. So
yeah, and that's a good point. I wonder if he has Autopilot has something planned for this stage of the game, or like that follow-up stage, right? But X Factor's being really aggressive here. I mean, he's trying to find damage with these rovers. I mean, this is more than you typically see. And like you said, Neb, it's like it's just buying him this time to expand for free on the other side of the map. Like there's no grunts anywhere on past the halfway mark. He's just Autopilot's concerned with defending these rovers, which he's doing a great job of.
Wow. Yeah, I think so far a perfect defense.
although, you know what? I kind of feel like he should, instead of defending with all of his grunts, he should try to send some over, get some value out.
I think he's going to have the opportunity to do that now. There's 2 rovers left, right?
I can't really fault him for what an excellent defense that was. That was like 10 grunts on that side. Maybe not 10. It was probably closer to like 5 or 4, but still, that was crazy grunt defense right there. Nearly perfect defense. Finally loses a mechs, but my goodness, I would have lost everything. I would have lost all the wind turbines, every mechs.
Here's the thing: he defended, but he has 5 mexes now compared to X Factor's 8. I mean, X Factor is going to lose some, though, so that's actually going to be more equalized.
These grunts are coming in hot, and there's enough of them, I think, that they can take efficient fights, even against incisors at this point.
Yeah, well, especially as the incisors are spread out like this, they have no chance. You need to ball up incisor. Not like ball, but you know, you need them close, or else...
yeah, you just need a decent enough
surrounded.
concave. And you can't get surrounded by the
you,
grunts.
you can skirmish with incisors in low numbers. You really got to rely on the flanking damage with the grunts. And you get that with like the line of sight. I guess the weaker line of sight the incisors have. But he's like walking. Autopilot's trying to put pressure on, so it's like X Factor's well aware of where he needs to be with the incisors to deflect this, right? So he's not going to be like taken by surprise and lose those.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure 3 incisors defends against 6 grunts fairly easily.
Yeah, keeping this metal extractor expansion on the northern side up towards Autopilot's main base, this one over here. Keeping this locked down has been really, really nice. That's constantly been denied.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think... I mean, Autopilot, basically his best hope is to just spam out grunts and go for some intense harassment. Some grunts make it into the back line of X Factor, but they're going to be deflected.
Yeah, that's what's going on now. I mean, those 2 grunts were finally cleared up, but that was pulling back, 500, 600 metal worth of tanks to chase down 60 metal worth of grunts. That opens up this little attack here. It's getting away.
LLT helping out a lot there. Yikes.
This is... Incisor play
back
can
and
be
forth, it feels like.
Yeah. Very back and forth. He does have a pretty big ball of grunts on the high ground in the middle, which all he has to do is wait for X Factor to move his incisors forward. But I mean, okay, look at this. You have 4 incisors in the top moving forward. It's going to be hard to defend against that. And then also...
Oh, there's the grunts taking advantage of that run-by path.
Yeah.
He's surrounded,
but
though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like grunts don't bowl up nearly as well as the incisors do.
No, I was kind of like, in my opinion, incisors need some kind of a nerf of like a build power nerf or something, because once you get them in numbers, they're just so like unstoppable.
I mean, I think that's what Barcast was talking about.
T1.
We've hit that 6-minute mark, and now there's so many incisor out on the field that there's not really an efficient bot to counter this.
Exactly.
Yeah, look at the army value difference. It's 22% in
Yep.
XFactor's favor, right? So
Yeah. And it's 22% in incisors, which like I feel like they get exponentially better against grunts, you know, because they're able to.
The ones in the center are protected from the surround.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
even a perfect
and,
surround of grunts is going to be inefficient against a.
Yeah, and they're so tanky that like, the grunts like you basically they have to be focusing on like 1 or 2 incisors at a time, while they get just beamed down by that long range laser.
This is a really tense moment here. There's a huge attack heading in north mid, but autopilot has this big counterattack on the other side of the map.
Yeah.
Though. So I mean, I see a couple of exposed cons. If he can get those, he's not heading towards them though. It doesn't know if you've got, you know.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna be able to get value with those grunts because he's probably focusing on how to defend these 10 incisors that are moving up. You know, like
look how many. I mean, those grunts did find the mexes in base.
that is nice. Yeah.
We can shut off those solar panels too. That cuts a lot of the energy production.
Yeah, just almost
just
got
tagged all of
one.
them.
Yeah, that's where the maneuverability of grunts can be really nice, but I don't know, like these 10 incisors are, I guess they're not all super healthy, so maybe that will make a difference, but
Oh, this is huge.
look at them melting those grunts down.
Yikes.
1 incisor went down to like 10 grunts.
What a ridiculously efficient trade. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
And that's why I
That's
think
brutal.
they need a build power nerf, because that's just ridiculous. I mean,
That was-
yeah.
That was a crazy play right there. I think at this point in the game, you got to start looking into like comeback mechanics, and I wonder if res bots are going to be the saving grace here. If we saw 2 or 3 res bots moving out, like we have a superior win. Actually, do we have a? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Pro 123% energy production right now.
Yeah.
Could definitely
he
afford to get some res bots up and running.
Yeah, and he just got a really nice engagement at least, so that is the one advantage that you have as a bot player versus incisor, right? Is if your opponent is leaving Rex on your side of the field, then
They become your
get
units.
yeah.
There we go.
What
Yeah,
if-
Resbot's now patching up those incisors. It's going to take him a minute, but in the meantime, can just continue expanding the economy.
Yeah, but I mean
Rebuilding
at
the
this
mixes, all that stuff.
the metal difference right now, I mean Reclaim is kind of holding autopilot back in, but I mean just look at the map control. Now X Factor is building exploiters, which means that grunts kind of become obsolete.
Yeah, those are going to have a way harder time finding purchase on the blue side of the map. now.
Autopilot's able to res all these incisors in mid though, so he can probably rat out the res advantage, and there's still this massive rec field up top. So if he can get up here and res that, he actually is doing pretty well. In terms of energy efficiency, I think it's looking all right because they're both relatively close. Autopilot's ahead.
Yeah, I guess it is a little deceptive because Autopilot does own these middle mexes.
Oh, he
but-
did sneak a constructor up there. Yeah, look at that. Single con building all those mexes. Wow, that's actually a tremendous benefit right there.
Not
Those in
even
total.
bothering with the middle 0. What's even the point of those 0.5
Yeah,
mexes?
0.5 mexes? Yeesh.
It takes
How long does
what,
that take to build their values worth? 50 metal?
100 seconds, I want to say. Yeah.
Yeah, that's rough. That's a rough investment.
Yeah. I wonder at what point a T2 mex becomes less efficient than an APHIS and E-converters. Like how low of a metal income do you need for it to be?
It's got to be pretty bad. It's got to be really bad.
See, I mean, like you were saying, Volshock, like, yes, he has the reclaim, but I don't think it really matters. I mean, he's able to get incisors out now, but he's just so far behind.
Well, how about the fact that now he has incisors out and resbots?
Oh no, he has a chance actually to snipe X Factor's calm if he. Well, I guess maybe not, but.
X Factor, yeah, it looks like he wants to push into that midsection though. If he keeps all those bots up, maybe he could pull it off. X Factor's being really, really cautious though.
Yeah.
Probably
he
after
is
that series, watching that Centurion get the comm snipe on the the Randy game, he's probably thinking maybe he's a little safer.
Yeah. Do you think he was watching that, or do you think he was
I don't know. Maybe he was warming up,
prepping? Yeah.
crushing some noobs in Supremismus or something. Here we go. All those resurrected resurrected and newly, freshly painted incisors moving on that northern side, trying to take down some of these mechs. It looks like they're going to take the fight instead.
These exploiters are basically unharassable with incisors.
I wouldn't say that. I think it was about 4 incisors managed to take one of them down pretty cleanly. I think once you get up to 5 or 6, you can start to. I mean, that is 4 exploiters though. So
yeah, because I mean, just think about how to efficiently take an exploiter down, you need to get a surround, which means he would have to have units in the middle, so they would be getting hit by 4 exploiters from all directions.
Yeah, there's not a really clean way of taking out all 4 of those.
No, he needs to send out some. I guess Shuriken could help.
Shuriken, yeah, interesting transition. I love that XFactor has just been this entire game. He's just like, I'll make 1,000 incisor. That'll do for me. And then autopilot's like, I'll start with bots and then I'll go into incisors and I'll switch it up and go into Shuriken. He's doing all these plays. It's like high APM gaming versus low APM gaming. Just trying to find as much value as possible.
XFactor's just chilling with 8 incisors and 1 rascal on repeat.
That's hilarious. He's got that 1 scout just for good measure. Shuriken headed down towards the southern side. I like it.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty nice engagement for autopilot. I think he'll be really happy to get to res all of this if he can win it. But again, those explorers
make a huge difference.
Yeah. Oof. It's actually really nice. I love the Pounder too. The Pounder is such a good unit.
Yeah, that's great for helping clean up a lot of this, especially those incisors, because that's exactly what you want to do with the incisors, is ball them up as tightly as you can. The Pounder is exactly perfectly countered for that. It's the direct hard counter.
Yeah. People say, I guess in team games, the Pounder is a lot weaker than the Janus, but I actually think in 1v1s, the Pounder has a pretty big edge over the Janus because it can fire really fast.
I would say so, especially against incisors, but yeah, even against, like, grunts or pawns or anything like that. I mean, a Pounder's just going to be great regardless.
Yeah. Oh, man. Autopilot, I think, ended up kind of... Well...
I don't know, that Pounder put in work.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
The Pounders are really nice. But then he has these exploiters. Like, this exploiter, I guess with the incisors you can clean it up, but...
yeah, it's going to be a little bit trickier. Oh,
he'll be happy to... I'm surprised he hasn't already moved in the resers. Oh, I guess, yeah, sure.
One Shuriken demands another. There we go. I mean, that single anti-air tower has done more damage than anything else here, just taking out all those Shuriken and everything. Oh, nice catch with the incisor on the other side of the map. Finds a couple of those construction vehicles. That's pretty nice.
By the way...
Apparently didn't even notice.
Yeah. XFactor overflowing metal a lot. Kind of struggling with E.
Oh, wow. It's time for medium tanks, I guess.
Oh, yeah. It looks like he stabilized it. Maybe the wind was... I think the wind was just really low for a little bit.
Could be. Yeah, wind at a low of 2 is definitely rough. Autopilot in a worse way, even when it comes to that, with basically, actually 100% wind economy here.
Now, couldn't XFactor just put, like... Maybe this would be a bad idea, but I would think putting a bot lab up here would be really... it would be really strong.
It does feel like that would work out nicely, especially if you got, like a couple of thugs, like Volshak was saying. If you get those thugs up and running, then you can just kind of march them towards the main base right here. As long as you have enough of them, there's not really anything that you can do about it. They're too tanky.
Yeah.
Look at this cheeky scout plane parked in the middle of XFactor's base. Oh, that's adorable.
Does XFactor see
the vision
it at all?
that gets.
He does have a little bit of radar coverage.
Fighter can't shoot it down. Oh no.
Oh no.
It's at a weird angle, so the fighter's having a hard time shooting it down.
That's crazy. How does he have any radar vision of that?
Oh, there we go. They finally got it. Yeah, I'm not sure what that is. Maybe... Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure at all.
I wonder if maybe because the terrain was just like slightly sloped.
Yeah, maybe. Just allowed a little bit through.
So
we're slipping into mass pounders here.
With reclaim and everything, autopilot has a little bit of a metal advantage temporarily. Those pounders putting in work in the bottom engagement.
Yeah, impulsing all those tanks so they can't really move, and then allowing the brutes to get a really efficient engagement against them.
Yeah, but I think with these oh wow, okay.
Yeah, wind turbine's pretty spread out. Can't really find much value.
one of the
Oh,
rare
nice.
situations where you see a pro player like spread their wind turbines out that much. I feel like.
Yeah, it actually worked out phenomenally.
Yeah. On this map, it makes a lot of sense because you're not as like tight on space. You know.
That's true. Yeah, you're not so space constrained as
Yeah.
like the other one we saw. Forget the name of it. Decent trade down on that southern side. Yeah, those res bots, man, making all the difference right here. I think opening with bots ended up working out. He's managed to pull off their transition to vehicles at this point, and now he's got the res bots to clean up all the tanks of his that fall, all the tanks of the enemies that go down as well.
Yeah, that's kind of the philosophy of the bot open, huh? It's like basically you do bots to get in some like early aggro, but then you want to get into vehicles as fast as you can.
Seems like it's worked out here.
Yeah.
That stream of medium tanks now looking lethal.
I gotta say, I'm pretty surprised. Although, if XFactor just pumps out some pounders right now, like he's doing,
he's got double
like,
vehicle bay. What on earth?
Yeah. I'm not too surprised. If you remember, he had like 3K metal floating.
I guess that's true. Yeah, better to put it on the field somehow, even if it's a little jank.
Mm-hmm.
Insides are on the bottom side.
Oh, nice.
Good ping.
Okay.
Ooh,
I was a
huge run
little.
by.
I was a little skeptical if like autopilot still had it, but with this little run by, I feel like that kind of seals it, huh?
See how much value we can get. If we can pop all that build power, I think this is going to be fabulous.
XFactor is the player who XFactor picked this map, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, that'll be.
Yeah, he first picked it.
Wow, if autopilot can take a game off of XFactor on his map, that's huge.
This tank battle is brutal.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Just
the double
wall of
wide.
tanks.
Yeah, I feel like the double wide tank wall beats the single wide one.
Well, you take a lot more AoE damage. Those pounders are getting exponentially more and more value.
Actually, you're so right. It looks like more tanks went down for autopilot than.
It's kind of the same issue you get with rocket bots, where when you have fewer of them, it's easier to micro them out of the way of the enemy's rockets.
Yeah.
And so when you have more rocket bots, you take more damage as a weird side effect. I feel like that's kind of what we're seeing right here. Then again, if we just split this army in halves, and one half to the southern side and one half to the northern side, this army is only big enough for XFactor to deal with one of those. So it would take one split in order to do that. Obviously, really hard to gauge that though from a player POV. You're trying to figure out like how much does my opponent actually have? How many shurikens are there? It turns out there's about 1 million of them waiting to jump on top of this army.
Yeah. Yeah,
They're actually both building up shuriken. That's pretty funny.
They're both building up shuriken, but only XFactor has AA.
Yeah, that's true.
Autopilot has no AA.
Yeah, he's got pounders
gosh.
and brutes.
That was such a throw right there.
Oh gosh, yeah, these medium tanks are in a world of trouble now.
No.
There's so many of them, but half of them are turned off.
I kind of think autopilot should. Yeah.
What are you saying?
Oh, I was gonna say I kind of almost feel like autopilot was should have pulled back a little bit. I guess he's holding that, so never mind. But
I can't believe he's holding this. He's got medium tanks killing shuriken, and somehow it's working.
Yeah, it's always funny when you see ground units that, like, okay, a grunt, it makes sense a grunt can target a shuriken, but when plasma units
they're like, oh wait, I
back.
technically can target that thing. They start firing at it. It's like, well, okay, you're out of your mission parameter, soldier, but I guess it can't fault you too bad. Oh, XFactor got some res bots up there too. Not bad.
I think
those res bots are eating up that metal nicely.
Yeah, I think XFactor has almost won this fight. He's gonna get
Commander looking a little risky though.
Oh, he just needs to push the comm.
Yeah, he cloaks the comm.
Cloak. Yeah. Oh, but he. Oh no, I was gonna say he doesn't have that energy, but he does. I think autopilot's won this engagement.
P2 lab coming up now.
For XFactor.
P2 lab completely finished now.
Oh no.
Zar tank rolling out of the lab. Do we have the resources? Yeah, we definitely do. XFactor put that Zar on the field pretty quick here.
30-second Zar. 12-second Zar is gonna be crazy.
That's not bad. And we desperately need it. I mean, I think these red tanks continue to fight hard here. I think we
Oh,
lost
yeah.
res bots earlier. Yeah, I don't think autopilot has the res bots anymore, so not able to reclaim from that wreck as efficiently.
The
Preparing that
forward
commander as well.
Resbot lab is really nice.
Yeah, that's been helping XFactor a lot. I think it's the reason why that T2 lab was possible in the first place. Just able to pump out that that T2 lab using the quick influx of metal that he got just really rapidly from reclaiming. Resbot's so efficient. They need about 1 second in order, well, technically 2 seconds in order to pay for themselves, and then after that, it's all profit. So, makes a lot of sense to go for those here. Oh, another big Shuriken batch. Despite the anti-air, it feels like the Shuriken are still finding value. Even though they're getting shot down, they're still able to paralyze a lot of these tanks.
Yeah.
Czar moments from hitting the battlefield, though.
The Czar is such a hard counter to these tanks, man.
Yeah, they're gonna have such a rough time. There we go.
Oh,
First
with
shot.
the Shuriken,
Boom.
too. Autopilot.
Oh,
Autopilot could have had it in the bag, but the Czar, man.
the Czar is gonna be
Czars
too
are
much
so
to handle.
good.
How are you gonna
What?
How are you gonna counter
Yeah.
a Czar at this point in the game? Literally, you need a commander's D gun. There's not anything else that's gonna counter it efficiently enough here.
Yeah, because they're pretty hard to stun, right? Like, I don't think a Shuri could stun that.
You need a lot of them. Yeah, you need like
Yeah.
10 Shuriken to really stun it in any efficient time. And all that reclaim, by the way, just went back to XFactorLive. Metal value through the roof at this point. 23% up at 66,000 versus 54,000 for XFactor against Autopilot. The Pro Clan showing us some top tier gameplay, but T2 pretty OP as it turns out.
The
T2
Czar
very
play,
good.
yeah. The Czar play was amazing.
I didn't see it coming. I definitely thought that was. I thought we were going to see more and more medium tanks rolling out on the lab. Some aggression on the northern side, perhaps.
I certainly never would have thought to do that. Because, I mean, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I feel like there's a little bit of like a tunnel vision situation going on here where both these players are so hyper-focused on the southern side. I wonder if this Czar might be the eye-opening moment that's like, hey, maybe I should go be aggressive through some other part of the map.
Yeah, you can imagine, like, Autopilot's probably sent, what, like 100 tanks here to die? He could have just sent so many that way.
Yeah, a half dozen tanks moving on the northern side could have killed those exploiters. Exploiters don't hold up particularly well against brutes, if I remember correctly.
No.
So I feel like it would have been all right.
4 of them and 4 exploiters and 2 LLTs, you might have a little bit more of a problem, but 5 would probably take that.
Even
down
so, he's probably
easily,
produced enough tanks to send a dozen or more over there.
You don't need like 1 brute takes down an LLT easy. You really don't need that many.
The Czar is such a pain. Yeah, those red spots are great too. They can repair the Czar up to full strength.
Well, this ramp is open to vehicles, right? They can move up the ramp.
Yes.
I guess it would be slow to go up there, but
the Pounders in the front to impulse the tanks, and then the Czar in the back line just chipping away at all of them. This is brutal. There's no way you slice this fight that's efficient right now for Autopilot. I can't believe he hasn't made a T2 transition right now. It would only take him a couple of minutes to stop production and get a T2 up and online, but I guess he senses that any ceasing of production is just going to be too expensive.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, because 1v1s going T2 is so much riskier.
Yeah, you have to find a way to pay for it immediately. It seems like you can't really afford to slack. Oh, there we go. Fusion reactor up and online for XFactor. That cements the energy game.
Yeah, he's. I think the game is pretty much over here. The Czar play, because he the vehicles were like right here, so they're so close to his base. So it's just so impressive that he was able to know that he could, safely pull off a T2 transition.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can see he built the storage, and he built the e-storage to make sure that he could build that lab relatively quickly without stalling too much.
I love the look of the Big Daddy Czar moving around with the baby pounders next to it. I feel like the Czar's like the pounder evolution,
Right? Yeah, it's like a Pokemon. It's like it's the next step up in in pounder evolution is the Czar.
Yeah,
for sure.
And
it's
actually,
got long range, big AoE.
Yeah, they combine really nice too because the pounders stop the Czar from being swarmed.
One of its only main weaknesses is just getting surrounded by smaller chaff and then blasting its own toes off.
Yeah.
Kills me not to see any aggression on the northern side.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, autopilot for some reason was sending grunts with this stream here, but he could have just been balling them up here, or he could have been balling them up here or something, you know, and like going around there. I probably would have gone here just because it's not defended, but
I think
not as
autopilot
defended.
needs to surrender these mexes on the southern side, retreat back, and just try and hold this line here while aggressing through this northern side, taking the trade on the mexes on the northern side to
Yeah.
try and equalize that damage, but also open up another lane for them to go ahead and attack. I think Shuriken might be another thing he's really wary of. Sending attacks like this can just be completely shut down by Shuriken.
Yeah.
And now with T2 tanks rolling out, it's going to be even harder. But that's I
mean,
I feel like you kind of there's not really much you can do at this point.
Yeah. The grunts have some potential to get value, but those T2 mexes have so much health.
Wind turbines, very OP. Dozens, if not trillions, of grunts and ticks and pawns and all sorts of stuff have died at the hands of explosive wind turbines. It's the reason why we cram our wind turbines full of C4, so that when they explode, they kill the units that did the damage to them. Resbots. I think Resbots is the name of the game today.
I agree. I'm autopilot finally thinking about T2.
So late, it feels like to me.
It
is T2 vehicles, or T2 bots, pardon me. There's value there. Spy bots, shutting down those heavy tanks, taking really efficient fights like that. But it's so late. The tanks are here, and we need the solution yesterday. And we just.
Well, yeah, I think he can actually shut down these tigers and get a pretty good trade. The grunts kind of taking hits so that the brutes can follow back. You know, yeah, and like T2 isn't as much of a death sentence in a 1v1 right away as it is in team games, so I feel like maybe autopilot can be okay without that transition, but I don't know.
You do have a little more flexibility in that regard. Spy bots are out right now. You have to be careful that the Tsar doesn't actually accidentally shoot them. Just like
like that, yeah.
Forced to detonate this spy bot. Catches some of those heavy tanks. Probably not as good a engagement as he was hoping for with that spy bot. Catches a few more. Paralyzes some of its own units, though.
The Fiends,
it's the fight of our life. Yeah. Commander, dangerously close right now. Starts D-gunning.
The SAR, all it takes is like 2
that's rough.
He knew that was over.
GG. Yeah, it was a Hail Mary play. He was trying to save himself, but at the end of the day, he just didn't have enough force on the field. So slow with the T2. I guess just never felt comfortable cutting T1 tank production, and at the end of the day, that drained all of his resources to put those out on the field.
Kind of hilarious that yeah, that was a great game. I'm kudos to autopilot for holding so well against the XFactor signature build.
Frankly, I'm surprised that Tsar didn't crumble that quicker. Like, against medium tanks, you would think that Tsar should have won the game basically as soon as it came out, but XFactor holding his own.
While we're waiting for the next game, do you mind if we talk a little bit about the Legion 1v1 tournament coming up next week?
Are you asking me?
Well, I think we'll probably just go straight into game 2, so maybe do it after the series. So hold on.
Yeah, I'll do it after the series. Sorry, I was assuming they would be taking a break. So that game we had, I think autopilot had an opportunity to win when he had that giant tank ball that was so close to XFactor, but he forgot AA, and he forgot to include AA, and I feel like that kind of cost him the game because that allowed XFactor to hold and go T2.
Yeah, that was a critical moment. Yeah, those Shuriken got way more value there than they had before. I don't know. I think there was a lot of tunnel vision going on. I think because he had so much T1 tank production, the advantage that he had from that was that he had more units. They were less value of units, but they were more units, and so he could have sent a dozen tanks to one side to just as a distraction to separate the forces, force less efficient trades.
Yeah.
Or just to try and get value, shut down those metal extractors and stuff. I think he locked in a little bit too hard on that fight on the southern side, and it meant that the northern side went neglected for too long.
Yeah.
Those exploiters got too much value. It was just
Yeah. we've all been there, you know, when you're,
Yeah.
especially I'm assuming autopilot is very nervous. He's playing X Factor,
Yeah,
you know.
it's a big matchup. Very, very
Yeah.
stressful for sure.
They scrim a lot, actually. I mean, they're good friends. They're both.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, but it's
Yeah.
different when you're playing in a tournament that hundreds of people are watching and $1,500 is on the line, right? Or how
That's
big
true.
is the prize pool? Yeah.
I don't even know, actually.
Maybe it's
Money
not
is
quite
on the line is the
1,500,
important
but
part.
yeah, money's on the line, and it is a tournament. You know, it's his first game against X Factor. I think it's easy to get tunnel vision, and he was gonna win that fight, so I understand like overcommitting to it, but it was just a lack of AA.
That's true. Yeah, maybe he overestimated how that was going to go, and then it kind of spiraled after that. I don't know. I like the Spybot transition. I thought that was a clever choice. It just didn't work out. The execution just didn't work out properly. I think that was a great option, though. I think that probably was one of the few comeback mechanics that was strong enough to actually have made up the difference right there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was kind of wise in that way to hold off on T2 because he was able to put, like, when he saw T2 come out, I assume he's probably thinking, like, he needs a lot of units because X Factor is going to be behind. Kind of a funny factory placement on with X Factor right here, blocking his own factory a little bit with the mechs.
Well, it's more that this is such a standard grunt map. It's interesting that he's going to actually 2-mex VLab off of it.
This is what I was going to tell you about his secret play. He was telling me not to reveal it, but incisors are actually completely viable on Greenhaven.
Really?
Because, okay, so use your imagination for a second and just...
I'll try my best.
There's a very familiar 1v1 map that everyone plays, Comet Catcher.
Never heard of it.
Squint, yeah, but if you squint your eyes, Greenhaven's a little bit like Comet Catcher. Obviously, you have reclaim, so that makes it different. But just in terms of all of the mexes are on flat ground. And,
that's true. There's only really two big hills too. I suppose the incisors don't really have to worry about terrain.
Yeah, and so that's what X Factor was telling me about a couple days ago. He was saying he had this secret incisor play.
X Factor's big secret is that he's going to use his famous build.
His famous build on an unsuspecting opponent.
That's funny.
Although
well,
I wonder if
I think it could work. Yet. I don't know. I am a famously Armada enjoyer, so I'm not like super familiar with the way that incisor play works. Like I understand how it works on paper, but it's a different thing to play with it and experience it a little bit. You know what I mean?
I can tell you as also an Armada enjoyer that playing against incisors in a 1v1 as Armada is one of the most frustrating things in the game, in my opinion.
Good to know.
It's very hard. It's very hard.
Yeah, what do you do to counter them? Like, I imagine Centurion would probably trade decently against them, but only up to a certain point.
Yeah, they're just so slow.
Right.
That, I mean, you basically are forced to go vehicles. I don't really know, like... Basically, if you have a matchup where it's arm bot versus core vehicles, you need to win with ticks in like 2 minutes. Not 2 minutes, that's an exaggeration. But you know, in the first 4 minutes, you need to win with ticks and then like transition, because
got the mechs there. Resbot coming out though. Oh, nice. We're just gonna resurrect everything. I like it.
Yeah, it's interesting. A lot of people don't prefer the Resbot start on this as much because it is the nerf trees. You know, the normal reclaim for trees is 57 and these are 28, 29. But you still see people make it.
Well, they make it for the metal in the map. There's tons of metal out on the map.
Oh yeah, I guess there's a lot of rocks out there.
Yeah. I actually got to like have a conversation with X Factor about this specific map, and his basically he says resbots are really not, I guess he's using them for energy right now. I don't know if he means to be doing that, but he was saying they're really now only valuable for the metal, which yeah, that's what we see actually. He's sending a resbot to collect metal. But now you see where the problem comes up of playing grunt versus incisor. If Autopilot takes this engagement and wins, which it looks like he will.
Oof. Readily.
Yeah, that's actually huge. Yeah.
I just wanted to back up and ask about that. Is that a global change to the resbots, or is that just specifically for this map?
No, it is map specific. It's so frustrating, actually. It's
weird.
map specific. So on certain maps, they've nerfed the tree reclaim, but it's not all of them. So you have to know every single map, like if they've nerfed it. I want to say, obviously, Greenhaven and Flats and Forests are the two that I can think of. I'm not sure about other
Flats and
ones.
Forests was the other one that came to mind. I was like, that map
Yeah.
has a lot of trees that people reclaim.
Yeah. I wonder, I bet like Tangerine they nerfed too, but that's just a guess because that has like tons of reclaim.
I see. So just trying to make the resbots start a little bit weaker on certain maps where
Yeah.
otherwise it's pretty much necessary.
Yeah, because I mean, it's pretty insane. You pay what, 130 metal, so you pay less than a solar panel for a resbot, and then you get triple the energy. Like, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I
Granted,
guess
it's
when you look at
not
it like that,
constant.
it is.
Yeah.
It is pretty good. It runs out though, so there's definitely a detriment.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd be hard pressed to run out on this map, but
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a Greenhaven map get to the point where there's no reclaim left.
I've definitely seen a Flats and Forest stripped bear though. That
Yeah.
tends to happen pretty quick because basically everybody goes for them.
Yeah, it's a little easier with when you have 8 players doing it.
Exactly. Yeah.
But
Autopilot wants to find purchase here. He just can't find the right time to engage, the right shape here. He's like dancing back and forth, doing the danger dance with X Factor, trying to figure it out.
I honestly think he missed his opportunity, and the incisors now are too good.
I think he needs a third ball of grunts moving around. I think the one on the northern side is pulling a decent amount of forces away. Yeah, exactly. We need to see another group of grunts moving around. Yeah. Ideally, we should see grunts moving around all over the place. That's kind of the advantage of playing bots in the first place, is you can be everywhere on the map at the same time. But obviously, these are humans. They only have 10 fingers and a couple of feet, so there's only so many A's per M they can pump out there.
And I mean, the thing is, like, you also need, like, if I had to guess, when you have them balled up, I feel like grunts trade with incisors, like, literally, like, with balls like this, like, you can get trades, like, that are so efficient that it's almost, like, 5 to 1 or even more. So, like, I'm sure that's probably why Autopilot is afraid to split up his grunts. And also, it's a little bit broken up now because X Factor is getting aggressive. But he had a line here that just was kind of impenetrable. X Factor wins here. There's like 20 incisors moving through the mid. I feel like it's impossible to shut them down.
Maybe. I think you win this as the bot player by going for the counterattack.
Yeah.
You have to force those incisors back to defend.
Yeah.
We do have a vehicle line. Yeah. That transition is rough though, because you're going to need those defensive forces to try and save whatever you can. And with the grunts coming back from the northern side, I mean, the counterattack here is going to be nice. I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Yeah. Yeah, he can maybe pump out. I'm guessing he would go for pounders here.
That's a good defensive option. Almost, I would like to just see a whole bunch of twin guards. Essentially, all you're protecting at this point is the commander. You may as well just go for a bunch of static defenses to keep him safe.
Yeah, the counterattack. So he is going for a counterattack, which actually it's doing somewhat nicely. But incisors trade so well with grunts. It's not even like, I feel like it's seriously like 5 to 1 at least. If not even like 10 to 1 sometimes.
Yeah, those grunts haven't really found much value. All these solar panels going down, and it's just all reclaimable.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, on the other side, basically every solar panel has gone down for Autopilot. Oof.
Yeah, and he has no way of shutting the incisors down anymore. Wow, X Factor, keep the surprise incisor plays brutal. I think Autopilot probably thought he was safe.
Oh no, there's an incisor blocking the vehicle lab. I see you pointed that out right there. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
That's awful. Poor thing has been blocking the lab this whole time, so no reinforcements have been coming out. Autopilot wondering where my forces are at.
Dude,
they were stuck in the lab, buddy.
Oh my gosh, those actually probably could have like saved so much of his base.
Probably.
He's got to feel so bad right now. Cause
yeah, that's a rough moment.
Yeah, not only does it cost him the game, that's the series.
That's an AI derp for sure. Just not sure how to unblock that lab, so it just can't do anything about it. He has thrown up solar panels though. He's trying to come back into this. He's got Resbot patching up a whole bunch of them as well. I mean, he's doing the right steps to try and rebuild this, but so many incisors are going to be moving to kill every metal extractor he's worked so hard to build in that right-hand side. Meanwhile, the economy is steadily growing for XFactor.
Yeah,
about 100% bonus. This game has basically reached its end.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate. Because XFactor basically just is comfortably able to just pump out more and more incisors while Autopilot is forced to rebuild. So kind of unfortunate. I feel like it maybe would have not been as decisive. He does have one incisor moving around here, but that won't do anything. Maybe it would have been a little less decisive if those pounders didn't get stuck, but I don't know.
I think this game could have turned out differently if those grunts, instead of going after the base of XFactor, had instead turned north, spread out, and tried to kill all those metal extractors. I think that might have overall been a better value for those units. That's easy to say from the spectator booth, right, with perfect vision, but obviously Autopilot wasn't entirely aware of all that, and there was no radar vision or anything over there, so it was kind of hard to make that snap decision, and it's almost always better to go for the guaranteed damage, but he didn't know that that was available for him.
Yeah, I do feel like maybe that's a trap that all of us fall into, where at least I know I do it. You have your vision is set on their base, because that's where you see all their energy production, so it's easy to forget like how much value they're getting out of those metal extractor expansions.
Okay, Pounder Tank's managing to recover this. I mean, it's such a massive advantage right now for XFactor. I start checking off the list of comeback mechanics in my mind, and it like starts with shurikens and ends with spy bots. And I don't see any of them on the list right now available for Autopilot. So I'm running through my checklist, and I can't figure out how he comes back into this game.
I mean the pounders are pretty nice because they are a pretty hard counter to incisor, or I guess maybe I wouldn't call them a hard counter so much as a counter, but
they work really well though. I mean their impulse makes it so that the incisor speed can't really be there, which is one of their biggest advantages. They lose it, and then of course they're not exactly tanky either, so they'll fall to the pounders relatively low damage.
They're a hard counter as long as you have enough of them in a good spot where they're not going to just get swarmed, you know?
Yep.
Like they are right now.
Yep. Perfect case. Perfect showcase.
Yeah. This pounder's going to be nice, though.
A little bit of a vengeful retribution on the southern side here. Looks like, are those all resurrected? No, some of those are, actually most of those are freshly minted.
Yeah.
Fresh off the press incisors.
XFactor, I want to point out, if you look, there's like a line. He built exploiters here. He didn't build them here.
That's
which
true.
Makes sense, right? Because of the distance, but that's going to make it so hard for him to get any real value with those incisors. Exploiters, I don't know. In my opinion, they have a little too high of health, in my opinion, because it just makes it so hard to harass.
I think they're in a good spot. I think it's just it's one of those things that forces the game into the next tier. Like once exploiters start coming out in mass rather than just regular metal extractors, you have to step up into medium tanks. That can catch a lot of commanders off sides where you're suddenly you have a big ball of pawns or grunts or ticks even, and you're trying to find value, and suddenly you're completely invalidated.
Yeah,
the alternative is a 50. What is it? A 50 metal extractor, and then 2 LLTs or something like that. Something close to that.
Yeah. He's on the autopilot is able to get some like good formations on the defense, but
I'm surprised that autopilot isn't setting up more exploiters. You would think being down those exploiters would be really useful to make sure that what mexes you have, you don't lose.
Nah, I think in my opinion, exploiters are more of a you're already ahead, so get more of a ahead mechanic because they're too expensive to build if you're behind.
That's true. Yeah, I guess for the price of one exploiter, you could nearly get 5 regular metal extractors. So
yeah,
definitely not
yeah,
not the greedy play.
They have the same build time of an LT, so I imagine if you're behind, it's more efficient to first build a metal extractor and then build an LT. So that as
They
you're
have the same
building
build
the
time
LT,
as the LT.
I think so, yeah.
Huh. In my mind, they should be way more expensive.
Let me check on that.
They do. They do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sherry's are coming in and pushing through bottom from X Factor from the lab he built earlier.
Yeah.
Those are nice. That's how he gets past the pounders.
Yeah. And that, because here's the thing, like autopilot, I just don't think can come back because, I mean, it's pretty clear at this point because X Factor is so ahead, he can comfortably transition into whatever he wants. He could go T2 if he wanted. Well, probably not, but.
It's surprising to see that these commanders don't go for advanced solar panels. Not nearly as quickly as I would imagine, anyways. Like, at this point, X Factor is so far ahead, I would have imagined he would have stuck 2 or 3 of those panels down just to get that energy production really bumping.
So I think that comes down to you just get so much more metal in a 1v1 that like it's so easy to just build more solar panels, you know.
I guess so. Yeah, I mean it's no energy cost, and you really need all that energy to put into units. So
yeah,
it does make sense in that regard.
It is the only like perfectly efficient.
Brute's coming in on the right side though, so he's cleaning up this and then trying to keep autopilot just trapped in here while he mass expands behind it.
Yeah. Is there Volshak, do you think there's anything that autopilot can do to get back in here? Sort of like,
I mean, I think whenever you get those big brute balls, it becomes really easy to get overconfident and just metal donate them into the enemy. So I totally think that there's a situation where X Factor gets a little cocky and just overcommits brutes in, and then they either get eaten or rezzed and sent back. It's really, really easy to have those big swings when people aren't paying attention.
Yeah, I guess that's somewhat true, but then it's like, okay, well now he has to travel all the way back, right? Or, you know, travel around here. So it's like, I don't know. I think X Factor could throw all of these brutes and be totally fine.
I think riot tanks. The other thing is riot tanks get exponentially more valuable as the brutes group up more and more. It's another point on the board for why that can be a comeback mechanic. Yeah. Looks like not this case though. X Factor taking this game. Very nicely done.
I feel autopilot must be not super happy about that because I'm sure he was expecting a much different game on Greenhaven than he got.
Surely, yeah, he definitely wasn't expecting to play a full-on Grunt versus Incisor match. Maybe pivoting earlier could have been his saving grace, but ultimately, at the end of the day, he was blindsided really early on into the match, and to his credit, stuck it out for quite a while, trying to find any opportunity possible. But X Factor did a great job of just not giving him one. Mm-hmm. That kept things very, very tightly wrapped down for the red commander. And you can see by the end of this match, 75% of the map was under red control.
All right, so that was X Factor versus Autopilot. First map was Mithril Mountain, which X Factor picked and won. Second map was Greenhaven, which Autopilot picked on, but X Factor was able to incisor his way to victory on that bad boy. So that concludes the round of 8. Barcast, are you here? Am I correct?
Yeah, I am here. Excuse me. That was a great series, guys. Well done casting for sure. Congrats, X Factor. Moving on. Right. Now I heard you mentioned, Neb, something about a Legion tournament coming up. Do you want to tell us about that? Like, what is Legion? Where can players go, all that?
Yeah, if that's if that's all right, I would love to plug that. So next Sunday is a Legion 1v1 tournament. As far as I know, it's the first Legion 1v1 tournament in a pretty long time, if there's ever been one. But Legion will be enabled, of course. We're going to play on the BPL Season 4 maps, because I think it would be fun to kind of see how the meta changes with Legion on, right? it'll be a Swiss tournament, so no matter your skill level, if you come, you'll get to play in every round. It'll be a great opportunity to practice 1v1s and practice with Legion so that you actually can kind of be a little familiar when it's ready, which it's getting closer and closer every day to being a full faction. So I'm excited. And so it is a fight night. I forget if I mentioned that, but fight nights now have cosmetic prizes that go with them. So you can get yourself a hat. The Legion hat is a little goblin with a boxing glove. So
is that retroactive by chance? Like, or for future?
I was considering it. I think I probably should make it retroactive, right? Because yeah, Barkas, you would get one of the.
Oh no, I was thinking about our other contestants. You know, like Vedor. I'm pretty sure he's one of you. Andy.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure they have.
Well, so I was gonna give it to them, but then I was like, if they have other hats on, I don't want to like just give it without asking. So I'll double check. But yeah, we will retroactively give that. And the Fight Night 1v1 tournament hat is a grunt with boxing gloves, so it's pretty cute in my opinion. Cool. But anyways, yeah, so a little bit different than the BPL. It can still be pretty competitive, but obviously we're not playing for money. So yeah, come out if you want to do some 1v1 tournaments. It's next Sunday.
Awesome. Thanks, Nebo. So
yeah.
For brackets update, all of round of 8 is done. So that means we only have 3 series left. No, sorry, 4 series left. I lie.
No, it'd be 3.
No, 3,
right?
3. Yeah, 3.
In the final. Yeah.
So Chisato, Sash, and Teddy X Factor. So Chisato, Sash is kind of interesting because it is a rematch from last season. Didn't they play? They played round of 8 and Chisato won.
Yeah, that's right. 2-0. So now's a chance for Sashkorin to get some kind of redemption, right? We'll see what maps he wants to ban, what maps he want to choose. I think they're creating a lobby right now. We can jump in this. I'm trying to get our extra casters lined up, but yeah, once again, thanks Brightworks, thanks Nev for casting those 2 series. That was great, and we have 2 new casters coming in. Well, I guess not new, but LDM's gonna come back, and LSR to cast the series. LSR, you here? I see him without his mic unmuted. I see you.
He may not be here, but I am.
Nice. Welcome back. Nice to have you again.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to casting with LSR. We did it last time. It was pretty fun.
Right. I guess we'll give him a few moments to jump on, but talk to me, LDM. What do you think about this matchup? What do you think about the players? Who do you think's gonna win?
Well, when I was casting qualifiers with Sash, he did say he was going to 2-0 Chisato. So, I mean, he's thrown that gauntlet, and I don't know. Oh, I'm going to be excited to see if he can do it.
Was that an actual conversation you had with him, or are we just hyping things up?
I will not confirm either way. Okay. He definitely said something along those lines. Whether or not it was exactly that, who knows?
Okay, we're just gonna wait a few moments for LSR to jump on. So, can we get a review of the bracket again? I don't think I had a chance to.
Oh, sorry, I can pull it back up for you, sir.
Hello.
Give me
all right.
1 second. Pulling back
LSR,
up the bracket.
Yep. I don't know. Something was off with the settings. I turned you guys a little bit lower. Apparently, turned my mic down. Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, welcome
Just
back.
in time.
Yeah, we're taking a look at the bracket from the quarterfinals, right? So, any surprises here? What do you think?
Surprises? No, looked pretty tight.
Yeah.
Well, XFactor autopilot was pretty close and interesting, and
So was the Chisato versus Randy one. Like that was a crazy set.
That
Those
was
were good.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Those are wild games.
I'm looking at these semifinals, and one of them is not like the other. I just want to throw that out here. Maybe this one, Chisato Sashkorin, is going to show us, turn out to be more competitive, but Teddy X Factor is going to be insane. So we have that to look forward to. Yeah. Right. I think I can sign off here and let you guys handle it from here, right?
Playing? What are we even playing?
Chisato, Sash, and they are in bands.
Oh, I see. I was trying to find Chisato, but apparently he renamed himself.
Yeah,
I was like, is that guy even online? All right.
He's joined the rename meta. He's not the same anymore.
You know,
All
it's
right.
the same because he automatically just first bans Paradise Lost every game.
Yeah. Well, Sash did look pretty strong on it versus PtaQ. So I mean, and I think Chisato has been a pretty known naval not enjoyer in bar anyway. So it's not the biggest surprise there. Sash banning Mariposa, though, also kind of not really a surprise. I don't think you want to play Chisato on a map like that, though. Randy did show that there is a path to victory.
That Randy build was amazing. I thought it was incredibly well executed and just well thought out. Like, you could tell he definitely had a lot of contingencies for like, all right, if this happens, then I can do that. And I felt like, yeah, I mean, that it was awesome.
It's probably
It
partially
does
the
make
surprise,
sense.
right?
The C cons are really fast. I think they might be faster even than regular expanding cons, especially with the vehicles slow up, slow down.
Yeah, well, they have
but it's at least close.
They have 120 BP, right? So they're able to contribute
Yeah, the
quite
BP
a
is
bit. They
great.
just
Everything is great.
shred.
And then, yeah.
All right, we are.
You know, I think one thing y'all didn't quite do a good job pointing out on that map is it wasn't so much the mexes, it was the titles in the water underneath those con turrets all game was huge. You had a 50% E income by the end of that game, and it was just like it kept on getting bigger and bigger over the course of the game, right?
Yeah, you could say, as I mentioned, the titles are really good BP buys, right? That's the main benefit of titles. So you get some titles. I mean, the titles aren't great. I don't know how they compare to the win, but you know, it's a quick, easy, guaranteed way you can map out your build.
15 is
really good.
okay on that map, right? Like it's what,
it's okay. Yeah, it's not great. It's not great. Not terrible. Kind of.
Yeah.
It's okay. Yeah.
I think it's a big part that it's also like much harder to punish it, right? Like,
oh yeah, you cannot.
Like, how do you fight into like all of his C-Mexes and like the C title? Like you need something that can get on the water to fight it, and that's I feel like a little bit harder to do from Chisato's position. It was interesting.
That was such a good series. I really, honestly, I was rooting for Andy to win that one. So maybe not the result I wanted, but surely it makes for a good round of 8, right? No matter who advanced, we'd be happy to see.
Yeah, I barely catch the leash towards the end. The leash was pretty brutal, right? With Centurion leashes, the guys pointed out.
Yeah. Chisato almost died that Aurelia game. That was really close to Randy 2-0 in him.
Oh yeah, I actually was like, oh my god, that
was crazy.
At the end of that. Yeah, I was like,
those tanks hanging off the cliff, shooting the commander, the amphibs coming up. That was, I think, with maybe like slightly better micro. I think Randy killed him there, but.
Yeah, if
very
you
tense
get to replay it in a good speed, maybe you don't lose the guard pikes, especially if you know the proper edge. I mean, it's like very deep knowledge. Okay, how deep underwater your guard pike has to be in order to not be degunned? I don't know. Can you still rock onto that?
Weird, right? Like the degun, like it was not like obvious what was degunnable and what wasn't there.
Yeah, it makes me wonder whether you can actually degun units in the water, because you can degun air transports, right? So it's the matter like what happens if you say, okay, degun the tank instead of degun, across the water by pointing. Can you actually degun submarines? Maybe
I
don't know.
You used to be able to degun subs, but right? Am I crazy?
I don't know. I mean, it depends. You basically have two options. You can degun in the direction, or you can degun at the object, right? So at the unit, right? So you get different locks based on how do you do so. It's interesting that
Chisato may have died. We're waiting on this pick.
sorry. Chisato asked for a few minutes.
we're just to finish his FAF finals or something.
Yeah, probably, right? He needs to just quickly go win another tournament. That's fine.
Yeah, whenever anyone beats him, it's actually just because he was playing FAF at the same time.
Reminds me of that fucker meme where he just alt taps between 5 games and you hear the clickety clacks of the thing.
Just wait till the next BPL where he will literally be playing both games at the same time. Like this one is just a warm up, He's actually taking breaks in between. But.
All right. Well, while we wait, I'm gonna throw to a quick 2-minute break. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back once we actually have Chisato present. He literally banned Paradise Lost and then left. So he'll be right back. But we'll be back in about 2 minutes. So don't go anywhere. Yep,
minutes.
I'm here. We are back. Thank you for waiting, everyone. And we have returned with Chisato, which I think is probably the most exciting part because he's a player and he's the person we need.
Yep, can actually get to see some games, get into maybe a bar match, finish some picks and bans, something like that.
Oh, I'm ready. I am ready. Let's go.
Predictions. Anyone have Sashkorin winning this? What do you think?
I don't. All right. I think Sash can take one game. I don't think he can take the series.
I think Sash could beat him. Like, Sash is good. He's got good builds. It's just Chisato is very difficult to beat. You know what? He's just very good. I think he can beat him.
He does pick hide and seek, which is definitely one of those tighter kind of grunt spammy maps. So we'll see. I feel like doing that should be Hades pawns. Sorry. But I feel like Hades is going to be a little bit more difficult, although I'd say he's pretty comfortable with the X Factor
pretty
build.
good on Hades. Yeah. The straight for the throat. I mean, it also matters. It really depends how you look. I think Chisato has more defensive tools. We really saw like mines underutilized, and I think Chisato is way better at like choking certain stuff and recognizing when he needs LLTs in order to. Because Chisato is first exercising more of the arsenal and generally doing it faster and has that more attention to like small little things. Especially like the max builds and squeezing in just the correct amount of energy and that part. So
yeah, he is super
efficient.
efficient.
Some scary builds on Hades, right? Like with those, like not really on incisor all in, but like the big incisor play. And I think if Chisato doesn't die to Sash's aggression, he's probably going to just out macro Sash. Like,
well, if we look at the PtaQ game, like if even Chisato could replicate the PtaQ's opener and get some decent damage in, he would never like get in a situation PtaQ was with balancing energy. He probably would make maybe make those titles, right? He would reclaim things faster, get BP faster, and have an all-round better like shading economy because PtaQ, while he did like a really great job, right?
The rover
lacked a little bit in defense.
Good.
He lacked a little bit in defense in the correct spots. Didn't have the BP and didn't maybe make the best energy options like maybe titles instead of Acelers and all that jazz and maybe more wind or something, right? But yeah, I'm curious to see if Chisato actually will play ARM and how it will pan out.
He has been picking arm a few times.
Yeah,
I mean, he
seems
pretty
he
varied,
did a
right?
Centurion, right? So yeah, of quick ticks. I think we're gonna see like I think a decent amount of like tick harass early. Try to not let Sash feel like threatened, so Sash expands less, which means less incisors, and then then it's takeable because. I don't know. I think it's still incisors might be for strong, but it's still like a flippy floppy, especially very early game where you kind of feel like, are you gonna make rowers into ticks?
Yeah.
Well, you like rowers versus tick, although like they do not feel that great, right? You're spending almost twice as much money. Isn't exactly that so.
Twice as much money, twice as much APM. Like they're actually like kind of annoying to micro into ticks, right?
Yeah, ticks. If you have like the number advantage, like because obviously they're better, but like they're much more snappy with the control that you can get really favorable trades, like even numbers of ticks versus rovers, right? So it can be hard.
But I would like to see maybe doubling of the cons, maybe 2 cons, like Chisato would spam ticks, get like 4 cons, 2 of them doubled, so they walk together, and then you get like maybe like an LLT in the correct space, and then use like I don't know what is the good to use, maybe like some pawns, maybe that would work, but you still have to kind of quickly switch to vehicle, I think, versus incisors. You can get away with bots in certain maps. Because bot cards are pretty effective, like to for solar energy purposes early. Like you need to get a lot of con bots out early.
To transition into the game, the series that's happening, it looks like Chisato is back, right? And we finally finished the panning and pick stage, right? So yeah, once again, game 3 on Ravaged. I don't know who this really favors. Maybe Chisato. We saw that like super strong Centurion push on that map from before. Maybe Sashkorin had the opportunity to kind of see that game and adjust to it. Maybe he's got some kind of plan. So See that?
Yeah, I'm surprised he's letting Chisato have Ravaged, to be honest, after how strong he looked on it. Like, that is, like, not the first time we've seen Chisato do that Centurion build, right, on Ravaged, and it does seem very strong.
You know, I might jump off here in a moment, but I'll make a prediction. I think 2-1 Sashkorin, so that's it. I'll leave you guys to it, so good luck,
Sashkorin. Taking the underdog so you can sweat harder. All right. Thanks, Barcast.
Yeah, man. I'll have a sandwich. Whoever wins, we get a sandwich.
Yeah.
So,
Whoever
cheers,
wins,
guys.
hopefully we get good games.
All right, LDM. Here we are.
Yeah, I hope you're ready for this.
Oh, yeah. I've been looking forward. I think we casted Chisato game last, and people were pretty apt about their duo, and I'm hope to recreate the webs, so...
Yeah. So you know that, am I crazy? But the way Sash is spawning here, this is specifically to do the X Factor walk to the 3-max thing, right? Like, this is...
Yeah, it's predictable. Yeah, goes up, goes down. I mean, it's a good spot.
Well, this is... Do you think he knows that Chisato is here? I wonder if he knows, because I feel like this makes it a little bit more dangerous, right? With how much closer Chisato is.
Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe he has a counterplay. I mean, the meta evolves. I haven't seen, like, certain expansion paths. I guess you could say, like, every third cluster is a little bit more closer. I guess the upside is that with the Sashkorin's position, you have, like, one choke, and then there's only one choke at the top, and then you could, like, once you finish those mixes, you could definitely, like, just exploiters further down the line right there, once you grab those, however, like, 7-8 mixes there are.
I remember, I think it was Barcast when we were casting like the round of 16 or round of 8 maybe. I don't know. No, round of 16. He said this spot was really good for the com expansion with like the 3 mexes towards the south. It like made it much easier to just secure all those mexes. And you know, I could kind of see that. I could see the benefit of it.
Both going vehicles. Sashk is opening with way more rovers. He doesn't like get tickled, I guess. He's already making pre-tickle adjustments. So actually might be a little bit behind. It doesn't look so.
Yeah, PtaQ really, I think, put the fear of the rover into him. You know, he's not gonna let that happen again.
Although technically, it looks like Chisato even has incisors squeezed and then very similar rover count. Except he's gonna spam a little bit more energy. And just
I'm kind of surprised I haven't seen more people do that, to be honest. Like these early rover harasses, like,
they are pretty expensive, like at 26. I mean, they are fast, to be fair, and they actually can beat ticks on offensive, right? Because it's kind of hard for ticks to chase. I learned that in Omega series. It's like so annoying, like they drive.
Chisato's really incisor, right? Or not? I usually that incisor's got other things to do, which it looks like he'll clean it up with the rascals. And
pretty good hit.
He's heading directly across with this incisor.
Yeah.
No hesitation.
One thing you could potentially do is exploit the default LLT turning, right? When you build LLT, it faces the enemy, for example, on the Sashkorin, so you could drive behind, and once the LLT turns, the rover is fast enough to get in and actually maybe trade for the mix. But
snipe the mexes, you can see something like that.
There were some tryhards which pre-took the LLTs, to be fair, as well. I think
we saw something like
PtaQ,
that, looks like Sash might actually snipe a con here. Chisato has no units to protect. He's deciding to go for the solar and the mechs. Or actually, Sash isn't deciding to go for the con at all. And Chisato
he should go with solars. Solars is very big. I don't think people realize it really like costs so much energy. If you tap solar once, it closes. It's like 8 seconds of 20, right?
Energy,
so you're denying 8 seconds of 40 energy, right? Once the energy is 200, that's really big. I would ignore the in and ignore the mixes. Hitting solars is very, very crucial early.
The sneaky little rover.
He did what he did. Like he exploited the not pre-turned LLT.
It's funny that is a play, but it was well done. He actually sniped some mechs, and actually Sash might get one in return.
Yeah,
he's gonna get one. He actually got the other rascal.
Yeah, and
this one should get reclaimed, right? Yeah. I mean, there's a little bit of back and forth harassment here.
Ooh, I love the play from Chisato right now. Once the Sash is ready to attack, he's gonna literally go in with actual Gator there, so that mix is gonna die, and probably like 2 mixes is gonna die, which means it will force the commander because he doesn't have a lot of build power, right?
I mean,
So it still
he's got the
makes
two
it-
incisors, right? So he should deal with it, but he is gonna
No,
lose.
but he will deal with it. But what he
Yeah.
will build mexes with, that's
That's
the thing,
true.
right? Dealing is one thing.
And I mean, he dealt with it, but he did lose a wind and 2 mexes
Two
for an
mexes,
incisor.
right?
That's
So-
not great. That's painful.
Yeah, and look at his expansions, right? Where is he expanding Sashkorin? He does nothing. He's at the start. Like his top is lost. There is no. He's literally banking on a single constructor, right?
He
Just
he does have
expanding.
7 incisors moving across the map, and
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
now it's just job for Chisato to hold, right?
Yeah,
Sadly, he doesn't
exactly.
have like a single LLT, so Sash might still be able to do what he wants to do, but Defender's advantage might kick in.
yeah. I mean,
that bad.
Chisato's content to chill. I think let his
He has
incisor numbers
8.
build up.
He has
right?
8 versus 6. 8 versus 6, and he actually sees where they're going. So he might lose like 3 mexes.
He might get the con too, depending on what direction Sash decides to go. I think. Oh, maybe not.
He's gonna lose most of them though.
Yeah.
Which means Khan should drive back and already start scooping up the metal because he's low on metal.
Bit of an overcommitment, I think, with those incisors. Like either go or turn back, and he instead decided to turn back at the very last minute when it was way too late.
You don't see. That's the issue with these incisor plays and combined arms. You need rovers to see.
Yeah.
For example, if he saw that there was a single con at the bottom, right? Those are also 3 mixes, so he could have sent like maybe 1. I don't know how much you can divide, right? But it's really hard to see. You could see, oh, if he could have done go here, and you see, there's barely any vision.
Yeah, the line of sight on incisors
it's very bad.
is.
You often just like sometimes need to throw the dice and see whether it will run into commander or not.
You
but,
just have
know,
no vision. Like you won't see anything until you're already shooting it. Basically, like it's quite bad.
But at least now it's predictable that you won't run into the commander since it's like a stay-at-home dad kind of meta.
Yeah. He did. I mean, he did manage to get the con. He got the 3 mexes, and he is kind of pruning away a few of Chisato's incisors. But like like you said, Chisato is definitely like hard expanding behind this, and
yeah, well, he's expanding with the 3 cons versus 1 con. That's pretty much a death sentence, right? If he manages to hold, I still think it's a little bit more greedy not getting LLTs. He's getting some, but you know,
is it that greedy? I mean, it's greedy, but it's like. It's incisor versus incisor, right? You know, like one LLT.
Well, maybe radar. Okay, radar. What about like getting a radars?
Radar. You know what? I've been sold. Radar's kind of good. Okay.
Because you need to be able to predict. Because their radar.
Yeah, he has no vision in the south at all. In fact, that's a little dangerous.
Also, you could park like 1 rover maybe further to see whether you're getting flanked. But you know, Chisato's been mixing in some rovers, right? At least.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you said, like incisors are so blind. You kind of want to mix in the rascals and rovers and get that vision that they really desperately need. And I mean, Sash is now expanding. He's moved up to expanding with 2 cons, but he's still really struggling to secure these northern mexes with Chisato kind of pressuring him.
Yeah, Chisato is doing the right thing. He's pressuring enough so the con doesn't like feel like he can just go like double con. But you know, I don't know. Now Chisato is pretty much have to degun his way out again, unless it's his plan to always stay lead.
He's totally entombed himself behind his lab, which I can't help if like is that intended? Like, does he really want to do that? I don't know. It seems a little crazy, but Sash is kind of being aggressive with these incisors, and you know, due to their total lack of vision, like Chisato.
Yeah,
I think,
you need to have rovers. That's really crucial for these light tank plays, right?
Yeah, I don't think he knows. Sash has no idea exactly how outnumbered he is, but he is definitely about to find out.
It was really far, but yeah.
Oh,
Sash is gonna get a break at the top because there is no LLTs, no nothing. Although.
He is losing all of these incisors on his front door, and
it's pretty big, and the con is also not that far. And you can see the con is immediately going to scoop all that metal, and
he's GG. Maybe a little premature, but he sees what is this 16 incisors running down his front door, and he knows he has nothing to stop that. Those were gonna probably just crush his economy. There was very little he could do about it.
Yeah, well played by Chisato. I actually don't know where was the massive turning point. I mean, the early harass just snowballed out into control. Right?
Yeah.
So.
And Chisato just expanding for free. No, not for free, but like a little easier expansion versus
Well, Sash
Sash,
could
I guess,
make
right?
it not for free, right? But you need like to spam these rovers and you need control, and that's like
Yeah.
huge APM demand.
I mean, that metal produced 6.7 versus 10.5. That's crazy.
Yeah, owning mexes is kind of good, I've heard. You know, it might be kind of advanced tech, but Chisato did have a lot of map control compared to Sash that game, and then just kind of never recovered. Wow, what the hide and... You think Chisato actually spawns there? Is he? There's no way he's actually... That's crazy. Maybe.
Let me see.
I'm still loading in.
Well, when you load in, look, you'll have to see it, because this is...
Yeah, that's reasonable to be fair.
Reason?
Yeah, because you need to start next to the mexes, and those two mexes are closer. Oh, this is
He's
literally
doing
gonna
no
be...
lamb. Is this a Dolphin no lamb tick? No, this is a no lamb Centurion. Or sorry, he's doing a no mex Centurion.
Oh,
Apparently.
that's gonna be Centurion walk with a leash. That's interesting, cheese. I love it. This is popular. This happened in way before the time the Ragnar used to walk, and that was when the Centurion was quote unquote not that great. And
yeah.
And now
Well,
it's even better.
bug,
To be
right?
fair,
Like...
it's really. There's not much actually. Like I don't think people realize, but there's not that much things you could do against the Centurion now with a leash. It's pretty close, but if you have a good ping, the commander can't do much.
He's making... Okay, now he's making it. He was making no E generation whatsoever and just using the tree reclaim to fund the Centurion.
Good planning, at least interesting start. And all he needs to do is maybe snipe the mechs and... yeah, I mean, Grunt
Oh,
is
he's
gonna
just
suck
walking.
so bad.
What? This is crazy. Okay, the map is small, right? But
To be fair, it's a little bit sketchy. I don't know if Sashkorin smelt it, but you can hear the threes falling, right? So you could maybe think, oh, it's a fake or something, but...
Okay, I'll be totally honest with you. I didn't know you could hear trees falling.
You can see them for sure.
Dude, this is...
Yeah, but hear them, that's crazy.
Does he want to just try to outtrade with the Calm and the Sen? Is that...
Well, he's got ticks coming behind it, and Sash has no units out whatsoever. Like, he's in total normal hide and seek, macro, open res bots, open con. Like, there's nothing happening here, and Chisato has a tick already coming across the map, about to hit, and Sash has no units at all. This is kind of terrifying.
This is pretty good. This reminds me of like rag style kind of builds. Really creative, just even no mechs. That's obscene. Now he has to push the grunt, and okay, you have the grunt, and then you see like...
Because the ticks forced Sash to make grunts, right?
He's
but now the Centurion shows up.
The Khan's gonna walk into vision, he's gonna be like, wait, what?
Hello.
Yeah, the Centurion shows up, and you have like 2 grunts to deal with it, and all these ticks, and it's like...
Alright, but the big moment is obviously the how well the Centurion's gonna be played. Oh, but Sash has no energy!
Yeah, he's E-stalling. All of his wind's just dying.
Wind
like,
is
the
also
ticks.
pretty bad. The wind is supposed to be 20, but how it is, it's 8.
I mean, the lab being degunned is already enough, right? Like, that's already, like Chisato has a lab.
Look at that poor Panic MX building. Oh no.
I mean, even if...
serves as a block.
I mean, I guess he's got the 2 res bots, he can eat trees to get the energy he needs, but, like, this Centurion is going to be unkillable.
Centurion's just gonna level the Centurion by firing at LLT with the heal.
Yeah. I mean, unless Chisato mismicros it, like, there's no way the Centurion dies, right? Like, there's...
Yeah.
He's 1 grunt. He's 1 grunt, 2 res bots. And yeah, like you said, there's what, 10 ticks right there?
I mean, the res bots, it's the battle of the... Oh. Maybe Chisato shouldn't take that much damage.
Is there anything he can res? Like, what do you do here? Wait, Chisato's calm is pretty bruised.
Yeah, and then Sash has 2 res bots. He should actually use those res bots, but
the Centurion's up against a wall.
Oh, no.
Bro, the D-gun! He's got res bots now, and Chisato doesn't have anything.
Well, he has lab, though, to be fair.
He does have lab, but he has no BP on the lab.
It's really awkward. D-gun LLT.
Wait, Chisato dies, right? Like.
No,
Oh,
he has
the one
ticks.
grunt.
He has six. He has
He
six.
has
Six
ticks.
ticks. The Resbots need to get in on this, man. Why aren't they? They need to be repairing.
Yeah, the Resbots should
No,
do
the
anything.
grunts!
They should resurrect the grunt, the mechs, whatever. They should resurrect anything.
No,
The
I don't
ticks.
thi- oh,
the ticks will carry
Oh my
this if
God,
he
bro.
commits.
This is so crazy. Sash is down in health now. I mean, he needs his Resbots to get in on this.
okay.
This is only hope.
Says, I don't like us. I'm going home.
I mean, he degunned the lab. Like, oh, behind this, Sash has managed to get one of the 2.5 maxes, so at least he has some metal income.
Yeah.
He has no lab, though, which is, you know... Like, he's gonna be stalling on this lab for quite a while.
Well, Chisato is stalling as well on this con. He actually needs to
He has to
his...
eat the solar. Wow, that is... Yeah, having no
Yeah.
mechs whatsoever, Chisato's income is
Yeah,
just
what is
terrible.
really big if the Chisato sent one tick to harass and kill that mechs, it's a little now different, but I think
Oh
the con
my
will be
God.
able to get the LLT up, which means that metal is pretty
Just
big
barely.
difference.
Just
But you know, he's still stalling the lab.
I mean, the thing that mex is crucial, right? Like that is any metal like Sash needs right now, and that one mex is it.
Well,
He can
in before we see a T3 game out of it.
yeah, somehow. Like Chisato is struggling. He has his first mex. No, he had a forward
He
mex.
has a
up,
lab,
okay.
right? So he's gonna actually have some con first.
This is such a funny game. All of a sudden, what the hell? This is crazy. I mean, okay, so Chisato's grabbing a lot of these mexes with his commander. Sash does have his lab back up.
Also, Resbots could be huge. I don't know if there's that much metal, right? There is some metal in form of crystals, but yeah, I guess it's not that many.
Yeah, it's mainly the E, right? Like that he's oh, he could lose these Resbots to this tick. That's so bad. He really cannot afford to lose these Resbots. Lose both of them to one tick. That's so unfortunate. Chisato does have three cons out, and he's going for his fourth, and is just expanding.
I don't know
behind
about
it.
making grunts as well from the Sash he really needs. Like, cons also give some energy, right? So, production, even if it's like kind of small, it's as good as a solar.
Yeah, and those Resbots were kind of his energy production until they died, right? Like, losing them was kind of like worst case scenario. Now, he is starting to scale his E a bit, but I feel like if he's making these grunts, he really needs to get some value with them.
Yeah, well, he might get a mix, but I don't think he's scouted yet where the mixes is.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised with how this game has gone that Sash is probably a little, not confused, but he's probably a little stressed out, as this has been a very bizarre hide-and-seek game.
What do you mean? The no max lab isn't standard? What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
yeah, a little bit crazy. Now he is just seeing
should
that
be able to
Chisato's
get
next.
the second mix as well there. That LLT definitely won't cover. Oh, but he runs almost directly, but should be able to skirmish from this side.
Doesn't quite get it, but should be able to get it with the other. Oh no, he's gonna commit to it, or not. Hesitation kind of did not do him any
the
favors
range
there.
has been nerfed. Look like easy pickoff for me, but yeah, maybe not.
He's gonna maybe try and grab the northern expanding con. I mean, he doesn't see it, but I mean
that's really big. There's also the big mix there, but
yeah, denying those
that's gonna
mixes would be
respond
big.
with like a lot of ticks, and you know that's a healthy tick number, so it will be like a gamble.
Yeah, I mean 3 grunts, 6 ticks.
Yeah. Well, you should only attack when the grunt is trying to push in.
Yeah.
Maybe the grunts are able to snipe from the top of the hill.
Ooh, I mean that one grunt should get picked up by those ticks. Not quite getting the max. Sash might get. Yeah, he's getting the 2.5 max. So the Chisato's LLT did go up. All of a sudden, this is a game. I don't know how that's possible. That all of a sudden this is a game, but it is. Like Sash has secured his back 2.5.
Hey, maybe that's a ruse to get the lab in a much more favorable mid position, right?
Yeah, maybe. Like Chisato, like he has no E generation right now at all. Like he's entirely relying on these Resbots, right? Like, yeah, it's a game. I think It's crazy. I don't know how that's possible with how this happened.
More Centurions coming out. That's a lot of grunts. That position will fall likely, and if that nano falls, that's game.
Yeah, Chisato's actually E-stalling on this Centurion.
Well, it's really expensive.
And I mean, I guess with only Resbot energy economy, like he kind of needs, he needs a bit more. He's gonna get the expansion.
Yeah, he's immediately trying to reclaim with the commander some trees.
I feel like the Centurion should be able to shoo this away with the ticks.
Yeah, but the grunts can go around, right?
Yeah, the forbidden go around, yeah.
You have one Centurion, but there's like 9 grunts, so...
Yeah, this isn't... Pick his spots. It's not quite like Ravaged, right? Like, there's a lot of open area to go around.
Oh, yeah.
He does manage to snipe that con. Kind of unfortunate pathing with these grunts, getting a few of them getting cut off, but... You know, he's kind of pruning back Chisato's economy a bit. Like, and he is managing to expand. He's up in metal income. He's up in energy income. He's up in metal produced. Like,
well, you got the corner, right? The corner is really, really massive in this 1v1. That's where the majority of the Sashkorin's incomes comes. That's literally all of his income is in the back. So if you can, that's a maybe. Sashkorin's trying to get into the back, but
I am actually just looking at this game, just totally shocked that this has turned into this. Like, this is so crazy. Who would have thought a no mech Centurion
another attack?
The ticks likely, yeah, they were kind of just running into the wall of grunts. Definitely getting cleaned up there.
He didn't say, but three Centurions maybe pushing that way with one in defense.
Yeah, he is swapping to his own thug production, which, you know, he should have
good on
time.
this map, I think. It's a
for
good
sure, with
high
the hills,
hill.
right?
High hill, especially, like, it's very hard to defend the lab position Chisato's at because it's a high ground.
Well, and you definitely cannot beat all these Centurions.
Ooh.
He keeps walking.
He doesn't see the comm almost.
Oh, the D-gun missed! He should get both. He missed it again! No! Okay, he's still got both. 4 D-guns, 2 Centurions.
That's massive.
50% hit rate, doesn't matter. Still got him. Oh, Chisato just lost another con on the right side. And Sash is shooting the wreck, denying the revive.
Yeah.
Which Chisato did have 2 resbots right there. He actually was about to revive that.
Yeah.
I think Sash has got really good pressure here.
I think he's nothing Chisato can realistically do because he needs to move his comm, and you know thugs are pretty good against the comm right there.
Yeah.
I don't support Sashkorin going for the low ground. He should just stick to the high ground.
Right, for sure.
Yeah,
with the
just
thug, plaza
high
advantage.
ground. Yeah, and just walk through next to the mountain. You have the things. You have the things hugging because you also cannot get surrounded as well, right?
Oh, Sash needs to be really careful with his commander.
Yeah, that's
what
crazy.
Are you doing, man? That's 3 Centurions.
That's crazy.
Sash, what are you doing?
That's crazy.
No.
I thought I'm not gonna get emotional, but
bro. I was thinking there's no way
he had it. Like, right? He had it.
Yeah. Just walk the thing
in his own
head. Commander in the back.
I can't believe that choke. He just needed to not walk forward. He had that.
Yeah, just hug the side. Nothing can surround you. Put your thugs in the front. Keep repairing them. Maybe get some resbot and just like skirmish. Kill the mechs. Kill everything.
He had such a huge advantage. He didn't even need his commander there. Probably like you want it with a thug push probably, but you don't. You don't need it that far forward. That's
no. You just need to keep it safe and hugging to the wall so you cannot get flanked or anything.
That I mean, he has to be kicking himself for sure. Like that is he knew. It was a very stressful game. And things happen when with high stress, high intense games like that. I bet Sash is not happy with what just happened.
Yeah,
man,
not gonna be happy with replay.
Yeah,
we've all been there. You've all had your commander like building an LLT on the front and 4 Janus run by, and you're not paying attention. But that is, he's gonna want that one back.
Those games where you're thinking about while you're laying in bed that night, just wondering like, how did that happen? How did I let this happen? And it's just eating away at you a little bit. Oh man.
Yeah, Centurion leash is brutal, right? Nothing you can do really, realistically, especially with the commander as well.
Yeah. You can't walk at them like that. Like they're just gonna walk you down. Well, quick 2-0, I guess. What?
Yeah, I thought maybe best of 5, but it doesn't look like we get it. Spectacular casting with T2.
Wow.
Quick in and out, 2-0.
In and out, yeah.
Not what we expected. I definitely expected Sash to get at least a game, and I think that was his game to get.
Yeah, for sure.
That was amazing. Yeah. So game 1 on Hades Ponds, game 2 on hide and seek, not Greenhaven. Whoops. Sorry. And Chisato took both of them. Barcast, as the resident 1v1 expert, can we please get a quick and detailed breakdown of that build and how that works? Huh? The old no mech Centurion open?
I've never seen that before. And it's cute to know that the commander produces the exact amount of metal it takes to make ticks out of a factory with no megs. So that was kind of cool. Wild start. I really think Sash could have won that game like in the first couple of minutes though with that start. Like he had the res bots. He just needed to bring them up behind his commander and chase Yudi's commander down, right? He would have won the game, but it's kind of hard to know that when you're going up against a build like that. So wow, what a game.
Amazing. So
That's a crazy game.
Yeah, that was an awesome game. It was a hilarious semifinal game. It's funny when you watch that as a spectator perspective because you're like, oh, you totally could have done this, but you know that in that moment where it's like no game that you've played has prepared you for, the no mech com walk open. You're like, is that his commander? Like what?
Yeah, you definitely like you just no preparation for that. You've never seen it before, and it's just it's just too intense, man. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, so that was our first semifinal, which is done. And looking at the bracket real quick. So Chisato went through Andy, went through Sash, and is now in the grand finals. And next one, looking spicy. Teddy versus X Factor. You guys taking Teddy? You guys taking X Fac? What do we think?
X Factor 2-0.
No way, really? Okay,
Real.
okay.
X Factor is good. I don't know if he
is good.
How good he is, but yeah.
Oh man, I gotta go with Teddy 2-1. I don't know, man. He's anytime he gets in these tournament games, I feel like Teddy just activates. I have faith in him.
Let me see one thing. I'm trying to bring in.
You had Brandy in here. He hopped in.
Yeah, for a second, yeah.
Where'd he go? Bring him back.
He's coming. Okay, so
we got him.
We
need
need a very special guest, right, guys?
Yeah. We got a grade A yapper.
Yapper?
Yeah, resident casting. Andy, how are you doing, man? Good to have you here.
Not the best day, but yeah, happy to be watching some good battle.
Right. A hell of a series, man. Really. I was rooting for you, and it's good to have you here. Maybe a little bit of a consolatory prize. I'm not sure the word, but having you here, we're going to be casting the second semifinal together. So it's good to have you here.
Yeah, it's a pleasure.
It's always great when we can get the actual players in who play with these people, know their builds, are super familiar. I would say that game on Mariposa was amazing. That build, I don't know how long you cooked it, but that C-spawn was awesome to see and just the transition for it.
Yeah, came up with it about a week ago and practiced it maybe 7-8 times since then. Practicing with X Factor and autopilot.
Yeah, that's what I thought when I saw you doing this. I'm like, oh, he must have had one of them practicing with this. Those pro boys doing really well. What about this upcoming series, X Factor versus Teddy? Who do you think's gonna win? What do you think the map score would be? What do you know about these players?
It's gonna be very close. It's hard to choose one. It's like a clash of old school versus new school. And yeah, I'm just excited to get to enjoy it from a front row seat.
Yeah, right. It's always nice to be like in the lobby when the magic's happening, right? So that's good. Let me confirm that these two players are ready. I'm so flustered from that last game. I haven't had a chance to organize our players. Let me message these guys and get a lobby started.
In terms of the overall map pool, do you think that there's any maps that either player wants to try to avoid? I mean, I feel like at this level, everyone is so strong that it's kind of silly to say like, oh, they have a weak map, with the exception maybe of like, oh, they don't want to play C, so they ban Paradise. But do you feel like there's any sort of concerns from either player, Randy, for like maps that they're like, oh, you know, just don't want to avoid it, whether it's like the smaller micro maps or like the larger macro? I mean, both these players I think can macro very well, but yeah, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think these are two players that they're quite comfortable on most types of maps, so I don't think there'll be anything in particular that they're too afraid of, and their bans should be very specific to maybe what they're expecting the opponent to do. Though I'm not sure how comfortable Teddy would be on Paradise Lost. I've not seen his C play much, but
I don't
maybe
wanna,
we'll get to.
I don't want to gush too hard, but I actually beat Teddy yesterday on Paradise Lost, so
It must be pretty bad then.
no. He's prepared now because he had a chance to see core is obviously better in C. So like, you know, he's practiced. I got the rust off right. He was like, "What's the dolphin?" I don't even know what this unit is. So
That's a fantastic sign.
Yeah. And maybe X Factor gets him on that map, right? But we'll see. I doubt X Factor is gonna like play on that map. Kind of risking his tournament life on something as hectic, chaotic as C, right?
Well, it's all relative. If you think that you're going to be much more comfortable on that than your opponent, then you can always go for it.
Right. We'll see. I can't speak to X Factor's strength on the water maps, but I mean, I'd imagine having the chance to practice with y'all, you, Autopilot, and the other pro players. I'm sure he has a decent understanding of the matchup, right? At
I
least.
think X Factor's a player who's very confident in his own ability, and he won't be afraid of any of these maps.
Very good. I think we have the players joining our lobby. Let's just double. Yeah, they're here actually. So
Yep, band's coming.
Yeah, bans are coming. I think we had X Factor banned first, right? So he bans Hades Pond. Teddy bans Aurelia, and then we picked Paradise Lost game 1 from X Factor. So
Boy.
There we go.
yeah, that's cool. I actually I did not expect that, and it's gonna be interesting to see because that means he has something cooked up. I'm sure. Like X Factor wouldn't pick that game 1 without having something lined up, right? So pretty cool to see. We're going back to the lobby. Let's see. Teddy picked Tundra. Okay. I actually saw that group. Was it Group B match? You versus am I thinking of the right? You versus Teddy on Tundra, right? That was like a 40-minute game. What were your takeaways from that, and what did you think about that game?
Let me think back. Yeah, I think Teddy seems to be one of his favorite maps. He's picked it quite a bit, and yeah, it was a game where I was kind of behind the whole way, and he just kept that advantage all the way to tier 3, and then I couldn't keep up with him in production.
Right.
Was that the game where Shiva's snuck in through the river through the back? Or is that a different game?
No, that was that game, yeah.
Oh, okay.
That was an incredible series, by the way, and I think it's been casted. It should be up on YouTube soon enough, but really nice to have all those group round of 16 matches casted, right, and kind of there for players to review and study. Of course, I like to make the replay pack available to players after the fact, so if that's something you're interested in, check out the BPL Discord. I'll make it available in there somewhere. So you feel like studying some high-level players, I'm sure I'll have a lot of them on the channel, you know, to kind of pick their brains and see what insights we can gain, right? So just nice to have good replays to study, right? I'm sure we all can agree on that, right? So the picks, bans and picks are still going on. Looks like Mithril Mountain was second ban from X Factor. Teddy banned Hide and Seek. Mariposa Island banned from X Factor. So that just leaves 2 maps. What is it? Trying to think back here.
Greenhaven.
Yeah.
And Ravaged.
Right, we've been seeing Ravaged a lot for a Game 3 map. Why do you think that is? Players aren't banning it, or is it just like they're... I don't know. What do you think about that?
I don't know. It's a map that's been around for quite a while, so maybe most players feel comfortable with it. So it's not something that's top of their ban priorities.
Right. That's a great point. Like, I think hide and seek we've seen a lot of banned. Greenhaven, Paradise Lost even, which is kind of wild because we've seen it two times already, right? So did not expect that. That's like 200% more than last season, I think, of the amount of times we've seen it played. But yeah, so final map is going to be Greenhaven. That is interesting. Did you see that X Factor game versus autopilot on Greenhaven, Andy?
I missed most of it. I was when I got knocked out, I had to revert to dad duties until my son went to bed.
I see. Well, it turns out, I guess you can just make incisors on it straight away. You don't need to open bots on that map. That's kind of what I learned from it. X Factor showed us the way and ended up snowballing that into a pretty big advantage in the mid game. Of course, like you see a lot with like incisors versus core bots, right? So took the W there. Gonna jump back in this lobby. Our players heading into the map. Let's see. Yeah, we're loading into the game. Did we get predictions, Andy? Did we go over that? Who do you think's gonna win? What do you think the map score is gonna be?
Game 1, X Factor. I think he'll be more comfortable on the C.
Yeah. Game 2. What was that? Forgive me for forgetting that. What is map 2?
Tundra.
Tundra. Okay, yeah. Teddy's pick, right? Okay, so maybe Teddy wins on that. I don't know. X Factor build is quite strong on that map as well. But if anyone can kind of play bots on that map and deflect it, it would be Teddy. Teddy's going to be the guy to do it, right? And yeah, here we are, game 1. Paradise Lost. Teddy spawning in the top right corner, playing as the blue Armada commander. And in the bottom left, spawning as the red Armada commander, we have XFactorLive. I'm gonna say, yeah, what 2-0 X Factor. So we'll see how it goes down. I love watching Teddy play, and now I'm thinking this is gonna be a great series. So, what do you like about this map, Andy? And what do you dislike about it? How do you like to open? What are your thoughts?
Well, I definitely like it when I spawn on the left-hand side. I think the common consensus among players is that is the better of the two, just because you have the option to take 4 mexes, which is difficult to get on the right-hand side.
Right.
I think we'll see X Factor probably open with maybe 1 con, then a bunch of dolphins to harass Teddy. And Teddy, I'm going to be learning with you.
So, from what I've seen from yesterday, Teddy opened 3 construction ships first out of his lab, and if like you say is true, X Factor might just go 1 con into like 20 dolphins, kind of like how we saw Sashkorin do it. But looks like Teddy's playing a little more conservative. He's just gonna do 2 cons into dolphins, which I think also something to note too is Teddy had a faster shipyard, so the left-hand side you do have that advantage having the 4 mexes more quickly, but I guess as like a kind of a trade-off perhaps is your lab's a little bit slower. So Teddy has the built power out on the water a little faster. See with that what he can translate that into.
Mm-hmm.
One thing
I
Sorry,
go ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead, Andy.
Just one thing about raiding on sea. It's very different to on land, whereas on land you can kill the metal extractors. Here, the only thing you can target is the cons. So if the con manages to get out and get the mexes down, then even if it dies, it's pretty much done its job.
Right. It's a good point. We see something very interesting from X Factor. So he went sub first out of here, which I love these arm subs, by the way. It's like they're weaker than the core version, but they're so much faster, which I'm sure you know as a player, like this, just the speed gives you access to like more harassment potential, more room for play. So I like this choice. It's interesting.
And if X Factor is observant, he should know where Teddy spawned, and likewise. Just because, nice tip here is, if you watch the opponent's side of the map, but when you're spawning in, you can see the trees get destroyed where the commander gets put down.
That is interesting. I didn't know that. Maybe I should start spawning on locations without trees, so you can.
But then they know you're on a location without trees.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. No, that's an interesting point.
Did you
I'm
see
wondering
X Factor put that sub on hold fire? So the dolphins, when they went past it, it didn't actually reveal that it was there.
Yeah, that was wild. I didn't know. Thanks for pointing that actually. So he's gonna get that in, pretty much undetected, right? So 2 dolphins are kind of thinking they might have the jump on whatever con is out here, but they are sorely mistaken. X Factor knows exactly what's going on, and looks like he's got 3 versus 2 dolphins right now, which is exactly what you want.
That's a nice touch with the submarine, but he is going in blind, so it's just down to a bit of luck whether he finds the cons or not.
Right. I think he's gonna find one. Something I learned recently too is just to put the subs on fight command actually as you move them around, and see that's what we see immediately. Oh, that was nice and cute. Like he was just anticipating the next being there, so moved it from fight command to move command there. That was interesting. This is already looking kind of dicey, right? One con already goes down. He's gonna get these 3 mexes. I see he's chasing away dolphins in like bottom mid and expanding for free on the left side of the map. So this is kind of going really well for X Factor, although it seems like Teddy has a bit of a E advantage and for now middle advantage.
Yeah, so Teddy's decided to respond to the submarine with a submarine of his own. So this could be devastating for Teddy if he loses this sub kind of melee battle.
Right.
Because there can be quite a bit of micro involved as you're trying to get behind the other sub whilst keeping the other sub in your arc of fire. Teddy gets the first shot successfully.
Yeah, that was huge actually, and gets behind the sub even, so he takes this out for free. Is he gonna? Nice. That's what he needed right there to get back in the game. Now he can kind of deflect these dolphins on the bottom side of the map with this sub. Going in on the left here, you see 4 dolphins hunting, sharking around for this expanding con, who looks like building a torpedo launcher. Is that finished? Just finished. What perfect timing, but that's not enough to stop 4 dolphins, so that's gonna go down. Okay, so that's like 2 nice pickoffs in a row, right? A little bit of momentum. I guess these dolphins are trapped though, so he's gonna pay the price for it, right? Even a self-D on the units to deny the Rex. That's smart.
And X Factor only had 1 expanding con, so he's got to get that replaced quite quickly.
Con turret already finished. Okay, I didn't quite notice that. So has a decent amount of build power in the main. You see Teddy's just sitting on that 1 con assisting the lab. And I see the commanders moving down to right mid to recap these mexes. And I'm sure he'll be heading down to that southern island as well. You see commanders used quite a bit to cap those mexes. Same thing from X Factor on the left side. So, well, nice mirrored timing from both players.
And Teddy's kind of got this top channel kind of secured now with a torpedo launch up there and another one on the way. So it's quite nice for him from a kind of multitasking standpoint. He doesn't have to worry about that channel too much right now, whereas X Factor still has all 3 sides open.
Speaking of open channels, I see a sub moving in the bottom channel. I think it's just camping there right now, catching on that lane. X Factor has another sub of his own moving into that channel from the factory. Little skirmish here in mid. So tell me, Andy, how do you like to approach like the mid game on this map? Like say the map split in half, what are you looking to do? How do you like to transition, and how would you find an advantage perhaps?
I'll see is it's quite difficult to overcome a deficit if you're behind, just because of how snowbally the battles can be. So I'm trying to force a fight if I am slightly behind, where I'm ready to pounce on that reclaim as quick as I can.
Yeah,
he seems to have the upper hand in these submarine duels at the moment. Just one at the top as well.
There's these cute little microchips tricks you can do with the subs even. I think it's just the Cortex one can outrange the torpedo launchers. We might not see that this game, but that's definitely something players can do. I think I mean, I've only ever seen Ragnar do that. I'm not sure if you're aware of that, Andy, or you know, it's like the overshot on the torpedo.
Yeah, I think it needs to be done with force fire.
Okay, that's how it is. I've tried it myself. I just can never seem to get it to work. So, you know, maybe something you should try outside of games when you're instead of in them, right? So, where is this game at? We see one sub for Teddy on XFactor's side of the map. There's a little navy in center mid for XFactor, kind of denying this from being taken. I think Teddy might lose a con. No, he's gonna back it up on the minimap. Okay, that was close. I almost thought Teddy might lose that. He's too good for that, of course. And you know, this army from XFactor is kind of useless right now. He's going left and right between the channel that's already locked down, and it looks like Teddy's got quite the sizable navy on the other side of that bay to kind of deny XFactor for moving onto his side of the map. But looks like he's going to try and force an engagement here. 3 torp launchers is not what you want to engage into. It really might end up getting him though.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for XFactor to be cost effective here, and Teddy's army's come to clean things up.
Right, and that's so much reclaim, right? And you were saying earlier, like, these battles can be very snowbally, so once you have these wrecks on the ground, it's best to just kind of, there we see a construction ship's already on the way. He wants to reclaim this pretty much as quickly as possible. It's so important to get that metal back in your economy, and, you know, this sub is, he would love to have that on top of that reclaim field right now, but it's instead harassing a position that it doesn't even have nexus, and you know, Teddy feels confident enough to step forward, offer this reclaim field. He doesn't want to camp it and make sure it goes into his coffers. He's just intent to kind of push forward. I don't know if I like that. It seems a little bit of an overextension, maybe, but the sub is here to finish the job. Actually, okay, so this is looking really, really good for Teddy right now.
The fact that we have this wreck field starting to appear in the top lane is going to be the focus of the game for at least the next 5 minutes. So we're going to see all the action pretty much occurring in that lane.
Wow, 2% HP. Nice that torpedo launcher kind of finishes there to protect this con. Is it going to get the sub? It shoots and takes it down. So that was really nice. It's exactly what Teddy needed to kind of continue expanding on the south side while he tries to reclaim that field in mid. And look at this forward sub just shooing away this entire army. He can't even move into this position to get the wrecks, right? Wow, is he gonna sneak that through? There's a con right there. Of course, he doesn't see what we can see, right? But oh, there's a torp launcher already finished. But this is really beautiful. Raiders are so important on these naval maps to make decisions. The armies move a little slower, right? So you need to be able to make informed decisions earlier, so to speak. And of course, radars help you do that. But here's a nice little push in the south channel. Takes out a con. Neither player really contesting mid. You see that so often. Like there's battles here in the center where there's like I think 7 or 8 mexes to fight over. Can really make the difference in a split map scenario, controlling that central reef.
And XFactor's finally going to clear out that sub at the north side, probably, but Teddy's already reclaimed everything that he came for, so...
Right. Just needs to
a
go
little
back,
bit late.
recap those mexes. The one torp launcher is still there, protecting that radar on the right side of our screen, but yeah, this construction sub's going to go down, but yeah, it's done its damage, like you said. It's scooped up all that reclaim, and there's a big fight in mid. This looks like a little XFactor favorite. That's a lot of frigates. What is that, 8? 7 versus 6, it seems, so pretty even battles. You really want to kite armies. It's not armies, navies. Kiting navies is what you want to like get done and avoid having done to you in these kind of matchups. But single sub is going to slip in. I think there's a torp launcher underneath that army, so it should be...
I died.
It did? Yeah, that's a wreck. So once again, a single sub shoos away like 2,000 metal worth of navy, right? And as our observers pointing out, these main bases and economies looks like XFactor is a little more wind heavy, whereas Teddy has just titles all day going on in the main and on the right middle bay, the very right side of the map. There's quite a bit of titles going up there. Is that something you prefer one over the other, wins or titles on this map, or just navy in general? What do you lean towards?
I think it's good to have a mix. Wins for the kind of efficiency when they're giving out that high amount of wind, but you need the tidals there just when it drops down low.
And a big battle in bottom mid starting to form. There's multiple subs for either player, so it can be really won or lost and who gets to like below the surface. Maybe one. I think XFactor has an advantage here. Yeah, he's forcing Teddy back. Sub battle is going XFactor's way even too. But that's, here we are, seaplane transition. What do you make from seaplanes here? Is it the gunships or the torpedo gunships? What do you?
He's going for the gunships, and I have to admit this is an area that's not my best expertise. I don't know which would be best in this situation, but XFactor's going to see now, and if he can respond quickly.
I would say I think the torpedo launchers are a bit. Torpedo gunships are a bit better. They like fly on these VTOLs, and you can park them on top of your army. It's not like bombers that have to like move past and like fly back around. They can just kind of sit above your army and get their damage off. So maybe a little easier to engage and disengage.
The big advantage the gunships have is if they're uncontested, they can clear out these islands, and it's a real pain for XFactor to try and recap everything since he only has his commander to do it with.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think one's going to end up sneaking through, maybe a second one. They're flying over one bit of AA on the south side of the map, but these two are going to sneak through. Lucky for XFactor, his commander's here and has already set up some AA, but Teddy might end up finding these energy converters, and like you said, it's so annoying to clear these out. Like, the commander has to walk all the way up here to just start an AA. Is that going to fly into AA? Okay, nice little deflection there. Even some fighters out, so XFactor is transitioning to seaplanes of his own. Reclaimed his naval lab. Okay, this is something I think I see a little more often than what Teddy's trying to do, where you have both labs at the same time. But it looks like XFactor's kind of ceded control of the tempo of the game a little bit. He's got this huge navy parked on the bottom channel. Teddy's moving into the center. Unfortunate for him, he can't clear out any of these mexes, like you were saying earlier. They're just, the con has done its job, right? It made the mexes. It might have been killed, but you can't deny this income from your opponent without a destroyer, basically, or torpedo gunship.
This has been a big reaction to the air from Teddy, and he only saw 3 or 4 gunships, so probably a good call for Teddy now just to reclaim his and put it all back into sea and try and get the advantage there.
Right. Is he trying to get some fighters out? I mean, he's got 5 fighters above his base. That was kind of cute. Both of those 2 planes died at the same time. But I noticed there in Teddy's main base, he had a lot of build power coming out. And I see a few destroyers for Teddy in the middle of the map. So this is really what you need to kind of increase the sophistication of your army, right? They have more HP, more damage, more range, right? Same thing for XFactor. Looks like he has 3 destroyers in his army now, so definitely advantage to XFactor, who seems to have like a 20% army value advantage. This is a nice position though for Teddy. XFactor's trying to force a fight here. He's running right into an arc from Teddy, who is down just slightly.
I think XFactor's bigger army though might make it a no contest.
Right. Yeah. It's kind of like snowballing in his favor. 3 destroyers now for him, and suddenly there's a huge reclaim field here. Look at this. I mean, that's thousands of metal sitting right here on the ground. You need to get a con in position on top of it.
Yeah. XFactor's big mistake was that he wasn't ready for this. He's got 2 cons coming down from his main base, but he really wants to be on top of that now and reclaiming it as soon as he can, because I'm not sure how long he'll keep control of this.
Right, he's slightly closer to, this battle is slightly closer to Teddy's main base, so he has that kind of reinforcing an advantage. Here come the torpedo gunships, instantly shot down by the seaplane fighters of XFactor, so nice job covering his navy. Looks like XFactor is going to be able to camp this reclaim field, right? So, and here come the cons, like, so there's 1 coming from the bay, 2 in that south channel, and I think this is too much. You just can't, let your opponent get this much metal for free, essentially. It's just too much. It's going to facilitate, any kind of transition you want. Any kind of build, you can just continue making destroyers.
Yep, and Teddy will be little bit of desperation in his play now. He'll know that if he lets XFactor get this brickfield, the game is over. So he's has to try and find some way to get in there, and he's opted for take out the construction cons, just stop him reclaiming that field.
Is he gonna get the last one? Oh my gosh! I mean, he got 2 of the 3, which is huge, right? I mean, slowing that down quite a bit, but there's still a single con is really all you need to swing a game in your favor.
Yeah, I think that might have been Teddy's last roll of the dice, though. It's going to be very difficult from here.
A couple of these lighter ships are getting picked off, but he's still committing to these gunships or the seaplane lab. I'm wondering if that's kind of biting him in the butt, but you know, you kind of have to. XFactor has his own seaplanes out, so you either need to like contest air or pay the price, right? I mean, you just give your opponent a second with air control to start sneaking gunships in on your main islands, or putting torpedo gunships on top of their army. It looks like XFactor has kind of secured that reclaim field, so feeling confident to push out. Is that going to give Teddy an opportunity to kind of dive back on that and maybe snipe some cons? I don't think so. He's running into this narrow channel, kind of getting his navy surrounded for now.
Yeah, Teddy's you can feel that he knows that he needs to do something, but he just doesn't have the resources available to make anything worthwhile happen. But all he can do is try.
He's got a energy advantage right now. Maybe that's serving him some kind of leverage in this game. But yeah, desperately trying to dart around, maneuver around this army. You can't really fight directly into it, so you can always try and snake around, maybe catch reinforcements. I see a bunch of res subs, it looks like, or those cons heading through that center channel, right? So
yeah, there's 3 res subs. He's not going to res, he's just going to reclaim still, but they can't be sniped as easily as the cons were being.
Right, which is happening right now. So Teddy did find a chance to get on top of these cons, so two more of them end up going down. Really nice job. This destroyer is going to get caught, so excellent job. But the res subs are already here, and those are going to start paying for themselves so quickly.
And XFactor's got this second lab now at the top, just to rally frigates through, just to give Teddy one extra problem to deal with, as if he didn't have enough already.
Yeah, that's a great point. It's nice to have labs up on at least one of these channels, right? It's like having that reinforcement potential, having the I mean, you can make cons to get to these like huge reclaim fields that are really important in the game, but this is not what you want. Frigates on top of wind farms, denying your mexes, taking out your economy. This is bad, but you know, Teddy's on top of that reclaim field, and that air from XFactor is kind of getting cleared out. It was sitting on top of that AA for a second, so yeah, this reclaim field is uncontested. There's cons doing their thing, right? So is this how he gets back in the game? We'll see. XFactor is kind of rightly so, you know, pulling back this navy. Took a few moments to go over to that bay and snipe some of the eco from Teddy, but
he managed to clear out the res subs as well.
He did. That single destroyer takes out even more, so that's the 4th one going down. There's a 5th one. He just needs to turn around and grab that. One more behind it even. So if Teddy can continue denying the reclaim for XFactor, I mean, that's his window back into the game, right? So we'll have to see. Look at this single destroyer. A couple frigates are like pulling this whole navy to the very south side of the map. Okay, I see a few destroyers moving through that north channel. So if the frigate harassment wasn't enough of a headache, now we have big destroyers kind of rolling through, or they don't quite roll, do they? Maybe on top of the waves they do. So just see corvettes versus destroyers. This isn't the kind of army composition Teddy wants to be making at this point in the game. He'd be much happier to stay on like destroyer, frigate, sub, something like that. But I mean, doing what he can to, you know, stay in this game here. Finally, the destroyers for XFactor sitting back on top of the reclaim field. This is what he needs. He needs to protect those res subs while they do their thing, get their value.
Yeah, it might feel boring to do, but it's definitely the best thing to do for the win.
Right. Yeah, sometimes things aren't really clear about what decision you need to be doing in bar. Like, where is the game at? How do I navigate this position, right? But when you have a reclaim field like this and a 1v1, it's like so much of the game is dictated around, in navies especially, like where these reclaim fields form, and like if you can control them, if you can get that metal back into your build power, right? It's just going immediately into all the conturrets around his naval factory, right? Or both his naval factories, excuse me. So commanders, sitting on here, producing units. But he's trying to push through this channel. Okay, maybe distracting XFactor a little bit, but that red navy on the mini map is looking kind of scary. I don't really see much between that and navy and that huge group of titles sitting right outside of Teddy's factory, right? So. Nice trade here going Teddy's way. He's moving into those torpedo launchers, getting so much value right now.
This big army's finally on Teddy's front door.
I think this is going to be it, kind of closing out the game here. He's on top of the production, which means the game is close to being over. You can't amp someone's production and let them get an army out on the board, right? Taking out all the build power, all the titles are going down. I think this is about the end of it, right? So he should be tapping out here any moment. Perhaps processing the loss a bit before he taps out. There's really no reason to immediately leave here. Looks like XFactor is going to end up winning this game. So really well played matches. A bit back and forth there, but it's like that. I don't know how he had such a big Navy lead there in the middle, but he ended up forcing a fight right outside of the reef on Teddy's side of the map and just, snowballed that into a victory over the next 15 minutes, right? So another 9,000 reclaim. Yeah, GG, game 1 is called. XFactor takes it, so nice series.
So XFactor's done the most important thing, which is get the win on the map he chose. Now we see what Teddy's got planned on Tundra. His style seems to have been recently opening with a lot of rascals for both harassment and trying to counter that now renowned and infamous XFactor build.
Right. I've noticed the same thing from Teddy. He leans pretty heavy on the scout play, right? And makes, I want to say, like 2 or 3 times more than what we usually see in a game. So pretty cool to see how good Teddy is at like microing multiple scouts at the same time while expanding and macroing behind. It's pretty cool to see. So do you think he goes vehicles on this map? I want to say that's what Teddy's been doing recently. He'll just get a con left and a con right to expand, right? And then just like we're talking about, use those scouts to kind of contain or
Yeah, I imagine it'll be a core vehicle mirror. Unless someone's secretly cooked something.
So you don't think they'll do core bots on this map? I want to say that's what you favor more on Tundra, right?
Personally, yeah, I like the extra pathing ability over the mountains with bots, but from what I've seen, these two prefer the vehicles.
Yeah. Is that? I'm sorry, I don't want to keep focusing away from the game, right? But you do like a 2-mech start. Is that something? Is like what do you see on a map that you think like, oh, the 2-mechs is better here? Is it than a 3-mech spawn, right? What are you thinking of when you make those kind of decisions?
I have a 2-mechs and a 3-mechs variant. The nice thing for 2-mechs on this map is that you don't have to walk your commander at all. The 3rd mechs is a little bit further away.
Right.
So yeah, that's the main reason. If it was 3-mechs that you could build without moving, then I'd probably just do that nearly every time.
I see. I've since adopted that. I've even noticed too, like it's the commander pathing along the high ground. Say you spawn on the bottom side of Tundra, right? You have that really clean commander expansion walking to the right, away from your main base, and you can cap those 3-mech spawns. So
yeah, I like my commander in that channel because it can be a difficult one to to defend, just because radar coverage.
Right.
It's hard to get radar up and see attacks coming down that side. So having a commander there just makes it much more difficult for the enemy to get through.
Right. That's a good point. I'm thinking back to that. Well, I think one of your qualifier games I was studying, and I noticed that, right, and it kind of made sense to me. It's like, well, commander's on the right side, say you spawn on the bottom. Commander's on the right side protecting that lane, and then really you only have to focus on the middle and the left side expansion with your factory production, right? So it's like, it's like, I don't want to say kill two birds with one stone, but it's like you're just more efficient with how you're defending, I suppose.
Yeah, you can get really good radars up on the middle and left side to see any incoming attacks and position your units accordingly. But trying to position your units to defend that right side as well, having to go around the mountain or over it with the bots, which can be quite slow.
Right, and
it's a bit more difficult.
Of course, and it's like, say you're on spawn on the bottom, that far right lane, it's almost like there's two. There's like that maybe to the right side of the tall mountains, but then there's another set of mountains with another lane like past that. So it's like it can be hard to get radar up and like know exactly how many units to commit to that right side. But that's enough of that. I think these two players are ready to get into the next game, so we're loading into that match.
So, Barkas, do you think we'll see the X Factor build?
That's a good question. We need to come up with a better name for that, because it's like I know it's X Factor's build, but it's like it's more generic than I think. It's like just getting on the 9 mexes, right? I don't like the 9 mex build. I don't know. It is X Factor's build, air quotes. I don't want to take that away from him, right? But anyways, will we see that? Probably. Looking at the spawning location, I think very much so. I've noticed X Factor has been doing more of these like 2 mech spawns with the vehicle lab, and just for that shorter walk to the 3 mexes we see to the right of his commander. That's enough of that. Teddy spawning on the top side of the map. Do we know if he's playing core or Armada yet? That looks like an ARM commander, right? No,
and a core, I think.
Yeah, I think it's core. Yeah. It's hard with the flashing. Did you see the initial rover spam build, Wah? The last few times I've seen anyone, I think it was Thurxie versus Teddy, where Thurxie tried to do an X Factor build and Teddy just built 17 rovers and just ran at him.
Right. I mean, if you know your opponent's gonna do that build, like their main is super vulnerable, like at 1 minute and 30 seconds, right? Because they have no units essentially. The commander's not on the lab, and there's nothing protecting the con expanding to the right. But we'll see how Teddy X Factor wants to navigate this. Maybe he'll make like a single LLT in the main. I've seen Kuchi do that variant, right? Where you kind of, maybe it's a little slower, but of course way more stable, I suppose.
If I was in Teddy's shoes now, I would think that little chat from X Factor at the start makes me think it's more likely going to be the X Factor build.
Yeah.
I think X Factor's maybe slightly worried about the scout spam, because it's quite a good counter and puts a lot of pressure on. So maybe he decided to say that just to try and maybe make Teddy think twice. Like, I know what you like to do here. Maybe you want to change it. That kind of mind games.
Well, you'll take any advantage you can get, right? So if table talking, so to speak, is what X Factor is good at, I wouldn't put it past him that that's exactly what he's trying to do, right?
Yeah, Teddy's not buying it. 103 rascals queued up.
That's a game within a game, right? It's like they're playing 4D chess already. So here we are, game 2 in this series. I don't know if you guys are hyped. Comment on the video in Twitch. Who do you think's gonna win, right? I don't know. You can like the video in Twitch, but get hyped for these guys. Game 2 of the semifinals, right?
It does look like X Factor is doing his build though, just judging from the lab queue.
Is that an LOT or a radar there next to that for that second?
There'll be a radar.
Yeah, maybe a little bit inefficiently placed, but of course you're just getting to the mexes faster, right?
Yeah, he doesn't need complete coverage. He just wants a line where he can see any units crossing it, which he gets from that. He doesn't want to have to move his con further north than he has to.
He missed those. Okay, so he wasn't watching, but this is where it kind of gets like a knife fight. There's 5 rovers on one side and rovers on your side, so it's like, well, who has initiative in this case, right? Is that radar gonna go down? Oh my gosh, Teddy's got to run away. He ends up getting that. Now I don't even know how to comment to this rover versus rover. It all happens so fast. Let's just watch, see what happens, right?
That's one thing with the 2 versus 3 mechs. XFactor has the tempo advantage, so he's got more rovers at Teddy's base early on, which is just buying him time to get these first few incisors out, which will be very important for defending his rovers, because if you look now, Teddy has 11 rovers at home. If they were at XFactor's base now, he'd be in a lot of trouble.
Right. And for a moment there, XFactor was keeping Teddy back with just the 3 rovers. He had to keep all of these on his main base. It finally looks like now he's moving out on this. That was a great catch right there from XFactor. I'm sure Teddy would have loved to get those on the other side of the map. As you can see, he's sneaking a few onto the left side, so that might end up catching the expanding con. Really good to kind of deny that, but...
This radar should show it though. It should highlight those units coming into view now.
Right, and XFactor is playing really safe here. He put 2 LLTs on the right side with a radar, and now finally walking back to his base. And look at the income difference right now, 15-10, right, in favor of XFactor. So this is about as stable as you could have hoped, stable as an open as you could have hoped for XFactor, right? Teddy catch any of these? Oh, 2 of those go down for free. That was even still a nice catch. I think this is going XFactor's way, right? I mean, really, the rover numbers are kind of thinning out, right? I don't... Are those incisors moving across the map for Teddy? I can't quite tell. It kind of looks like them based off the movement speed. Yeah,
There's 2 coming down.
I don't know if he's going to find damage with this. I mean, there's 2 LLTs on the other side of the map by those 3 mexes, right? So it's like incisors aren't too good against LLTs, I will say that, in these kind of low numbers, right?
Yeah, I think XFactor's going to be very happy if there was a kind of window where this build was going to be very dangerous, and he's got through that pretty much unscathed. So now he's got what he wanted. Yeah. Can he show us how he's going to use that now?
Right. And the build gets way better if you can execute it without taking eco damage, right? So these 3 mexes on the right side have gone up undefended. Maybe there's a bit of harassment on the left where these 2 mexes could go down. Sorry, there's a lot going on right now. Okay, so incisors on the right side getting cleaned up. Takes out one of the mexes. I don't think that's the trade he was really looking for there. Meanwhile, on the left side, rovers are getting shooed away by a single incisor. Maybe not. He could get this con, right? Oh. No, he ends up a little APM stall right there. But I think that's what Teddy was looking for, right? I mean, he slows down XFactor's build. He takes out a few of the mexes on the left and the right side. So that really stifles his opens efficiency, right? If you can hit them in that economy. And we look at the resources on the top right, 13 to 19 metal in favor of Teddy, so that's exactly what he needed to kind of get back in the game, right?
Yeah, that was a good minute for Teddy. The pendulum swings back the other way, and just managing to do that split attack and split XFactor's attention, killing maybe 4 mexes, was it? And just slowing down his expanding con a lot.
I will say, though, there is an opportunity for XFactor to counterattack, right? Like, he had an opportunity to put incisors on the board, and now he's going to try and move those across the map, right? I see 3 incisors on the left side, maybe looking for a con in that lane, perhaps defending a single rover that slips through. Okay. That's huge, right? I mean...
Yeah, Teddy's being slippy.
Slippery Teddy. Okay, new nickname. But there's 3 incisors on the left. There's a bunch in mid heading towards the right side. That was a nice self-D. I'm kind of worried for Teddy's expanding con there back in the top right side of the map. And he was kind of free to naked expand there for a moment. There's just 1 LLT versus 8 incisors. That's not what you want to see. Teddy's desperately trying to scramble units over there to try and get in position to defend, right? You can see some a couple of walls thrown up from Teddy in front of this con to slow this down by any time he can. He's actually trying to get the repair off on that LLT. He does manage to do so for a little bit, and okay, that's nice. XFactor doesn't really commit. He slips out. He grabs the con, gets the couple of mexes in the LLT. That's exactly what he needed there, and just pulls back. So really good trade here. Is he gonna get another con? That'd be huge, right? Bernie. Okay, great job, Teddy. Yeah.
Yeah, 3 incisors popping up in the top left, which were in the radar shadow. So Teddy doesn't have much time to react.
Right. Maybe a little bit of a suboptimal angle coming in there with the incisors. He doesn't get the LLT, so 1 mex for 3 incisors is not what you want. But meanwhile, in the middle of the map, I just see Teddy's a little bit out of position, he seems. XFactor's really trying to go for this con. I think he's going to get this con here in mid, so nice follow-up here. He gets this, right? OP feed? No, okay, pulls back. All right, okay. He made a play for it, but where is this game at, right? It seems like Teddy has an E advantage, right? But I'm trying to see. It looks like a metal advantage for XFactor. It's hard to tell with the reclaim going on at the moment.
Yeah, I'd say at the moment, maybe slight advantage XFactor. He's managed to kind of secure his first expansion area a little bit more convincingly.
I see a run by on the right side of the map and 2 cons that are heading towards it. That was a fantastic maneuver. He just saw that with the radar. That was so clean, being able to see that there. So it pulls the cons back kind of perfectly, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was huge because, I mean, if you lose those 2 cons on the right side, I think that would have been like spun that in Teddy's favor. But he's going to come through here. Okay. He's going to get a couple of mexes. Fortunately for him, the wind was kind of dying there, so those LLTs couldn't shoot. And then here comes the follow-up attack on the right side.
Yeah. Teddy was concentrating on microing his attack, and now he's just caught a little bit out of position here. So he's going to have to just abandon that top right expansion.
Right, not what you want to have to do. We see, as far as like a parity goes, XFactor has that bottom left secured, right? He has those 4 mexes capped. He's got that forward radar and LLT protecting it even. So Teddy really would love to have this area secured. XFactor doesn't go up the ramp. No, it turns around. Okay.
Yeah, he's done what he came to do. Going up that ramp line would just be a bit of a gamble.
Still, these slippery rovers are finding a way into the backline, grabbing mexes. So, I mean, this is exactly what you need to kind of stay in a game, right? Teddy's definitely making a series of this. And speaking of like map positions going, there's a con in mid for Teddy, and I don't see that reflected for XFactor. Maybe there is a single one making an exploiter, but it seems like Teddy's got a little bit of a more forward position here in mid, which is perhaps where this game is heading, right? More fights here between these 2 mountain ranges. It's a nice little catch right here. He doesn't know.
Potential big fight in the middle.
Right. Incisor v incisor. Teddy's a little bit in front of this army. He stops microing there for a moment, so that lets XFactor kind of get to a better position, but that's good for Teddy. A little bit of kiting going on here. Nice arc, but neither player really wants to commit to an attack. We see an air lab transition from our man Teddy, and if you look on the mini-map on the left side, there's a huge run-by forming here. So once again, in the shadow of the mountain, kind of protected.
Yeah, they haven't been seen at all. There's no radar in mid that saw them starting up there either, so this is just coming into Teddy's view now.
Bit of an APM stall here as well. I'm getting a nice concave on that drawn out line of tanks there from Teddy, just shaving off a few tanks and pulling back. Might even get that con, but you know, there's 2 attacks going on at the same time. I think XFactor might have done that here. I mean, he's pulled Teddy out of position. I don't see any response units. I see sure he's heading toward that position right now, but I don't think there's enough to defend this, right? Well, single LLT can't stop this. Maybe the Shuris end up shutting this down. Does XFactor kind of like snap put down an air lab here? I think we saw that in that game on Mithril Mountain, right? But yeah, this is looking like a little bit of a donation if Teddy can kind of jump on top of that. Yeah, stops production on the factory, instantly puts down the air lab, but he has no metal in the bank, so I think this is a little bit of a donation, it seems like, right? That is a lot of tanks going down. Now he's got Shuris out on the board. He just has to like kind of finish cleaning up this run by here on the left side, and then he can move into mid with these Shuris, right? So it's like I see more tanks going down in the mid side. Yeah, XFactor even is trying to self D them, but you can't self D through an EMP, right? So
no.
Yeah, that's a something I learned recently. It looks like medium tanks out for X-Factor, so this is like the next phase of the game kind of happening here.
And with these two cons in the middle, he decided not to add on any anti-air turrets, which I was not too sure about, but let's see if it was a mistake. These fighters are now out for him, so is it going to be quick enough?
I don't think so. And you know, Teddy just got a huge pick off here, grabbing those two cons in mid. Maybe
Two cons
even
on the right as well.
Oh my gosh. There's like no E right now for X-Factor, so he's not done getting damage, right? So he's going to take out these LLTs, Mexes, and Radars, right? In the center, it seems like he's pulling back. Teddy's desperately trying to protect his Shuris right now, flying into the main base. X-Factor's flown all the way across the map to take those out. Can we get a shot of Teddy's main base? I just want to see how many solars he's on. Okay, so interesting choice. This is something I've noticed from Teddy a lot. He commits a little harder to solars, more so than other players, but it seems like X-Factor's kind of doing the same thing. Another con goes down. Oh, so close.
X-Factor needs to turn his vehicle lab back on. He's starting to pool a lot of metal as he's trying to put out all these fires. He's struggling a bit to multitask and keep the macro going.
Yeah, that's a great point, actually. Idling both labs there for a bit and has a full metal bar. That's not what you want to have happen. He's got to queue up some more solars too as well. And you see Teddy's making that like a energy economy transition, but we should see him. He's adding on the energy storage right now. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some A solars come online and maybe some more basic solars as well. But they're both players struggling for E at the moment.
It's a very hectic game. We just seem to be kind of stuck in this early mid-game phase where one player you think gets ahead, but then the other one comes back with a counter-punch and levels things back up again, and they keep just chipping away at each other's expansions and keeping it on a low eco game. Quite interesting to watch.
Right, I'm wondering if X-Factor is kind of getting the better end of it. I've seen he's made that transition to medium tanks already, so they do so well against incisors and even pushing into like those LLT positions you kind of set up in that early T1 phase of the game. But it looks like I think I saw some medium tanks in Teddy's army composition. So both players making that transition to I'd say the mid game, right? Single incisor or Loiter's gonna go down. I think they're gonna catch this con, desperately trying to scurry away. That's so cute watching vehicles path over terrain. It's like, oh, there's that one little corridor they can slip through. I don't think those tanks are done getting damage either. Little bit of a lull in the action, so I guess that's time. When would you start thinking about like a T2 transition on this map from either one of these players? Is it like is it an economy thing? Is it like a map position thing you're looking for?
It's kind of lots of different things rolled into one to give you the whole picture. At the moment, neither of these players will be even thinking about it. Just the style of game it is. They lose too much tempo trying to switch. They need to keep on top of things and keep spending that metal because it's just 2 or 3 tanks are going to make the difference in these fights.
Right. And
that's
speaking
why. Sorry, go on.
Oh, I was gonna say, speaking of 2 or 3 tanks, like X-Factor's trying to get through that bank he built up. I mean, it looks like he spent a little bit of it, but I mean, he still has quite a bit of metal. Yeah, 1,400. I mean, like, what is that? Like 10 medium tanks, something like that.
Yeah, he's been struggling with the energy a bit all game, and if he can just get that kind of energy problem sorted, he'll be able to get through this bank very quickly and just throw some tanks onto the field, which he's trying to do quite desperately.
Oh, just getting a little bit worried for Teddy. This is about the phase of the game where you don't want to have the commander kind of exposed right in front of your army, but for now he's kind of playing with fire, like scooping up metal, capping these really valuable 3.6 mexes, but I'm a little bit worried for Teddy. That's a nice pick off again, catching another expanding con on the right side, and X-Factor, still can't secure his half of the map or even like that plateau high ground. I mean, you would think he would.
This is why I like the commander down that side. It just makes things a lot easier.
Right. I see a res bot out for Teddy, so making that transition to bot labs, and this is something I love seeing from players at this stage of the game, where you have all 3 labs turned on, right? Like bot lab, vehicle lab, and the air lab, of course. And what is this?
It too.
Teddy finds a way, man. His ego. Oh, Does he go for a fusion here straight away? When is really? I don't know how he's affording this. Really, like, how did he?
It's
What
going
is
to be
that?
interesting to see if he is made to pay for it, because yeah, his energy is very low right now, so
Right.
he's not going to be able to afford to make many units plus upgrading his maxes, and an investment into a fusion right now. I don't know if he'd survive before it finished.
Looks like he's gonna start upgrading some mexes. I like Teddy's position though. There's no push on the left or right side from X Factor. It seems like he's keeping his army in mid, right? Not that if X Factor knew this transition was happening, like, I mean, he would be sending, I'm assuming, all of his forces, like, you know, somewhere on the map, like left or right. But Teddy managed to get out this really nice tank count who's like
Yeah, if he
posturing.
could smell this, he'd be attacking right now.
Right. Yeah, Teddy's doing a great job concealing it though.
I quite like this movement by Teddy in the middle, just poking it. It doesn't. It sells the story that you're not teching it. But a scout plane just gets into Teddy's main, and X Factor knows right now. He knows that he's up against tier 2.
He scouted. Okay. Nice call out there. I didn't quite catch that, but so X Factor knows exactly what's happening.
Yep. He's got a choice. He can either go tier 2 himself, or he's going to do what he's going to do. He's going to throw down a bot lab, throw out 20 res bots, and he's going to go for a never-ending doom push middle. Medium tanks and pounders. He's just going to attack, never stop, and try and keep just resurrecting the army and snowball over Teddy.
So the last time I saw Teddy make a T2 transition on this map to core vehicles, he went like 4 banishers straight away. So I'm wondering if that's the same thing we're going to see. And that would be a pretty good response to what X Factor has chosen to do, right? Like, pounders are not fantastic against banishers from what I've seen, or, you know, can kind of theorize. But I mean, if this is his moment, right? This is X Factor's chance to kind of ease onto the tempo advantage that Teddy gave him by making that T2 transition. Hoping that a bunch of wind turbines are going down while you're stalling on metal. Fortunately, there was a commander below those Shuris kind of taking those out of the sky while he gets up some AA, and I think that's about all the ground X Factor can seize immediately. He's going to reconsolidate his army, kind of move back and get his forces together. But I see Tigers out for Teddy, actually, so this is exactly what you need. The name of the game is to not take damage. You can't take damage on your Tigers from T1 units, right? They outrange them. They're like faster. They have more maneuverability. So if Teddy can get the value he needs out of these tanks, this transition is going to pay for itself, right?
Yeah, Teddy falling back and letting X Factor just kill all the middle maxes was the best decision he could have made. X Factor wants there to be a big wreck field that he can just resurrect and keep throwing at him, but Teddy falling back, it just makes that res field further away, and it's also forcing X Factor to try and overextend and just desperately push into this. So Teddy's responded very well to this.
He's taking a few shots from these tanks. This is not what you want to see. A couple of Tigers ended up going down there, it looks like. But, you know, as their numbers increase, it's going to be harder and harder to execute the plan. X Factor was kind of looking to single incisor in the back line. Somehow Slippery Teddy finds a way to get a single tank in the back.
Slippery Teddy.
X Factor's commander is starting to look a little exposed here, actually. You do not want to be staring down 5 or 6 Tigers here in the mid game, and rightly so. He's kind of like hugging this mountain, but he wants to be next. Yeah.
Res bots are starting to go down for X Factor, though. That's what he needed for his push. I think he's starting to realize he's got no way to win this now. He's looking for win conditions, and he's coming up empty.
Yeah, and now we see Teddy. Why is your commander there, man? Like, I feel like you are about to win the game, and this is like the one way you lose it, right? I guess he wants to just chase down X Factor. This is kind of wild. Okay, so a D-gun goes off, takes out 2 Tigers, but, you know, his commander's surrounded. Teddy's on top of him. I think this game's about to be over. No way. Come. Okay. that was really
almost
close, actually.
Yeah.
That was closer than I think it needed to be, actually. But yeah, Teddy takes the game. That was, wow, what a game, actually.
And we get spoiled with a game 3 now.
Okay.
although it is Greenhaven.
So, did Teddy see the game, X Factor's game? Does he make an adjustment off of core bots? I think we saw that from a lot of players in all the games I've seen from like the qualifiers and in the round of 16. Most players were opening core bots on this map. Just trying to think how you can kind of adjust yourself compared to that. Maybe like do like a 3-mex open, kind of just do a little bit of a walk, maybe like what you see on like Red Comet, right, where you kind of naked expand to 3 mexes and then start making solars in a bot lab, but not sure.
Yeah, I didn't manage to catch that game, so I'm going to be learning with you guys.
All right, well, the players are ready. We're loading into the next game. Wow, this last semifinal going to game 3.
Pretty hype.
Yeah, here we are in game 3. X Factor spawning in as the blue commander. Just need to wait on our man Teddy. Is that Cortex? Still hard to see with those like flashing cones on top of the commander.
Where did X Factor spawn when he went vehicles?
It was that 2-mex position right there.
Okay, if he's in this corner, then I think it might be bots instead.
Okay, fair enough. It's nice. X Factor strikes me as the kind of player who likes to have a wide range. You know, doesn't want to be kind of pinned down in a series and give his opponent that insight into what he's going to be doing. So it's nice to see him changing it up and adjusting. All right, game number 3. I had X Factor winning 2-0, so here we are. Once again, my predictions have been wrong. And yeah, I'll take a 2-mex start from X Factor here. I wonder if Teddy's gonna do the same thing. I think he has adjusted his play since I last saw him in his match versus Kuchi, doing this 2-mex, 2 solar bot lab open. This is about as classic of an open as you can have in bar. Super stable, right? Kind of like what we saw last game with the 2-mex vehicle lab open. You just get a little bit of a tempo advantage against someone who goes like 3-mex at the cost of metal income, but you know, pretty much mirrored builds here from either player.
And they both queued up exactly the same bot lab with 1 res bot, 1 grunt, 1 con, and then 100 grunts. But then Teddy changed his mind. He added an extra res bot in there, so he's gonna have 2 res bots out reclaiming. I'm not sure if Teddy realizes that this is a map where the trees reclaim at half the rate of other maps.
I'm sure he knows. It was interesting to hear his comments though. After his series from Kuchi, he realized there was metal reclaim on the map, so perhaps not as prepared as maybe some of our other players in the round of 16. But that's interesting. X Factor immediately goes for a 4th solar. I see a single grunt moving across the map, and is he going for the metal reclaim in mid? That's kind of what it looks like with that forward res bot. Yeah, there's like 100 metal right in front of that starting location, and then there's another 100 metal on top of this geo. So first shot kind of going to X Factor. OP repair? You have to repair here, right? Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, he's using this metal reclaim to build extra solars, whereas Teddy's using the res bot to suck trees for more direct energy income.
Right, and is that 1 or 2 bot labs on the 1 or 2 bots on the lab? It looks like just 1, right? So Teddy's using his commander to expand. He's got this great radar already set up. Meanwhile, X Factor is kind of keeping the commander in the main base. How do you feel about keeping in the commander in the main? It's like, what are your thoughts, Andy?
This is going to be very aggressive from X Factor. It's going to be a question of whether can Teddy make enough units to survive this onslaught that there's going to be in about 2 minutes time. It's going to be just a continuous stream of grunts across the map, and 2 cons, or 3 cons now, won't build as quick as a commander.
No. Something I've had to adjust in my own games, right? And it can be really a learning experience, I suppose I should say. It's like when you expand with your commander, right? It's at the cost of the tempo, right? Because the other commander is just going to sit there and continually stream out grunts and pump those out. So Does he get this? Oh, that reclaim micro is really strong, and XFactor is going to get the better end of that trade, retaining this res bot. That's exactly what he's even resing that when he took down from Teddy. So really clean open there. Single grunt.
So I'm not sure XFactor realizes where Teddy spawned yet, but he's going to find out very soon.
This is going his way. I mean, grunts are very slow, so perhaps the tempo advantage XFactor has or had is being squandered, you know, trying to get across the map where he thinks his opponent's cons are going to be. But yeah, now I'm assuming he must know where where Teddy is, kind of having encircled this whole quadrant of the map, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a nice trade there for Teddy, actually, kind of shooing away this attack. I want to say XFactor had a bit of an advantage there with numbers-wise, but Teddy using a little bit of a superior micro to defend himself. Where is this commander going to go for Teddy? Is there any world where he like walks back to the main and continues assisting the lab, or does he go to mid?
Probably depends how much pressure he's feeling right now, because he has kind of not just kept expanding freely, he's kind of stopped, built a few LLTs, built some radars. He seems to be a bit unsure of whether he should keep expanding that direction, and he's going more now towards the middle, towards XFactor.
Teddy's done a really great job like getting up this grunt count, right? So somehow he found a way to get four cons out. They're scrambling to build. Is that an LLT in the main or a con turret? I can't quite tell, but an LLT. Yeah. This is not what you want to be doing with your build power when you're like on the back foot, army-wise. But I mean, it is what it is, right? You'd rather have it and not need it, I suppose, and need it and lose the game because your opponent has more grunts than you. But this is nice. This is looking great for Teddy, actually. He's doing a little bit of kiting there. Yeah, rightly so. XFactor kind of pulls back. You can't push into a superior arc of grunts.
Yeah, I don't mind the LLT. Teddy probably feels like economically he's ahead, and all he has to do is make sure nothing too bad happens. So his commander's kind of coming up and closing the door, and that LLT just kind of it just kind of covers off the last weakness of that he had positionally.
Right. You know, I like Teddy's commander position here. Actually, he's kind of slicing the map diagonally, maybe moving towards XFactor's main while he's doing it. And it's going to be really hard to counterattack. Like, I see 20 grunts moving to the bottom side of the map, and really, how are they gonna find value pushing into these LLTs, right? It can be very difficult to push into those with, like, you know, just a few grunts here and there, a solar like blocking shots, right? So I mean, this is sacrificing tempo, I suppose.
He doesn't want to waste more time just kind of facing Teddy's grunts in a line face to face, and Teddy with his commander expansion, which is probably slightly quicker, he wants to just kind of find something else to do now. So he's making sure Teddy's not expanded anywhere else.
Here's a real big problem, actually. 2 res bots on top of 500 metal worth of grunts. What is that? That's quite a bit, right? Now, can XFactor find damage here? Like, these have to be on the radar, right? So we see Teddy like scrambling to get units in position. I don't think this is enough units, right, to affect this many grunts, right? I mean, a single LLT. Does he get a Control D? When dying is not helping his situation here, and you know, losing solars is not what you want to have happen when you're trying to res units. So this is a great catch from XFactor.
And Teddy moving his commander back towards XFactor, it was kind of like a safe thing to do, but economically it kind of stunted his economic growth. He didn't have anything expanding anymore. And XFactor, even though he's had cons doing it at a slower rate, he's kind of been the tortoise compared to Teddy's hare.
Yeah, we saw that shot of the main base for XFactor. Looks like he reclaimed his bot lab and is moving into Shuri production here, which seems a little dicey. I don't think he quite has the grunt numbers he needs to really exploit this Shuri's right now, but I mean, I could be proven wrong very quickly here. We'll see. Teddy doing what he can to kind of re-expand to this bottom position. He's sending 2 cons down here. And maybe maybe this is kind of perfect timing for X Factor, right? I mean, you just re-engage on top of that position where you know your opponent wants to, like, get res bots down there, re-secure that position, right? But X Factor doing a great job denying this. Shuris are going to show up at the last second here.
They got spotted by radar earlier on though, and Teddy's prepared. He's got the AA bot out.
That was sick game sense. I don't even know how you do that. There's already an AA bot right there. That is pretty good. And yeah, he's gonna shoo away Teddy for now. So, and let's not forget, like, X Factor reclaimed his lab. So just like a previous game, he's starting to pull a little bit of metal. I'm wondering if he is going to make another transition after this, right? Like go into that vehicle production like we've seen from so many games. But yeah, there we go. Reclaims the lab, is on 3 con turrets. He's got a bunch of solars out now, so we're just going to see non-stop incisors.
It's starting to look a bit scary for Teddy. He's kind of been contained into this one quarter of the map, whereas X Factor's started to get exploiters up in the middle.
Right.
Which is very difficult for a grunt-based army to deal with.
Right. Perhaps the one saving grace I'm seeing is, like, incisors can't really push into commanders, which is what I see going on right now. So Teddy looks like he has a superior position with his commander, right? So, I mean, being this close to the main base, kind of blocking that channel of those incisors moving directly into the middle of the map. They kind of have to go all the way around that mountain to more like the more south side, which, I mean, there's really nothing there to attack from Teddy. So for now, it looks like Teddy's safe to kind of reconsolidate, try and retake that left side of the map. See a single res bot from X Factor kind of sneaking into that position, maybe trying to steal some metal perhaps, but I don't think that's gonna
Getting a little bit.
Yeah. Nice little catch there from Teddy, finding that, like, exposed LLT. Maybe he finds a couple of the solar panels in the back of X Factor's base, but this is a good trade for X Factor, right? This exploiter needs to get up right now, but I don't think X Factor is going to give him a chance. There's like 5 incisors right on top of all these runs. 6, 7 incisors. Reinforcements show up. Yeah. Getting that flanking damage. I mean, grunts can trade against incisors pretty well with this flanking damage, right? So that's about as good as he could have expected out of that attack. Yeah, really nice.
I'd like to see X Factor maybe throw a couple of LTs down just at his home base. It's getting a little bit dicey. He wants to be fighting kind of in the middle of the map, stopping Teddy expanding, but
right.
A commander, and it's a very short distance to his main.
That is a really important reclaim field there for Teddy, who has losing some of his res bots. Both these commanders are, like, next to each other somehow. I don't know. It feels a little exposed for Teddy. I mean, he's facing incisors, which are really bad against sniping commanders, but, like, incisors with a com might be a different story, right? I think the incisors are really starting to show their power over these, like, front-based compositions, right? LLT is going down. There's incisors on the left side of the mini-map making their way to the main base for Teddy. I don't even see a way to defend that, right? There's just a few grunts here, but I mean, these incisors are going to start taking out solar panels. They're going to start taking out mexes. I'm kind of getting throwbacks from the autopilot game, right? Incisors on top of the main base.
Teddy's last throw of the dice.
Yeah.
It's not going to work.
It's surrounded. Really nice series. That was incredible, really. And we have our 2 finalists, right? X Factor and
Chisato.
Yeah, going to the finals. Wow, lot to get through here. I know we're all excited to get to the finals, right? But I think we might have a couple of announcements. We have a little short intermission to get through, and of course the finalist interviews, right? So we'll try and get Teddy and Yudi in here to maybe talk smack against each other. I doubt we'll actually get that. I've given them many opportunities to do just that, but
I mean, X Factor and Yudi.
X Factor and Yudi, right. Before we do that, Andy, thanks for coming on and co-casting. That was great to have you, man. Good
No problem.
Sneak that in. You have anything you'd like to say before we kind of depart, I suppose, or? Man of few words, I see. Okay.
He's out. I know he's still here.
Let me confirm with LSR.
So if you guys haven't seen the bracket, this is where we are at now. We have Chisato, who 2-1'd Andy, and then 2-0'd Sash, and is now in the grand finals. And then we have XFactor, who 2-0'd his pro teammate, Autopilot, and 2-1'd Teddy. And now for all the marbles, are we going to see Chisato take his third first place win, or is XFactor going to be... Is it going to be his first win and to become a BPL champion? So I'm pretty excited. I think both stories are super compelling, right? Like, you can definitely root for Chisato to just maintain dominance and get his third win.
Right.
But I think it's always fun when you get to see new blood, you know? XFactor has come in. He's, you know, he has the XFactor build. Like, he's definitely revolutionized a lot of 1v1. So it's super fun for me to see. Barcast, do you have predictions on this? Who do you think takes it?
You know, after reviewing all the replays and studying the matches, I have come to the conclusion that XFactor is going to win this 3-1. So that's my prediction for the finals. Of course, we have a best of 5 in the finals, but you know, before we get to all this hype about this next matchup,
A little ad break, right?
we're gonna have a short ad break. Our man LSR is here to give us some more info. So LSR, take it away.
All right, so guys, we're gonna have a Omega Series 3, the biggest of them, biggest events, happening on November 9th and the week following. So the qualifications will be on November 9th, I think it's Saturday, and then on the 17th, or whatever, the next Saturday and Sunday, we're gonna have a final event. I think the registration form I made yesterday, maybe PtaQ's gonna announce, so make sure to check in on the whatever platforms and announcements we have. There's a Discord. I might put the link there right now after this tournament, so you guys can pre-register and start cooking on the teams and whatnot, and hopefully we get a nice Omega Series going on the November 9th and November 6th, 17th, respectively. So, yep, that's it from my side.
Super sick to hear about. I will say, as a competitor in some of those events, that is the most fun in bar. It's peak bar.
I think
5v5
it's the
on
perfect amount of chaos. Like there's not many teammates, but like there's not 8v8 chaos, but there's 5v5 chaos where there's still too many cooks and too many plans and too many players, and it isn't as skill defined, and you can get a lot of nice co-op going on. So, yeah.
Go ahead, Belshot.
Oh, I was just gonna say, no, it's always super fun to watch those. You know, especially because 5v5 just leads itself to some of the most insane co-op builds. You guys haven't seen DSG versus Barcode on Rosetta. You guys should go watch the 3-minute AGO Jag spam where everyone was just like, I don't know what's happening, but yeah, this is amazing. So super fun to watch.
The plan was to get communism nerfed in the game, or perhaps even removed. So we have another season to make that come to fruition.
Oh, people have discussed the communism. I don't think it's very hard to nerf it, right? Especially for the public games. But you know, there is some charm to it with Kuchi on Arch Simcat sitting in a pond making titles completely away from the field of battle, and all the crazy forge builds and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, if I recall, Skag did hit 3 APM in that Gecko Isle game. Just queued up the titles and walked away.
Yeah, would have been 2 a.m., but I think at one point I screamed, IEA, shared me some titles, I need energy right now. So he actually had to, move his mouse to the side. Probably was very tiring for him.
I can imagine for sure. All right.
So is that intermission time perhaps, and then we'll move into like a short break, and then do finalist interviews, and then we'll move into our finals.
Sure. So we'll throw to break. How long would you like, Barcast? 5 minutes?
5 minutes is fine. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Little 5-minute break, everyone. So don't go anywhere. We will be back in around 5 minutes.
Like Teddy
All
made a
right.
few mistakes.
Oh, sorry. We
Uh,
are back. We are back. I've got Barcast, and I hear some other voices in the chat. Barcast, take it away.
Yeah. So welcome back everyone to this interview, finalist interview. So we have Yudi joining us, man. Welcome to the booth.
hello. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us. Unfortunately, I guess it's just going to be us or you and us. We're here for the interview. I guess X Factor's got a bit of a cough, but I guess one half is better than none. So, yeah, how do you feel about making it to the finals and your opponent, Yudi?
I'm feeling nervous. XFactor is a very good player. He has
Yeah.
prepared quite a lot. He's been grinding a lot, and I feel like I'm not confident in myself. But I have to figure it out how to win against him. I kind of seen him playing. Like he leaked a few of his strats, so I kind of thinking about how to adapt. But yeah.
It seems like you leaked some of your strats as well. Like I'm not really sure.
Absolutely. I cannot wait to do the Zero Max Centurion again. It's gonna work.
He'll never expect it.
Did you? How off the cuff was that Zero Mech Centurion build? Like, have you ever done that before? Or like, have you actually?
So I have done it once, only once against. I don't remember who, but it worked. And Sashkorin was actually watching it. Right? So like he knew about the build, but I don't think he expected it because he wouldn't expect me to do it in a like tournament decider game, right? It's very risky to do something like that. So that's why I kind of went for it. I never practiced hide and seek. I just have no preparation.
It was goal pool. I would disagree. Like generally in tournaments, you want to have polarizing strategies that are really greedy or really aggressive, right? That's what tournament strategies are.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I just I don't know. Well, yeah, that was the only thing I had in mind. I could also play standard and make grunts, but I want to avoid playing standard. Like I the X Factor builds, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Just want to try to play differently.
So after seeing that last semifinal, are you still banning Paradise Lost? Is that, or you have like?
I am never touching that map.
Okay.
Who
I don't
hurt
know how
you?
to play C. I just don't know how to play C. Pretty much.
Fair
I had
enough.
no clue. I never played C ever before.
Well, you can
you make
do gunship rush or something before they scout
Yeah,
you or
the only
something.
thing I know is making Whistlers, honestly. Kind of maybe work this game. But yeah, I played like once or twice and never won. Just was a disaster. So I just felt maybe in the future I could learn it. But for now, I just want to avoid playing C.
Yeah, it makes sense. I just want to like, can we get a shot of the bracket Volshock, or how Yudi and our man X Factor actually made it to the finals? So we'll get a transition of the scene here. And we can look at the bracket up until now. So yeah, we've made it to the grand finals. Chisato versus X Factor. Looks like you had to make it through Andy and Sashkorin on your way here. Can you tell us about that series versus Andy? What were you thinking after game one, and how'd you pull through?
I honestly felt like Randy was underestimating me in the first game. I was, wow, he's trolling. What is this build? I got this in the bag. And I just went full grid. And then, like, 5 minutes later, I just look at the map and I'm just losing terribly. I don't know what happened. I just didn't expect that build to be so good. Right. I thought I got him cornered, right? I was surrounding him with the scouts, and I feel like I had the momentum, the tempo, but apparently not. So yeah, I was very surprised.
Right.
The build was amazing. Like I didn't expect that at all.
Did that change your plan going into like game two? I mean, were you gonna do like a Nomax Centurion open on game two if you're up?
Well, you saw I did something I never did before. I went for one con and grunt spam. Right.
Right.
I feel like that kind of counters any like greedy cheese like what he did. Right? If you just rush your opponents and gather information, scout very quickly, you can adapt. So I feel like if you wanna counter those cheesy builds, I feel like being aggressive is the way, maybe. So that's the approach I took.
That's a good point. And then your series versus Sashkorin, right? I mean, I think game two was a bit of a blunder. I mean, despite
yeah. There were two blunders there. The first one, the main one was not losing the Centurion, I would say. It was not killing the back, con in the back. I just completely forgot about that con. Kind of saved his life, sort of. He had the
Right,
max there,
right.
and he was reclaiming the crystals as well. And the Centurion thing gun was bad as well. I feel like I could have played that much better. Like, I feel like I was winning very easily, and I just threw it away at the end, and I was losing.
Okay.
But then he also blundered at the end, and I snapped him. So, yeah.
That was a great series. Maybe last question for you. I just want to confirm X Factor might be available. He asked for a few minutes, but do you have any predictions for this series? Like, what do you think the map score is going to be?
I'm gonna give it a 2 for me, 3 for him. I feel like I'm being realistic that he's gonna beat me. Right? But maybe I can pull it off and beat him.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So who knows?
I didn't know you were so modest. It's a great, prediction.
He's pretty good, man. Not gonna lie. Like, I know that he's very okay. Never mind. Let's not talk about it now.
Oh,
Let's
well,
not get into details.
You can't leave us at that. What are you doing?
I think what he was going to say is we all know X Factor prepares for his games, right? And
yeah, I feel like that would have been a bit disrespectful. Like, if I'm gonna be honest, I feel like without practice, if we both play, I win on paper. I win easily. But the truth is, he's prepared a lot more than I did. His theory and his builds and stuff, like, he's been prepared, and he also has he has no free bans, let's say. I'm forced to win Paradise, and he kind of gets a free brand. So, and there's a lot of maps where his build can work, like Tundra, Hades, even on Greenhaven. Like, that was very surprising to see him doing his build on Greenhaven and worked against autopilot. So that's also another map where he can do that. Making me shake.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't know.
Fair enough.
Gotta figure it out.
Well, I know X Factor has a lobby up. He's ready to play. So I just want to say, thanks for doing the interview. Good job so far, and yeah, good luck in your series.
Absolutely, thank you guys. Good cast, very good casting, very nice. So yeah.
Yeah. See ya.
See ya.
See ya.
Pretty cool. So we'll get loaded into that lobby and move on to the banning and picking stage. But I still have Lost Edmund and LSR here. Do you guys want to give us your predictions for this series? Who do you think's gonna win? Lost Edmund.
Oh, man. That's hard, man. It's really hard. I think it's gonna depend a lot on the map choices, and I mean, like Chisato said, X Factor really prepared a lot for these maps. Like, he's really good at those builds. I'm leaning towards 3-2 with Chisato winning. I would not be surprised if X Factor takes him the whole way.
Going to a game 5. Okay. Volshock,
Yeah.
do you have any predictions, LSR?
I do agree with Lost and Deadman's Tech. I think Chisato might channel in his inner things. He balances energy better, but I really maybe wish to see him on the ticks, and the way he did play the Cortex vehicles himself also didn't look that shabby. He used rovers. He used better arsenal. Was took a lot more risks, right? So I think maybe even if he, I think based on intuition he might do pretty well still. So 3-2 Chisato favorite seems good, but really I have to see a game on how this works.
All right, Volshock, lay it on us. What do you think?
So, I don't know if you guys know this, but Chisato won past 2 BPLs. And if you look back historically, I did not think he would win either of those BPLs. I think in both of my predictions, I had him out at the round of 4. So I am.
So now it's your time to double down and say Chisato's never gonna win, and maybe finally get it, or you're gonna pick Chisato win and lose again. So
I think I'm gonna be able to win either way. I'm gonna say Chisato is winning this, and I think he's gonna win it comfortably.
Yeah, so either you still are cursed, or
so if I'm right, hey, I finally break it, and if I'm wrong, if nothing else, I'm consistent, right?
True.
Well, now all of a sudden I'm worried about my picks, you know, because
Yeah,
you're like
yeah,
yours maybe are cursed. I don't know.
I'm excited we get to see a little bit more of the map pool. Are there any maps we haven't seen today? I don't think so, right?
I don't think so.
Oh, Mithril Mountain.
No, we saw Mithril.
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw like one Mithril, right?
Hades, Aurelia.
Yeah, we've seen everything.
Yeah.
I think so, which is great.
Yeah, usually there's like 1 or 2 maps that just get permanently banned. You never see them, but like every map is actually getting played, and that's kind of cool.
Agreed.
It looks like they're finally getting into picks and bans.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So of course, Yudi goes first here, being the reigning champ, and I'm assuming he's going to pick Paradise Lost as a ban. I'm wondering what X Factor wants to pick as a map to. Oh, let me make sure they know the big ban pick order, that it's best of 5. Best of 5.
Yeah. So for those of you who are viewers or who are new to BPL, the grand finals are BO5, and so it's unlike the other one where there's only 3 maps played. There could be a total of 5. So it's ban, pick, ban, pick, and then there will be 1 remaining map that we play on.
Yeah. Well said. Very succinctly said there. Thank you. While these players contemplate on their choices, I guess
You didn't have to think long. He just goes
straight
straight into Paradise Lost. I mean, he called it, right?
Yeah. No, you had that prepared already. You didn't even wait for him. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I mean, does he need to? Like, Chisato seemed real set on not playing that map.
Right. Okay, so bans Hades Pawn. So now we're gonna have 2 picks coming in. Chisato goes first.
I think both of them are really strong on Hades. I guess he's just not wanting to play Chisato on a map like that.
Yeah, I'm wondering if X Factor wants him on these like smaller, like Ravaged Greenhaven maps as opposed. Okay, so classic fashion. Yeah, we pick Mariposa Island.
Yeah.
Right?
I was gonna say, like, Chisato very clearly said he has no build for hide and seek, so X Factor is gonna he's gonna pick hide and seek right after Chisato picks Mariposa. I don't think he's gonna do the Centurion build again, right? There's no way that never will work more than one time.
I wouldn't be surprised if they both play ARM on that map. Actually.
Oh, you think we're gonna see some tick-on-tick violence?
Well, if you're unsure, the tick is a good way to find out really quickly. You can open 1 tick.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's so funny. Centurions are taking over the meta. It's funny. I mean, they're not, but at the same time, like they're getting a lot more play, and it is very enjoyable to see.
Yeah,
we got some big thinking from Yudi on this ban 5 or ban 3.
It's kind of like, what do you ban against X Factor, right? Like, he's gonna have a build for every map, and he's kind of good on every map.
I'm still gonna stick to my guns that it's not a seed 1 favored. That's why he's thinking so long. Because
right. What are you thinking of, like bans? I think it might be Tundra as the next ban. Honestly, if
I can
he's
see
just
that. Yeah.
Going down the list of what his namesake build is strong on, right? So Tundra is definitely one of them. Mithril Mountain, even like I was very impressed with X Factor's play on Mithril Mountain that game.
Called it, Barcast. Tundra down.
Yeah.
So what is X Factor ban? Do you think? Probably another. Is there really even a bigger like macro style map to ban? Like everything else is pretty small, right? Or
maybe Aurelia, just because it's so choky, and I don't think you're at risk of losing immediately, just based off of that like really forward LLT position you can get at the like the narrow choke between the 2 mains. So maybe Aurelia is better for Chisato in that fact. He can get away with macroing comfortably, right? Which is not where you want to put Chisato. Is just like have him doing his own thing, kind of playing like Eco Simulator. Then again, if anyone can keep up with him, it's X Factor. I mean, they're both like free-for-all grinders, which is really where you see that.
Yeah, they're both very strong macro players, and I mean, I think they're both going to be strong even on like the smaller, more micro-intensive maps. That's why this is like such a hard pick ban phases, right?
I also feel like Aurelia, if anything, I feel like would probably play more into X Factor just because he has such like tight builds, and that's such an interesting map where you can, I'm not going to say rush T2, but it's a lot easier to kind of go T2 with those choke points and hold them. So I feel like that could be something where he has more of a build prepared. Although I will say Chisato's game on it with the Shuris and the Gar Pikes and everything was insane.
Yeah, it seemed pretty like Chisato had a pretty decent idea of Aurelia, how to play it. I don't know how much of that was on the fly, but he seemed to have a pretty solid game plan.
Excuse me. Also, what I noticed on that map, the game 2 versus Andy, was I think Chisato was on tilt, but playing better, like playing out of his mind. Like the whole like transporting thing, like capturing tanks and then dropping them back off was just like, I mean, he kind of took it to the next level, right? So
Frustration with the loss locked him in.
Yeah, right. Maybe he's kind of keeping it a little close to the vest, like being so humble with his own predictions, right? Because I don't really think Chisato is the kind of guy to kind of, take it without putting up a fight, So I know he said he hates losing, right? So if he does go down, say 1 or 2 games in this series, you might see him really kind of turn it on and play like a madman, right?
Yeah, he's definitely he's a somewhat higher emotional player, I imagine, right? And well, I say I imagine, I've literally played with him. He's a somewhat higher emotional player, and if he does end up like losing a game, I would not be surprised if that does kind of get him really focused and ready to win. Or he really does not like losing. I would not be surprised if we see him really pull off some crazy stuff should he have some rough games.
Okay, looks like Aurelia was picked.
Okay.
And that leaves 1 pick. Well, again, all the maps are kind of like in play here, but yeah, 1 pick left for X Factor, and then the final map would be whatever's left over, right?
So it's Ravaged and Greenhaven, right?
Right. I wouldn't be
Ravaged. Okay.
Ravaged, yeah.
X Factor will save his Greenhaven. Maybe do you think he would even do that incisor build again? I mean, I guess it's just a consistent build, right? With like Chisato seems surprised that his incisor open on Greenhaven.
Right. I mean, we saw in his series versus Teddy though, like he opened the Cortex
the bot lane in the
bots,
corner,
right?
Yeah.
Which is smart. I actually really like that spawning position because you have that 200 metal so close to your factory, right? I think that's probably one of the better positions, like to spawn bots on that map. So it'd be interesting to see if he kind of mixes it up there again, or what he might mix it up to. Like, does he like play arm bots on that map? I'm really surprised more players don't do that on a map that's so hard to get radar coverage on, right? But
yeah, he kind of showed that he has 2 decent builds for that map. So it's like you can't really go into it expecting any like specific one build. Like you don't really know what he's gonna do, and both the things that he has showed that he can do is both are pretty good. And it's a strong map for X Factor, I would say, for sure. So
Yeah.
Mariposa first game between Chisato and X Factor.
It's going to be interesting about here how Chisato plays, what is his shape, and whether X Factor likes to swim as well.
Yeah, I wonder if see people spawning in the water.
It would be pretty mind games, right? I mean, it does the same thing as Randy.
Well, Randy showed how like it was strong. Like economically, it was strong. Like safety wise, it seemed like a good build. Now there's a funny situation where they both spawn in the water, which I mean, there's even any chance that happens? Surely not. But
no, I bet you money X Factor does the exact same build because he will have had it practiced, and I bet again it's too good. The title's in the water. I'm telling you.
It's reversed, guys.
It is. This is so funny. Loading.
It's reversed, guys.
Oh my God. He watched the replay.
I love it, man.
You lose another $1, Barcast.
Damn it.
Oh my God. I mean, Randy showed it was good. Like, it is just, you get such safe economy, and like, the macro difference is just so big.
How betrayed is X Factor gonna feel if UD beats him with a stolen build from our Andy?
Oh,
Hey, you know, he could
shameless.
He could mind game it, right? You could still do bots and just eat all the reclaim, right? There's a lot of rocks to eat here.
There is.
Yeah, that's true, right? If X Factor is a bot open, like, I imagine he could greed harder than the C player could
way
greed,
harder.
right?
Yeah, just 3 rest bots and that's it. Into 2 cons. Ooh.
Okay, we got a bot open. I mean, I could see this being a little dangerous
if he actually
for Chisato.
does like 3 res bots.
Well, surely he'll scout.
Oh, he is 4 res bots. Oh my god.
4 res. Okay, what?
That's even more.
That's crazy. Okay, like, you don't know he's in the water though, right?
Hey, the
like,
pro
that's
clan is playing the
crazy.
long game.
Look what he's typing in inspection. Oh my god.
Let's go.
This is where if there was money bet on this game, people would be accusing him of, like, you know, throwing for money. Like, this is crazy. What are you doing, Chisato? I mean, if anybody can do a build like this on the fly, it is probably him. That being said, X Factor build is very greedy in the back, and it is definitely what you want to do against something like this. So, Chisato's already walking to land. Like, do you think we're gonna see the tank lab as a second lab choice, or do you think maybe like a bot lab for reclaim of his own?
I don't even know. Like,
I think you get enough unharassable metal from the cons, and you expand fast enough that it probably makes sense to do vehicles, just because you can get early incisors out.
Yeah, those early, like, harassment raids that Randy was doing, right, with like the incisors and the rovers, like, he actually got pretty good value from it. So yeah, I could see it. It could be good.
How do you feel about the 2 con versus 3 con? I almost feel like you'd want 1 con expanding up the left, 1 con expanding up the right, and then he's gonna drop the third.
He's getting the third one, yeah. It's just gonna come out basically as the lab's getting reclaimed.
Oh wow! Actually, he timed that perfectly. Actually, that's really
yeah.
Nice. Did X Factor change up his build? No, he's got the 4 grunts out. So this is kind of the unfortunate part of doing this. Like, he committed a little, maybe extra to grunts, but you need to make them to get the scouting information, which kind of a bit of a double-edged sword. But yeah, that was perfectly timed. Actually, really well done. So
yeah, he's gonna get across the map, like, as Chisato's lab is finishing, but he's gonna have no vision on exactly how greedy Chisato's being with the C start until, like, way almost, I would say, too late. Like, do you think if he had scouted this earlier, like, he could have greeted harder, like more cons, more resers, or is that
only
too much?
I think the BP is already pretty big, like the nano and the base along with the commander. That's like what, 500 BP?
So what you're saying is this is already greedy enough. Okay, he doesn't need more greed.
Wasn't it 4 grave robbers, 4 grunts into 4 cons? I mean,
that's a lot. Yeah,
that's as greedy as it gets.
It was a lot. Chisato does manage to kill one of these scouting grunts. Unfortunate microed right into his comm.
The metal looks like in favor of Chisato, and it's only gonna get Chisato making a little mistake with double mixing the same
double
spot.
mix, yeah, that's rough. Never
Probably
feels good
needs
when
to
that
see-
happens.
He does manage the cons one by one, so he usually splits them pretty fast. Oh, an X Factor for the plays. Gonna go for constructors first, not really early bombers, but bombers would be pretty devastating if he gets titles, right?
He's going for 4 air cons first. This feels really risky, knowing that Chisato is a tank lab.
Well, he can shuri it if they come on his side of the map, and I think it's like an outgreed thing because he can maybe take the mexes faster, and it's not like Chisato can clear them because
on the
he'd have
sea,
to like
unless you
build
get-
urchins or something.
Yeah, he can contest these water mexes, unlike
that's the best.
That's true. Oh wow. Okay, we're having weird greed wars on Mariposa. This is not really what I expected to see.
Well, Mariposa is 18 by 18. There's too much
It is,
space,
yeah.
right?
It's a greed map for sure, but
Oh, he's getting away with this stuff. I mean, if you thought players couldn't get more greedy on Mariposa, it's like we were totally wrong. Like
our Andy opens the door and XFactor just kicks it down. He's like, "I'm here, I'm ready."
Chisato is preparing rather a decently timed attack. I mean, 4 incisors will take down any LLTs, and if those 2 cons are not in a position.
XFactor is making his Shuris. He does have 10 in the queue and is making more, as well as scaling BP. It's crazy greedy to me, man. He has 2 grunts. He has 2 grunts in the field and nothing else. That's wild.
Well, the rover is actually gonna scout and reveal a Shuri, so he knows the Shuris are there, so might save him his incisors.
Yeah,
but the problem is, even if you make lashers, they're so slow, right? It's like, do you really want to drive them all the way across the map to do anything with it?
Well, he is making one, so I'm thinking, yeah, that's what his plan is to slowly drive the slasher across the map. I mean, 1 is like not really enough to stop 10 Shuris if micro dwell. Like 1 kind of maybe can if it's not great, but
these air cons are doing work in the water, man, capping these 3 mexes. So
Chisato's gonna dive with 4 incisors. If he gets 2 cons, that stops a reasonable amount of the.
Yeah, the Shuris are not being pulled away just yet. Although he's not microing the incisors.
1.
Oh, he got both.
Yeah, that's big even for them, but you know, it depends whether XFactor has some res bots available, right?
Well, we do know he did greet a couple res bots, 1 or 2, so likely they'll be heading over this way, res these cons, res the incisors. Wow, those air cons, yeah, they are actually taking those C-mexes very quickly. This is an interesting battle of builds. I will say Chisato with
so much metal.
Yeah, the lack of res bots, he's actually like hard floating this metal and e-stalling. Like he has not managed to scale his titles nearly as much as I think Randy did.
Right. Andy had the construction turret in the water as well to help scale his titles. That made like a big impact. Even the ones on the shore were contributing it too. So I mean, he had like so much E in the water around this point in the game, right? It was like a 30% advantage, I think. Now I'm looking at the energy per second. It looks like they're fairly close to each other, right? So
yeah, and he's dropping solars, which you don't really want to be making it, but at this level of metal, it's kind of like you need the energy more than anything else. So
that was big pick off actually. Aircon's going down. Right,
sniping the 2.
Yeah, and actually, like, XFactor dropped his tank lab, and there is a lot of incisors heading across the map. Chisato does not really have much of an army on the field. It's a lot of Shuris with these incisors, too. I mean, they are flying over a lasher, and it is, going to shoot down a few of them before getting EMP'd, but...
Fighters on the field?
There are fighters as well.
So could make counter Shuris.
Yeah, definitely. Does XFactor still have his air lab up, or did he end up reclaiming?
He does. He's basically looks like his aircon on.
Well, everybody has so many metal that it doesn't matter.
Yeah, this is pure
accessing.
Yeah, he doesn't really have the E for all these aircons and like tanks. Like he's actually kind of E-stalling pretty hard with this. I mean, I guess the wind is literally at the minimum. You can't really.
He's like totally on solars though, so.
Oh yeah, wait a minute. He is totally on solars. This is actually he only has a little bit of wind in the back. Yeah, that's actually really rough. He cannot spend his metal.
Yeah, it gets up at metal storage though. But like, where is Chisato's got his own Shuris out, right?
Mounting defense. Yeah. He killed the XFactor Shuris, and now he's able to exercise defensive Shuris, which is pretty good. That will leave some metal, and XFactor actually has to run back to the hill.
He's kind of just fed those incisors in. Now he's running away, and maybe Chisato can keep catching these incisors with the Shuris. Just keep getting value from them.
It's kind of amazing that at like 9 minutes, all those sea mexes are completely capped, and there's just a few land mexes like in the middle, and then a few on the sides that haven't been capped yet. They are mass expanding.
Yeah, look at the E and metal income. It's actually very close. Funny enough, like they're actually not quite spending the metal that they're making. Like they're both needing these metal storages to spend it. XFactor's going for a second tank lab just to spend this.
Right.
Yeah, one would think you would start the shipyard since you don't need mexes, right? Maybe get some subs out
Yeah, deny their
for
mexes.
the control, right? Because the 600 metal and shipyard is very energy cheap as well, like 1000 energy.
Yeah,
The one
yeah.
con, so you would have like subs in the future.
Well, I mean, Chisato is opting to make a couple ace solars, but he's still, just like XFactor, struggling to spend his metal.
I would like to see more of a commitment to like the bot AA. It's like neither player really has air control, it seems like, and with the threat of Shuris denying any kind of like attack or pressure, I think either one of them could really control that plateau if they just had sufficient AA coverage to kind of protect their tanks. And because right now it looks like it's going towards Chisato, right? He's pulling XFactor to the left. I mean, XFactor would love to be like pressuring that plateau or Chisato's side of the map, but instead he's trying to defend his side, right? And
all these fighter traits are just, they could be going so much better, like you said, with any ground AA, and it looks like XFactor does have some lashers, which should get him like control of the skies, kind of, but...
Right. This is a nice little kind of kickoff here. XFactor doing a good job cleaning up.
No, there are like 2 res bots here waiting just to res this when whenever it gets cleaned up. But
with what energy?
That is very true. Yeah, the energy is a little rough for XFactor at the moment. He is just slapping down basic solars, wins. He's just trying to get any amount of energy. I'm kind of surprised we're not seeing more titles. Like Chisato has opted for quite a lot of titles here.
He just has the one con making him.
Yeah. Just slow trickle of titles, generating a pretty decent amount of E.
Interesting middle fight. The Pounders are pretty good mix. That's what I said. Chisato's able to mix in combined arms, right? Way better than most players.
Yeah, you really
so
don't want to.
Actually, he gets ahead and he needs like diverts the.
Wow.
Instigator force. And he has like Tigers out, right? So now it's Incisors versus Tigers, and if the Incisors doesn't get a good flank, then. Yeah, and the fusion is so important.
He's reclaiming the tier 2 lab to fund not only the fusion, but also it looks like he's going to do a medium tank overwhelm with two tier 1 tank labs.
That sounds like a really good plan. I love that. Especially you just need a T2 con to be fair, and for the fusions.
Especially
because if you get a fusion, you're able to reclaim the solars. And yeah, XFactor's fusion is late. Well, non-existent right now.
T2 unit detected, right? So
it's a somewhat dangerous moment here. Chisato has no units out at all, and there's
he had the Tigers, but I think he drove in a really weird direction, right? So
yeah, 2 Tigers, and he went to go stop the little small raid, right?
I think 2 Tigers and 4 Incisors definitely slow up that.
Yeah, it looks. I guess the addition of the
as well, right?
Yeah, turn around. Tiger's so good at incisors. If he thought medium tanks were good versus incisors.
He's not gonna be for long though.
Yeah, incisors actually doing pretty well at shooting them down before the.
Sending those fighters, he gets full vision. He sees he's behind a fusion, so.
Right. I mean, he has to know to make a transition. I see a shipyard going up behind XFactor's main.
His transition is gonna be bombers. That's how you get the fusion up. You just kill the enemy fusion.
I mean, 20 bombers queued up. This is kind of terrifying. That's a lot of bombers. Chisato could just die to that. Like, XFactor has total fighter control. And
Right. What is he cooking with that shipyard in the back? Is that a destroyer I see coming out of that lab? Okay.
It is, yeah.
I would like to see some titles come out, actually. Just make a couple of cons, like park them next to those con turrets, right? Instantly reclaims it. Okay, that's cute.
Yeah, what do you think of the destroyer over the subs? Like, what's the benefit here over just we've seen a lot of people.
Coast Guard.
Yeah, Coast Guard.
If he actually.
Oh, to shoot Chisato's base if he actually gets there. That makes sense. Yeah, I like it.
Well, also, right now it's routed to the middle of the mountains.
Push in mid is substantial, though.
Yeah, it is.
Look at that.
Yeah.
That is a lot of brutes.
Should be able to stop it.
Yeah, they're driving into, what is this, 10 pounders, and that's gonna be a rough thing to drive into the middle of. Oh, turning into the pounders is even worse. That is painful. a lot of these brutes are just evaporating.
Yeah, there's not much they can do.
Here come the
Especially
bombers.
bunched up.
How many bombers did he didn't? So he stopped at 15 bombers. They're a little spread out, but
enough to take out a fusion. I mean,
for sure.
Scrambling to make a I see. First pass
should be
goes
done.
up, takes out.
Oh, he does really good heal.
A lot of the bombers have died. The fusion's healed a bit, but
Yeah, but now it's
still gonna go
almost
down,
double
right?
damage.
Oh my gosh, 10%? Are you kidding me?
No way.
All that heal, that's why it's so important to have prioritizing abilities.
That's
Very well played.
crazy. Wow. Yeah, that bombing run got nothing done. That is so unfortunate. Now XFactor's on the wrong end of a tier 2 army, and well, I say tier 2
right
army,
now
tier
is
2
that
economy.
the BP, he's not producing units since the nanos are fixated on repairing, right? So XFactor might
that's
have
true.
a chance with the tanks, right?
Yeah, these two tigers are still kind of like, well, one tiger is still the only thing between Chisato and death.
Right, I mean, do these medium tanks get behind the main base, or?
I think that APM stall may have prevented any attempt at that.
Oh my goodness.
Nice bug. I don't know what.
It's just repairing.
I think it was just repairing, right? Yeah, I don't know what I missed what bug Chisato's talking about. More bombers are coming in and looking like they're going to bomb some BP.
That's what you need to do. I think if he had gone for the BP on the first pass.
First, yeah. And then the second pass is better.
Yeah.
Chisato did do a good job of distributing his BP, but yeah, like it definitely would have made it so that fusion actually died.
That's actually brutal. All the nettles got, or that nettle there got Veteracy, so it completely tanked that bombing run, even though 2 sets hit it.
These Shuris have had enormous value for XFactor. He is. There's so much metal on the ground here. Nearly 14,000 metal on the ground. Just off of the back of how messy of a fight this has been. And XFactor has so many rezzers in the back.
Yeah, up on the plateau, right? He's got this snowball going, right? So it's just a matter of time before.
Well, now Chisato does have a little bit of air control, and his own Shuris are starting to get value here. And like
He
Chisato
also has a res
his own
bots.
rezzers.
It's not like he doesn't have. Yeah, exactly.
And he has a tier 2 lab in the back making tigers with this
Yeah.
too. So he's making tigers and 2 tier 1 labs making medium tanks.
What I like about Chisato is able to get a little bit of distracting counterattack on the side. Not major, but
Well, all those mexes
You know.
are undefended, right? Like that's
just
free
annoying,
real
right?
estate. These Shuris are getting such enormous value. There's so many tanks. Like this is absolutely game-winning tank. Like Chisato swapped to full pounder spam.
Yeah.
You would think like a Tsar would be pretty good.
These rezzers are a little bit in danger. XFactor's trying to dive them, but he did eat the 2 tier 1 tank labs to fund his second fusion. I mean, I guess he has the tier 2 lab at this point, right? So
Yeah, he remade his tier 2 lab.
Chisato's counterattack actually made it to the base, even though probably gonna be stopped now.
it's killed so many mexes. Like that is a lot of economic damage. And
Gonna be a tiny bleed.
XFactor's running out of steam here. His resbots are getting dove on.
Res bots are still alive though, and you know, you really need to focus them down.
He lost like half of them maybe, but like, there's still enough there to be a threat, and Chisato's kind of doesn't have a whole lot of units out.
He has tigers.
He does have tigers, and they are tigers into medium tanks, right? So
Yeah, but the zombies are rising so
a
hard.
lot of zombies. There's a lot of resbots.
Could he be reclaiming this? I mean, it's
At this point, maybe, right? Like
he's stalling on metal, right? He needs a T2 transition, and it's not like it's guaranteed he sits on and camps this res field for the next 2 minutes and gets all the value, right? So I'm wondering if that's a bit of a blunder, but I mean, it is build power right on the front line, right? But I mean, now it's tigers and pounders, so.
there are a lot of medium tanks coming. Like XFactor's reinforcements are dealing with that raid, and like there's another about 20 medium tanks coming right through mid.
Shuris?
I really wish there was a Tsar just set targeting and killing res bots. I mean, the res bots are so annoying.
I'm a little
He's just
surprised
getting-
I've seen anything else other than tigers, right? Like there's some fun toys you could be making here.
even like one radar and like couple of Mausers, like whatever.
Like a Quaker, right? Like a Quaker,
Quakers,
too,
right? Just to fire on
fantastic.
Resbots, right? Because if you like, they're just getting free HP, right? It's just like.
Look, dare I say it, one tremor here, and this is one. Okay, can you afford a tremor? Probably not. But you know, like, there's.
Well, you
hope
could
there.
eat one side and afford tremor, right?
Exactly, and then you just win, right? Surely. It does kind of look like. I keep saying it, and it's hard to tell, but it does look like Chisato is somewhat winning here. He does look like he's cleaned up XFactor's Resbots.
And Tigers, right?
And the
There's more
Tigers,
Tigers right now than medium tanks, and the tanks are streaming one by one, right? And
There's
XFactor
17
cannot afford to regroup, so I think Chisato has this.
He's calling it, yeah.
I mean, there's 17k metal on the ground. If you lose 17k metal,
what an absolute meat grinder of a game. That was crazy.
That was crazy macro. I mean, I haven't been maybe long to the game like that.
Yeah, they got up in metal income so quickly. They expanded so fast.
They need new energy structures in the game to match this expansion.
Yeah.
Titles.
Neither one could keep up. Like, that was crazy.
Yeah, that was amazing.
All right.
Well, what a game one, guys. That was crazy.
How do you guys think Chisato is in the form, right? It was his map. I think he looked pretty good. Like, good decisions. I love the rovers, like, didn't feed his incisors. There was a lot of redeeming features
For
there.
doing a build he said he had never done before and literally watched Randy do and decided to copy it like a few hours ago, that went okay. You know what? That wasn't too bad.
I think he might be an okay player.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see.
not
Okay,
bad.
he hasn't won yet. We don't know. He might be bad. We don't know that. Yeah.
I think it's hard. I think if he had just like during that bombing run, if that fusion had died at 300 HP, even if like one of the bombers had killed the BP and then the rest of them had targeted the fusion, I think he might have come ahead there. But it just felt like that bombing run in response to the T2 just didn't get enough done.
I actually wonder if he had killed that fusion, if that would have been enough. Honestly, like that was a very crucial fusion. Like he really needed that energy.
Yeah, that was. I think that's game if he loses the fusion, because the next factor gets a fusion ahead, and then it looks completely different. I think getting a fusion is really, really critical.
Yeah, that's not. I don't even think I don't think Chisato even had Resbots to res it at that point either, right? Like that was just you just would not have had that fusion. But yeah, hide and seek. Chisato's favorite map, I hear.
Who's gonna hide and who's gonna seek?
I just looking at his spawn, we're not gonna see it. Damn it! I want to see the Centurion build again, but even if it was not really planned, it was a fun build to watch. It does look like Chisato is doing the little more traditional one max, you know.
We see
Corbans,
incisors.
right?
Some vehicles. I don't think vehicles that good with the hill.
No, it's always it's grunt into thug. This high ground is just too abusable by thugs. I think you just you have to grunt and then thug.
Are they both core?
Mm-hmm.
They are both core. I would not like Chisato is already opting for a 1 max bot lab, and I would not be surprised if we're seeing XFactor doing the 2 max bot lab open.
Yeah, but XFactor is being a little more efficient. He went for that solar there while wind was really low, so I think
Really risky with 2 Resbots early, maybe not. I don't know. It feels like you would want to push the con really early to the back mixes, because if you get in the corner, then you don't need mixes for a long while. The corner is so juicy. That's literally 10 metal income right there.
Do you see Chisato's build queue? That's
I saw. Yeah,
that's a very
that's why I asked. Like, he has no con there. Like, what the hell is that?
That's very aggressive, right? I think we saw, was it Vedor do the build like this, where it was like just straight up no con, just grunts directly across the map, and just try and overwhelm early.
It's not about early, you contain, right?
Yeah.
But you can counter contain, because the contain is popular the way I've played it in 2v2, but I kind of like XFactor here. Like, he's going immediately for the corner, and then you just ignore rest, right? And you just use the commander in the front, and then just defend the back while you get your 10 metal income really fast. And that's really, really deciding. Because if you go for the side mixes, whether of like those yellow ones and more to the triangle in the center, those are risky. You just get surrounded and killed because enemies able to leak everywhere. And that's what Chisato is doing. So we have a Seeker, Chisato, and Hyder's the X Factor right here.
He's made a lot of grunts running across the map here. He want like X Factor with a little bit greedier opening, right? A little bit more standard opening, 2 resers into a con or a
X
maybe.
Factor's in a little bit of a pickle now, getting the mexes right, and he's building a con in his base with just a lab. So
Yeah, he has
no troops, man. Just
2 grunts. Like
2 grunts, and like that 2.5 is gonna die. And if the back 2.5 dies, it's even worse. And if the con dies, then it's game.
There are even more grunts coming from the north. Like, there's so many coming. Chisato is absolutely looking to flood.
That was a great catch there, actually. Grabbing that grunt that slipped by there.
He has managed to kill 2 mexes, but yeah, X Factor's actually been defending
I don't know about
it.
that radar. Is that a misclick from X Factor getting that back radar, or just he actually wants to see whether there's units coming because he has no units to even defend the scene?
Do you drop an LLT in this position? Because like clearly, like
X Factor's panicking.
Chisato's like sprinting units at him. Like I don't think you can afford to. Like you're not gonna get the grunt numbers up. These grunts are just being shaved off as they're coming out. They're just dying one by one. I don't know.
He's getting some
not that
repair
many
on the
more.
front, actually.
Chisato, I think, misclicked. He doesn't build his 2.5 max unless he wants to do that, but I think it was a misclick.
Yeah, you probably don't want to be skipping the 2.5. Ooh, that rough little APM stall. The LLT is up, and now I think this aggression on X Factor's base should be not probably over.
I really wished he pushed the 1 grunt behind, or at least like push 1 through the back, right? Because the corner is so important. Like if he did, and there was the 1 grunt right there, running there and killing
Right.
any angle.
Oh, that's what he was saying in his game versus Sash, right? He kind of forgot that back expansion was there, or the con was there expanding rather, and that kind of kept Sashkorin in that game.
Yeah, because it's actually pretty good for X Factor to be trading right next to his base instead of his backline.
You know, he's still managing to pretty hard contain X Factor. Yeah, he's not denying the back 3 mexes, but like
Metal produced is in favor of X Factor, not by a lot, but
right.
I wonder if that's going to continue, right? Like something needs to change because like Chisato is 2 con expanding right now, and
that's pretty big. Yeah.
Like this is X Factor's in still kind of a dangerous moment. He can't even get his front mexes up.
That was a nice D-gun there, shooing away these grunts for now. X Factor was able to get units in position to shoo away these grunts on the left side. Nice little ping right there from Claret. I'm wondering if X Factor knows how even this game is, despite perhaps feeling like he's on the back foot, you know?
I would assume he has to guess, right? He knows how much Chisato's invested in units, and whereas he invested a little harder into res bots, into cons. Like he knows Chisato was being far more aggressive.
He got like a very decent amount of corpses right here. He needs some energy, of course, but
yeah, that's true. There's a lot of grunt bodies on his front door, and he is already beginning to res them.
Like long term, he should be ahead, right? All you need to do is not lose his backside and
right. I see a lot of grunts on both sides though, so X Factor is doing a good job now deflecting these attacks, like harassing the back of his main base, but as soon as these 2 armies like kind of are in position to attack, I'm wondering if he's going to be able to defend both sides, right?
I mean, X Factor did get his LLT up right on the back 3 cluster, and it's a little like the window I think to like snipe it is. I
think the army value is pretty even.
All over.
It's really even, and now it's how they jostle for position, right? Because now, for example, right now X Factor is getting a position where he might be able to even push and do a little bit of counterattack, and we already see Chisato responding with counterattack on one side, which is matched, and actually defending, but decides to not cross into Chisato.
I think I kind of agree with you that Chisato misclicked that, as that 2.5 max next to the Geo behind his base is still not taken.
Oh, he had a weird move command there, so it was definitely misclick.
Very unfortunate, as that's a decent chunk of metal that he definitely would have preferred having right now.
Well, yeah.
Look at this line of grunts that are meeting each other in the middle of the map. I think X Factor is going to get the jump on this and trades pretty well there. Okay.
And definitely traded with his favor XFactor, though he may be stepping a little too far forward. Still pretty heavily out-traded XFactor there. Kind of like who can go and secure this reclaim, as XFactor does have more grunts coming.
Right. But I mean, he spotted the attack from Chisato, and he spent a lot of time like committing all those grunts to that like bottom lane, and hasn't really gotten value out of him yet. And this is giving XFactor the opportunity to get units in position. Till we see these res bots doing their thing from like those earlier grunt battles, right?
Yeah, Chisato's kind of posturing a little bit in XFactor's front door, but I mean, there's an LLT, there's a commander, multiple grunts. Like I don't see
Commander going out for Chisato. Really weird.
Right.
It looked like he had swapped to thugs for a second there in his lab, but now he's swapping right back to
maybe
grunts.
drop some, I don't know, some energy converters, but maybe, or
Eastor too,
though.
you know, I don't know.
Yeah, Eastor maybe, yeah, just to cash in because he's a little bit floating, but no, he decides to take the hill.
Chisato's getting these grunts, maybe getting caught on the cliff. Maybe not actually. XFactor's not diving them. It's a little awkward actually. XFactor's
It's a little awkward, yeah. He needs to
kinda
now
catching
spread defense on two sides. It's a multi-pronged attack. He has like one thug, but I mean his base was exposed for a little bit, right? They could have gotten in.
Well, all of a sudden, this is kind of turning into like a little more standard of a game. Weirdly enough, which didn't. Again, another hide and seek. It kind of looked like it was a weird game, and now it's turning into a bit more.
Sato's ahead in most metrics except like army right now.
Yeah, I would say for sure. Economically, he came out ahead of that trade. But
XFactor finally has the economy to spend his metal, so he's up one con turret. He has his E storage up. I don't think Chisato has one just finished.
He is two.
But he's two. Okay, right. But
he's three now. Oh man,
it's maybe
all right. But XFactor's commander is still in the main base, right? So say if he does choose to move into thug production, he's going to be able to produce a lot more quickly. But I'm really starting to get concerned about this res field that's been forming and this shot we're getting right now. This could all go to XFactor right now. He's got a couple of res bots in position, trying to shoo away this attack on the left side, and I even see a
he's kind of just feeding, right? Like, this is weird to say, but he's not securing any of this metal, and then XFactor, like, he's getting all access to all of these wrecks. Like, he's actually just kind of feeding.
Could be pull back even further.
Oh, XFactor's got a big, or a little 6 grunt raid in the north of Chisato's.
And he's got it queued up to go to the top right, which is completely naked right there. I don't see any units like moving that way to secure that. So that's a.
Oh, Chisato has no radar in the north at all. He has no vision of any of
this.
That's
the issue of this map. There's so many little paths you can run, and you don't see much of anything.
Yeah, he's gonna lose all of these mexes.
Save is gone though. I mean, the heat of
How?
chaos.
Oh, okay, well, I'm surprised that con survived, but
yeah,
Chisato's kind of hard floating metal as well at the moment. I mean, that might change now that he's losing multiple. The windmills just killed almost all of those grunts. Wow, that's crazy.
Oh my gosh.
Well, why build LLTs if you can get energy and still deal with any runs, right?
That's crazy. Okay, well, unfortunate miss micro from XFactor.
There's just grunts battles going on everywhere at the point. Our server's trying to keep up with everything. See some thugs coming out from XFactor's main base here.
Yeah, he has hit the thug on repeat button. There is the thug wall running at Chisato's comm. I don't know if he knows Chisato's comm is there.
It's a good way to spend this metal, which he doesn't have. Chisato says, "Oh, it's a good idea." Immediately switch to thugs himself, which is a completely correct answer.
Yeah, but he's a full metal bar unlike XFactor, right?
There's about 1,000 metal in reclaim and grunts on this eastern field.
Chisato's side, yeah.
That's grunt into
getting
thugs
killed somehow.
Well, that's a good surround, right? Like, it's actually kind of. I mean, they're grunts, right? They're still gonna lose, but at least giving a few of them off.
It's the position. That little high ground there is what he needs to like shoo Chisato away, who immediately runs back to his choke point, right? Chisato's commander was just in that little low ground valley, but those thugs, he pulled right back to this position here. So, like, seizing control of that.
Res bots just working in the back of the. That's ridiculous.
How are they here? He has res bots in the back of XFactor's base eating the reclaim.
Something swing effect, right? If you take. He's gonna lose them though now.
It does look like XFactor's getting a lot of this reclaim from this big field on Chisato's side of the map. Weirdly enough, like Chisato's not actually managing to secure this.
Reclaim field is getting a little close to Chisato's base for my liking here. That might have been a little bit of a feed. A big engagement here on the left side too. Thug versus Thug. Commander versus Commander.
Yeah, it does look like XFactor stopped with the Thug production and is actually pretty down in Thug like numbers.
I think a couple of the Thugs got killed by the grunts, right? And
yeah, that's true. Yeah, he's
Chisato is missing his rezzing his back mixes. That's affecting him by 5 metal income.
Yeah, he has the res field though that were from that earlier engagement.
Yeah, res bot is important. Way more important, especially with all the wind here.
Yeah. I mean, XFactor's got more thugs coming. He does have res bots here, whereas Chisato only has his commander repairing. So,
well, by the time, what about veterancy? Like the stars on the unit?
Yeah. Oh, the grunt flood from the side with some rocket bots actually going to surround XFactor's comm.
At least cut off the reinforcements a little bit.
Right.
Well, he sees XFactor's comm, and he's the target. I think he's diving it for sure. He's going for this kill.
It's a little risky. I wouldn't say it's maybe jostling for position. Better. I agree with the pullback choice.
Yeah. No need to do anything crazy, you know. Just take the win, secure the reclaim field. Don't be crazy.
Yeah, he would be nice if he could pivot to the side, but there's actually nothing to side to kill. So as long as he, you know, preferably he would like eat the metal and go away. Oh, he found a way to go. No. Go?
Yeah, he's not going there. Now he's going. Yeah.
I don't know. I think he should have gone, to be fair.
Yeah, he could get all of the back
to the wind,
right?
to the back. But yeah, maybe he doesn't see. Yeah, he doesn't see that there's any.
Oh, XFactor. The sneaky cloaked comm. Gonna dig on some thugs.
You think that's a good line? Would be good.
Oh, the grunts are getting on his comm though.
Oh my god.
I think that was a little too dangerous, a little too sneaky.
Very nice play and Chisato. Let's go.
That was excellent game. Jeez, that
very
was
intense game.
Back and forth too, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
It all was. It seemed to like snowball or like pendulum so hard on Chisato's side right there. I'm wondering like what really kind of turned the needle there. I mean, there was so many things going on at one time in the mid game.
Just the initiative, I think. I think XFactor just positioning a little bit out of position there, a little bit there. Just focus chaos.
That like huge reclaim field too, like right outside Chisato's like front door. He stopped fighting over that, and all of a sudden Chisato got all the reclaim or the resurrects on those grunts.
Because of the pressure, right? Like the initial thugs. Chisato does the couple things earlier, and that like you misplay. You, for example, engage on the side where you don't think you can engage later on, right? You just.
Well, then all of a sudden there's 40 grunts with halos running into your back door, and it's like, well, that's kind of a reclaim field I don't think you could afford to lose.
Going right into game 3, right? So match point for Chisato. XFactor needs to turn it around here. Hopefully he can kind of like hold on to his mental, right? I wonder how much kind of nerves and frustration affects him as a player.
And he's sick a little bit. It's a combo of all these things, probably making it a little rougher for him. But
I mean, I think this is probably pretty chill for him, considering it's only like 7 hours. If you guys remember Alpha Cup, these two guys played, and it was like 12 hours in, and he had like a fever or something, and he was like playing that FTL game, like the FTL game, where they just like rezzed armies back and forth.
I feel like we all had a fever that game, all right? Like that was a weird fucking game.
Yeah, to quote Ural, that was definitely one of the games of all time.
Yeah. All right. A little more Chisato doing that forward spawn, it looks like. This is such a weird to do the forward. I don't know. I'm a big fan of like the normal just 3 max
the
spawns,
advantage,
right?
I think, it's maybe one con can build both mixes. Otherwise, you need 2 cons to expand. And you can get initiative push faster.
Okay, you think he? Okay, I can see that.
Also, there's pretty good radar position, right? With the com, you can build a radar. And so
Chisato is arm as well.
You know, tries to give a chance to his opponent. You know, can't win.
Nah, he's played arm a lot, right? Like he's been one of the people playing arm the most, and
maybe?
Oh,
Well,
bot lab as well. Okay.
I think he might have sniffed out what XFactor's build was going to be. No pun intended, I guess. But if you are aggressive with ticks here and pawns, while XFactor steps away from his lab, like there is this window where
yeah,
you're
there
basically
is.
vulnerable, right?
Yeah, it's pretty open, especially XFactor's starting position as well.
And the rush distance, right? I mean, it's not really that far between the two main bases, right? And I already see ticks out.
It's also super annoying to deal with, like, even if you have rovers or incisors, the bots can just chill like up here and up here, and it's like chasing them down.
I think
is
even
just a
on this
nightmare.
closer hill as well, right? At least you can actually climb the tick here.
Yeah. I'm not sure about that. I like even the shore as well, right? Like there's that low ground that I think blocks radar coverage, right? So it's like you can.
It does look like they can go up that one. Looking at like the terrain traversability thing.
All you need to do is like hit the solar once.
Yeah, that's huge, right?
Well, forces rovers, which is already pretty good.
Yeah, I mean you go con for rovers.
Didn't hit solars.
That was big, right? Now XFactor's got a little bit of this tempo, right? He's going to immediately dart to his choke point right here and try and lock this down. He's moving away from his lab right now, like.
Chisato does catch one of the rovers, and this is like the one strength of the rovers, right? Is like the range increase and the speed increase. And, ooh, another catch.
That's nice, but here, this is what you want: is kiting the ticks, right?
Yeah,
so
yeah, that's really hard as a tick player.
A lot of these rovers are one-shottable. Oh, and all of them immediately die. Oh, and another one.
That's a lot of metal. And actually, the con goes away. He should have reclaimed it.
One of these ticks is basically one-shot. It should still
because
beat
he
this
needs to
rover.
reclaim it before even building a mix. Because the gator is stalling, right? If he reclaimed that metal, he would. Oh, that's very big.
Decides to go for the mechs, I guess, instead of
And Chisato's on double con expansion and already has nano in his base, so I kind of like this pressure with ticks. Ticks are way cheaper than rovers, you have to think, right?
Or
way cheaper, but
like an Ubivator build, right? Like just the early tick harass into like two con naked expand, like.
Yeah. No, this is good for XFactor. He's got 2 gators out already. His commander is finished capping the mexes, so he's walked back. You know, he doesn't have to worry about losing his main base, right? Wind turbines or mexes.
Yeah, he's stabilizing.
Yeah. And maybe Chisato finds like a few more mexes, just abusing like the tick movement speed, but we'll have to see.
He has opted for pawns, and he's not hesitating at all. He's sending them right across, though. I mean, he does seem to be stalling. Yeah, like he probably can't really afford to fight this amount of incisors with this amount of pawns. Like,
you could fight like on a choke if you make a LT, then it's still pretty good. And Chisato would be invested less in overall.
Yeah, he needs to be like
5 pawns in LLT is 5 pawns in LLT is as much as 3 incisors. In
for sure. Yeah, I'm saying he probably can't be aggressive, right? Like into that amount of incisors. It's a little more dangerous.
Depends on the wind, right? Right now it's
through wind not doing him any favors. Ticks getting cleaned up, driving right into those incisors. A little rough for Chisato.
This is so weird. Like he's made a bunch of pawns, hasn't really revealed them yet. They're kind of like dancing back and forth between the main bases. I don't know if this is just indecision or if he's kind of waiting to.
It could be a counterattack. He needs more ticks to scale because if he senses that XFactor gathered all those like 5 incisors and only has 1 incisor in the base, then if you go for the base and you kill the wind, you win the game, right? It's very simple. All you need to is kill the wind with pawns. That's your main goal.
I also feel like this is one of those maps though where once E-production's high enough, bots get a little scary just because you can mine all the choke points and it's so hard to push through just because like people won't have Junos for so long.
Yeah, well, mine layer is a thing. I think maybe XFactor knows about the mine layer. I mean, I would suppose. Good.
We have not seen many mines actually this today, or I guess mine layers really. Like we saw a few, but not a very common thing, I guess.
I think it's not player style to mine early. I think it's pretty good, to be fair.
Yeah,
especially if you send like the incisor rushes. I mean, blitz rushes with going to get mexes and then boosting lab were a thing before. XFactor just kind of polished the things and made it more common, but the mines were the answer before. I don't know what else counters if not mines.
Yeah. Yeah, Chisato just have that one tick sitting on the mountain, just watching and wait. Never mind. Oh, wait, no, he lived. He has the one tick sitting and waiting.
Was that a mine layer or was that a beaver?
Amphibious con.
Beaver for down.
Yeah, he's gonna go grab all the little C-Maxes. This one little tick finally getting shut down.
I'm feeling a little better about XFactor's position now, right? So he's got the amphibious con.
I don't know. Energy scaling is gonna get out of the control. I think Chisato will scale energy a little bit better.
Well, it's pretty even numbers of solars, right? What is it? Both players have quite a few in their main bases. No.
Yeah, I need to see XFactor's attack to say that XFactor is ahead. Right now, it's happening right now.
He did wait for the Rascal at least, but like.
Oh,
this
that's
is
a
kind
good
of an
angle. That's a really good angle for Chisato.
Yeah, that was a really
like,
awkward engagement. You
Yeah,
don't want to be leaving these Rex on the top players side of the field.
That's not it, yeah.
Oh, but there's a lot more reinforcements coming. Like there's 4 or 5 more incisors behind it.
Oh
and
my god, I think it's gonna be a good play.
The duelist Centurion. Oh no, more than 2 Centurion. Oh my god, how many is he making?
Maybe the main layer though.
The mine layer is mining that choke.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Yeah, the issue is that the commander is pretty good versus mines with the Deegan.
I've just seen a commander die to mines.
Yeah, we've seen it.
Well, you need heavy mines, right? Not that he's
light
actually
mines
building light mines, so they're
gonna be a little rough.
Still, but no, this is great. It's gonna buy a lot of time. It's gonna reveal the push, slow it down, give him time to react.
Yeah, the bounce might not hold.
Yeah, this is a bad trade. It didn't actually get a very good surround on those incisors.
Right.
Yeah, and wish there was like a little bit more LTs. He's gonna lose a lot of mexes, so the push has to work, and he needs like Resbot at the base after he loses the mexes and a way to clear the incisors.
I mean, these are all naked, like naked expansions. He has nothing to defend this. The one little Centurion scratch paint, but
this is great. Like all these incisors are going to clear out those naked expansions in the back, right? That's going to shut down the production, right? He's out of Chisato's out of metal.
He's out of energy. He can't even degun. If he gets dove on, he has no energy at all.
Right. I mean, right now though, XFactor just has incisors to deal with this. I see one medium tank that's out. He's desperately trying to get up some LOTs between the army and the factory, right? He really. I mean, Chisato's all in, right? Like,
I would
yeah,
say
but Chisato also has a back raiding party, right? So maybe not as.
Snipe some few mexes. Yeah, like you said, he's gonna go grab the back mexes as well from XFactor, but
yeah,
the
you
leash
can kill like 5-6 mexes, but I think the counterattack is gonna be strong already.
Yeah, he's repairing the
Why is
Centurion.
XFactor shouldn't be in that position. What is
Where's his calm going?
You shouldn't be in behind the army and the thing.
Oh no.
Ooh, Chisato's calm is also kind of in danger. If he micros these medium tanks well, Chisato could die.
Yeah, but the great say
either one of these players could die here. Like this is this is very scary either direction.
Oh,
the Centurions are dying.
I think.
I mean,
yeah, I think Chisato's dead. Yeah, although like
it's one little hill actually.
Tanks and
super
that's
awkward, but yeah.
The D-gun's good though. He's
that one little choke point forcing the D-guns. Oh my god. I mean, XFactor gotta be so careful. The Centurion D-gun, no, he got D-gunned. Oh, I mean, but there's more Centurions. Like 3 more.
Oh no.
The medium tanks are getting D-gunned. If Chisato, no, XFactor can't do it. He's gotta back up. He can't do it.
What about
Chisato to walk forward, you crazy man! What are you doing?
Back you up! What are you doing?
Oh my god, both these players are insane. I mean, but now the Centurions are in range of the column, and if Chisato micros this well, XFactor dies.
That's it. GG.
1 got D-gunned. 2 got D-gunned. He's 200 health. Oh, he has 60 health. He's 70 health. Oh my god, he lived. They all got D-gunned and he lived! That's crazy! Both of these players are insane! I cannot imagine either one of them doing that. That is insane.
Chisato's still walking around with his command. He's trying to get around.
I like how their whole back cons are completely stopped working for Chisato. Like
they were a little occupied, alright? To be fair, they were a little occupied. Holy crap!
My god,
that was wild. I mean,
what if XFactor accidentally comes a little bit off and just...
I mean, either one of them could die here. I mean, Chisato's rezzing all these units. I mean, it is pawns into medium tanks, which isn't the worst thing in the world, but he's deciding to reclaim.
Yeah, I think XFactor might have gotten this. Like the energy income is pretty insane.
Yeah. Chisato losing all
Overall.
of those back mixes. He hasn't managed to scale Z at all.
Right.
And the medium tank count is off the charts.
And the beaver on the right actually finished capping the mexes.
Oh yeah, that's very
protected, right?
Wow. That was down to the actual wire, and now it is looking like Chisato is in actually a lot of danger.
Yeah, one missed D-gun on one Centurion, and then that would be a different story.
That's absolutely wild. Even or one missed D-gun on like a medium tank, like that was crazy.
One game more, so.
I was like gasping to say something. I'm just totally speechless.
That was
so absolutely crazy.
Absurd. Like I was like, oh, he's dead, and then I was like, Chisato starts walking back in. I'm like, no, and then he walks back in. I'm like, oh god.
Well, Chisato is deciding to drop a tank lab. Yeah, I mean, economically he's so behind that this is a very dangerous moment for him. He needs to somehow recover economically. He does get a ticket, and maybe can snipe some of XFactor's mexes.
Shuris are out though, right?
Yeah, the Shuris will put an end to that, as well as these Centurions probably will just die to these Shuris.
Chisato's going for the switch, but I really like what XFactor's doing. He's got his commander next to a couple of cons, getting repaired back up. He's made AA, right? I mean, he knows how he can lose this game, right? It is a con snipe, so he's buttoning up the game, or maybe closing the door, so to speak, against Chisato.
Yeah, where does he even go from here? Like he has to know he's probably behind. He knows economically he's struggling. He's floating so much metal. He's just in a weird spot where he doesn't. I don't know if he can fight this army.
I don't think
right?
there is not much you can do against this one. Like taking 2 bombers was the best choice earlier, like, to kill the energy. Maybe stifle growth that way. That's the only thing you could do. Kill energy.
The Centurions are doing like a pretty good fight into these brutes, right? Kinda. I mean, it's still so many. The Janus shots are pretty decent as well, but
it turns around. Okay, 1 Centurion goes down, 2 go down. It's so wild how much we've seen this unit today, despite it being
it's crazy.
The level of memeness that surrounds it. But
do you feel like after the E change, it's viable to actually do a 1.5 Sala and try to backdoor? Or do you feel like they're too expensive now to do it on a T1 eco?
I would rather see a T2 lab into salamanders, but I mean, there is other amphibious options like the Garpike, right? Could be even like the what we were seeing in the other series, right? Just doing medium tank drops on that shore is probably a little more effective, even, right? Or cost effective rather, right? Like he already has the lab up, air lab. And,
he is making transports.
Right.
Okay, Chisato's making multiple transports.
Hey, the islands need to get occupied, and he's gonna fly over with the
He's flying Centurions, yeah.
And then he's gonna realize that Oli didn't expect.
No, look where he's taking that Centurion. He's gonna go land. He's gonna go scent drop in XFactor's base. Although the fighters probably will shut it down, right? But maybe there's a chance.
Yeah, he sees it on the radar, right? Like he had a radar on that island to catch that transport moving around. So
there's a lot going on. You know, it's easy to miss things, and Chisato is going a path that will dodge these fighters. I mean, sure, he's exists.
The fighters get pulled to the middle, just at the perfect time.
No, he's landing on the island. Come on.
The 2 commanders are in mid.
Wait, what? Wait, there's a Janus in mid. Wait, XFactor took more damage than Chisato did. Chisato wins this.
Yeah, but Chisato has underwater laser.
Yeah.
He has underwater laser first.
Yeah. XFactor loses.
He wins. Yeah, he cannot win. GG.
After all.
He survived to die later. He made this perfect bunker and then decided to leave the bunker.
The 1 Janus shot and then the underwater laser. Oh my god, man. What a crazy game! Like, XFactor was so far ahead. That's crazy.
Oh my.
I don't even know what to say after like that was such a ridiculous game. Oh my god.
That was an incredible series. That was so much better than what the score says about that series.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah. For sure. Like it was the 3-0, but I mean, like all of those games were crazy. Like they were wild games.
That was incredible, really. Well, I mean, well played. Chisato does it again, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
nobody
I
managed
guess
to
he
dethrone
doesn't
him.
need practice. It's like, I don't know, guys. I haven't played. I've been only playing 8v8 and
Look, all of his
FFA. This
opponents
is
were
my-
sick. Apparently, I don't know, man. Maybe Chisato's doing something. It's like, who knows what's going on here?
He practiced, right? Surely he
Surely he practiced.
yeah.
Right?
I think Chisato had form. All you need to do
Yeah.
is see whether player has like scouts in his build. He always had the best vision. He was scaling E. I didn't see very. I see like only misplays for too high APM where like misclicks and those things. The strategy made sense, and it's also really really amazing that he's able to still pull it out without the quote unquote X Factor build. Didn't see that much incisors in the finals from Chisato. Was able to use some wonky strategies and just exploit the advantages, right? I think that was all about. Because it didn't look like he was winning any of the games, but he won at the end.
Yeah, I mean the Mariposa one was pretty close. Like it wasn't like either one of them was really outright winning.
Well, when X Factor was on the hill getting all the mexes.
Yeah.
Then the tank count, right?
It was a little dicey. I mean, having played with Chisato, the man is a big fan of not making only the units he needs and not a drop more, so he can put everything else into economy, right? And that's kind of what that Mariposa game felt to me. Of like he was greeting until he didn't, until he couldn't afford to greed anymore. He had very little units until all of a sudden he decided to hit the go button. All right, so what's next?
Wow.
Can we get Chisato in here?
Yeah, I feel like we should. That was insane. So that was his run. I mean, 2-1 Randy. He lost a single game today to our Andy. And that was
I'm gonna bring X Factor in here.
Oh, cool.
Dude, X Factor, bro.
Hey.
Dude, what a series, man. Dude, that was amazing.
That was crazy games, man. Even if you're sick, probably making that a little rough. Still, those are very entertaining to watch.
Yeah. And Yudi here, congrats, man. Well played.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you.
You sweating a little bit after that last game?
Yeah, man. My heart is beating so fast. Oh,
you got him to 1%. You know that, right?
We were speechless. 60 health. He walks away.
Yeah. I thought it was actually like 20%. I didn't know it was that close.
Yeah,
but I kind of
1%.
choked there. I shouldn't have lost this interview at all. Panic.
We were panicking with you. Okay, we weren't playing, but we were panicking with you. That was crazy.
Yeah, that was a great series. Congratulations, guys! Kind of locking up some prize money. I know that's maybe not what exactly you're hoping to win, but definitely a great result for the two of you, I'm sure. So, congratulations! Yeah.
Yeah, it will have been good games. GG's.
Yeah. That's the best finals, I think. It was incredible. I was just flabbergasted at that game. I couldn't even talk. I was just.
Yeah. I mean, all those games had such insanely close moments. Like, I don't know if you saw Yudi, but your bombing run on, or X Factor, your bombing run on Mariposa for the fusion, it had 6% health. Like one more bombing run.
Yeah, I saw that.
Well, being healed all the time. If he doesn't heal, it's game over. I think there, because the fusion is really really important.
Yeah, absolutely. I was trying to repair it when it was getting bombed.
Yeah, that was pretty solid micro there. That was interesting to see you do the Andy build there on Mariposa Island. Actually, what did you think when you saw that X Factor? Like, what was going through your head when you saw the?
I don't know, man. I feel like I just have to be unpredictable against X Factor, right? And I guess it worked. Yeah. Every single game I just played differently. I just tried something new.
To be fair, I called the counter like immediately. I thought X Factor should go bot lab with as much response as possible, and he did exactly that. And I was like, maybe it's a pro grand scheme where they bait Chisato into the sea, and then the man just giga greeds. But the battle was still pretty close throughout the start of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went air lab there. I don't know why I did it. I never even planned it. I was more thinking about the vehicle transition and then just push him off the land, but Yeah, I don't know why. It makes no sense because it does not even contest his water, and he just takes my maxes anyway. That's
Yeah, I was kind of
unfortunate.
surprised as well. I just was spamming rovers so that I force you to make more shurikens. I don't know if that's actually good, but that's what, I was just spamming rovers and just sending at you so that you make more shurikens and you kind of waste build power there and resources. Not sure if that worked, but yeah.
We got the air cons pretty early out, so C-Maxes was pretty tight. I guess you
Oh,
could
yeah.
make some torp launcher though to kill like a couple of cluster there, but there was a lot of going on there in that fight. I don't.
I accidentally killed his Aerocon on the bot at the south. That
Oh,
was kind of
that was
funny.
yeah.
The AA was just to counter the shurikens that ended up getting a lot of value.
That was great series. Really well played, guys. XFactor, I'm sorry. Sorry about your keyboard. I just read that on the chats.
Yeah.
It's just unlucky.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's no good.
Right. Well, I mean, we've got lots to talk about in the upcoming weeks, so I'd be happy to have both of you on and look at some of your games from any of the series. So you're more than welcome to come on the channel and we have a talk about some of the games. Right? That'd be fun.
Yeah, I loved your Tsar game on Mithril Mountain X Factor. Did like 70 kills at the end of it. That was hilarious.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, that Tsar and Founders, they were amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think I just want to say a few words at the end if I can. So I know like a bar is kind of like a small game, maybe not like the biggest RTS, but as a genre, I think I mean the RTS genre is like my favorite kind of game, right? And I guess what I'm trying to say is like we might not necessarily be competing for like the best game, so to speak, but I really do think we have like the best community, right? So it's really like the players, right? The people surrounding it. I mean, I just want to say I enjoy having you guys. It's really cool to see like everyone, LDM, Volshock, the players, UD, XFactor. You guys killed it. So just want to say thanks and more to come, right? So.
I mean, yeah, you don't have to convince me to watch some sweaty bar. I'm always a big fan of these tournaments. They're fun to watch. Very good games.
Right.
Yeah, they're awesome.
Yeah, bar is awesome. Let's hope there will be more tournaments.
Yeah, and maybe that's what I didn't say as well as I wanted to, but the tournament scene is alive and well in Bar. We've got like the 5v5 tournament coming up. I know next year I'll be planning some more seasons of Bar Pro League, so stay tuned for more. We might change things up a little bit or even do an extra season, right? Have like 4 tournaments, but it's really cool to have such a thriving scene, and it seems like things are growing and improving, right? So that's all just a function of the people who get involved and the players who participate, right? So it's just great to see everyone getting involved.
Yeah, thanks for hosting this. Thanks for organizing it all. Thanks for all the players who showed up, put on some amazing games. There are definitely some hilarious games from today that were quite fun to watch. So thank you to everyone. UD, XFactor, any final words?
Well played. We'll meet again.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll play it as well. I had a blast playing.
Right on, guys. Well, Volshock, thanks again for doing the stream and observing for us. That was some incredible skills. Very on point there all the time. So special thanks to you, everyone. Let us know how you feel about Volshock in the chat. I really appreciate it.
My plan for next one is to not have COVID so I can talk. It's kind of a new plan that I have, the no COVID plan.
Yeah. Excellent. I think that's everything, guys. That's it for me. I'll stop talking and just say goodbye. Yeah, thank you for watching, and it's been fun.
All right, guys. Have a good one.